A lone voice cuts through the chaos, filled with desperation. This raid has gone horribly wrong, as a monstrous creature overwhelms the party. The hunters are outmatched, realizing the dungeon is far beyond their expectations. They cry out for backup, but no one is coming to save them. Just as they realize someone is about to die, a mysterious figure appears, holding a glowing book. He calmly orders everyone to fall back, his voice cutting through their panic. And with a single gesture, a storm of crimson spikes erupts from the shadows, shredding the monster to pieces before their very eyes. The streamer in the group can't believe his luck, realizing he's capturing a legend. This is no ordinary hunter, this is the infamous Hunter of Hunters. The legendary Hunter of Hunters, Kishin Beck, has finally revealed himself. His every move is being broadcast live for the entire world to witness. But not everyone is impressed by this so-called legend. We cut to his son, Sung-hyun, standing completely alone on his graduation day. A classmate approaches, pointing out that he's all by himself. When asked about his parents, Sung-hyun can only say they're busy. The classmate then asks him to take a picture of his own happy family. Through the camera, he sees a perfect family moment, a painful reminder of what he's missing. Our boy agrees without a word, capturing a memory for someone else. Because his father is always busy being a hero for everyone but him. Sung-hyun arrives home, his expression heavy. And as for his mother, she's been completely devoted to his comatose sister, a duty she hasn't abandoned for 12 long years. He confronts her, his voice barely a whisper. He asks why she missed his graduation, but her apology is expected. His frustration finally boils over, questioning if just one day was too much to ask. He demands to know why his sister always comes first. But his outburst is cut short by a sudden presence. His father, the Hunter of Hunters, stands right behind him, fresh from a battle. Kishin Beck's voice is ice, warning his son never to yell at his mother. Sung-hyun is frozen in place, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He turns on his heel, desperate to escape the confrontation. When questioned, he yells that he's going to the training hall. But his father is tired of this argument. He tells Sung-hyun that with his lack of talent, he'll never be a hunter. His final words are a command. Give up. Ignoring him, Sung-hyun heads straight for the training hall. He channels all his anger into a sparring match, his movements wild and desperate. The hall's owner, Lee Ju-young, remarks on his unusual aggression. His eyes burn with frustration as he grips the wooden training sword. He lunges forward, putting all his weight into the attack. But Lee Ju-young meets his strike with ease, the wooden blades clashing. Still, Sung-hyun pushes on, fueled by a desperate rage. He's easily thrown off balance, his reckless assault failing. But in that moment of desperation, something awakens within him. Lee Ju-young can only stare in shock at the sudden surge of energy. A spectral chain erupts from Sung-hyun's arm as he leaps into the air. The glowing chains shoot forward, aimed directly at his sparring partner. But our boy realizes he has no control over this newfound power. Lee Ju-young faces the attack head-on, his expression hardening. With a single swing, he deflects the chaotic storm of chains. Sung-hyun can only watch, horrified by the power he can't command. His sparring partner easily weaves through the uncontrolled barrage. The spectral energy dissipates in a brilliant flash of light. Lee Ju-young stands over him with a confident grin, his counterattack having found its mark. He points out that the chains, while surprising, were ultimately far too weak. Lying on the ground, Sung-hyun lashes out, telling him to fight without his powers. Later, Lee Ju-young tries to calm him down over a meal at a local restaurant. But Sung-hyun can't even enjoy it, feeling like a charity case. Lee Ju-young tries to lighten the mood, suggesting another match after they eat. But Sung-hyun refuses to calm down, rejecting the idea of just waiting. He explains how outclassed he was at the exam, facing opponents with incredible powers. In his mind, there's no chance he'll ever become a hunter. He's haunted by the need for his father's approval, and feels he can't just sit around and do nothing. Lee Ju-young watches his friend's despair with a heavy heart. He finally speaks up, telling Sung-hyun that he's thinking about this all wrong. He reminds him that home should be a sanctuary, not a place to escape from. As he speaks, the world outside seems to reflect Sung-hyun's inner storm. A protester's voice cuts through the rain, speaking of the century-long war against monsters. He warns of those who have disguised themselves as humans for decades. As Sung-hyun walks alone, the man's words paint a picture of deceit and invasion. The protester rallies the crowd, urging them to reveal a harsh truth. His words, "This is not your home," echo over the image of Sung-hyun's broken family. Lee Ju-young's advice resurfaces, a painful reminder that home should be a safe haven. But as Sung-hyun stands soaked in the rain, the protester's hateful words continue. His gaze remains fixed on the ground, his spirit crushed. And just as the crowd screams for the monsters to go back to hell, a message arrives. His application to the Hunter Academy has been rejected. The final blow lands, leaving Sung-hyun utterly defeated. His father's words echo in his mind, a prophecy of his current isolation. In a fit of rage, he smashes his phone against the pavement. He screams back at the world, declaring this place is already hell. If he's meant to go somewhere else, he has no idea where that could be. The sky offers no answers, only more rain. Defeated, he collapses onto the wet ground, completely alone. All the fight has drained from his eyes, leaving only a hollow emptiness. But then, his broken phone begins to ring. A call from his mother. He stares at the screen, his expression cold and distant. He hesitantly answers the call, his voice barely a whisper. But what he hears on the other end leaves him completely stunned. He rushes to the hospital, unable to process the unbelievable news. His sister, after 12 long years in a coma, has finally woken up. His mother calls out to him through tears of joy and relief. She tells him to greet the sister he barely even knows. But his mind flashes back to a different time in that same hospital. His mother had tried to reason with him, asking him to help care for his sister. A younger Sung-hyun pushed back, insisting he was too busy with his own life. He had screamed that he didn't even remember her, refusing to call her his sister. The flashback continues, with Sung-hyun lashing out at his father's hypocrisy. But a weak voice cuts through the argument, pleading for them to stop. Both Sung-hyun and his mother turn, stunned by the interruption. It's his sister, So-hyun, begging them not to fight over her. His mother immediately rushes to her side, trying to calm her down. And for the first time, Sung-hyun tries to offer some comfort of his own. The memory of that day leaves a heavy weight on his shoulders. And so, he begins spending his days at the hospital, sitting in silence with his sister. His mother had hoped this would bring them closer together. But Sung-hyun just buries himself in a book, keeping his distance. He summons the spectral chains, trying to get a feel for this new power. Day after day, he practices in secret, hoping to gain some control. But the memory of his rejection from the academy still stings. It's a constant reminder of how far he has to go. Still, he keeps up his visits to the hospital, though he feels it's all pointless. He opens the door to his sister's room, expecting another silent afternoon. But he finds the room completely empty, the bed untouched. A surge of panic hits him as he realizes she's gone. He finds her sitting alone on a park bench in the cold night air. So-hyun looks lost and heartbroken, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Sung-hyun's voice is a mix of relief and frustration as he finally finds her. He scolds her for disappearing, but she just apologizes, saying she needed some air. When she asks to stay a little longer, he doesn't know how to respond. So he sits with her in an awkward silence, the distance between them palpable. So-hyun finally breaks the silence, her voice hesitant. She asks him a question that cuts right through his defenses. She explains that he's changed, that he's become scary to her now. Comparing him to their father, she mentions how he used to be cute, but he can't even remember that time. Her expression falls, filled with a quiet understanding of the years she's lost. She begins to list everything that's been taken from her by those 12 years. Her hands clench as she speaks of the friends and memories she'll never have. Through tears, she confesses that she feels completely and utterly alone. Her words strike a familiar chord deep within Sung-hyun. He's reminded of his own crushing isolation, a feeling he knows all too well. But he quickly dismisses her fears, calling them nonsense. He reminds her that she has their parents, and more importantly, she has him. He insists that she can make new friends, that school isn't the only place for that. His own recent struggles seem to fuel his passionate speech. He even points out that you don't need an academy to be a hunter, using Lee Ju-young as proof. With a fire in his eyes, he tells her it's far too soon to give up on her life. His words seem to reach her, as she offers a quiet, heartfelt thank you. But as Sung-hyun gets up to leave, he asks how she got here without her wheelchair. His eyes widen in disbelief at her unspoken answer. Before him, So-hyun simply floats into the air, surrounded by a swirl of starlight. She explains that while she was in her coma, she visited the fairy realm. Sung-hyun is left speechless as she says that's where she learned this power. The protesters' warnings about people returning from other worlds flash through his mind, followed by his father's cruel words, dismissing his own lack of talent. While his sister possesses an ability beyond his wildest dreams, he's left sitting on the bench, feeling more powerless than ever before. His mind reels, trying to process this impossible reality. His thoughts drift back to a simpler time, a memory of his mother's gentle scolding. She'd found him and his sister playing happily in the mud, without a care in the world. She had called them inside, promising food and a warm bath. It was a time when they believed every tomorrow would be just like today, but no one ever truly knows what the future holds. Back then, their small apartment felt like a castle. He remembers the chaos of bath time, filled with laughter and splashing water, and the quiet peace of family dinners, where everyone was together. A perfect day ending in sleepy yawns, safe and sound at home. A memory of his sister, tucked safely in her bed. She'd asked him what they should play tomorrow, full of excitement for the future. But that tomorrow never came for her. Instead, her eyes opened to a different world entirely. A strange, ethereal being greeted her, calling her a friend. It told her she had been chosen by its world, and asked for her help to save it. And so she spent what felt like 6 months in the fairy realm. But when she returned to her own world, 12 years had passed in an instant. The doctors confirmed it to her family. So-hyun was now a returnee. An official explains that the bracelet on So-hyun's wrist is meant to seal an awakener's abilities, but it has no effect on returnees, proving her unique status. He begins to question her about what she learned in the fairy world. She recalls being taught the rules of their realm, how to use magic and the knowledge to survive, and most importantly, how to survive the queen. The fairies told her that defeating this evil queen was her only way home. The official's eyes narrow, assuming she killed this ruler to return. So-hyun panics, quickly denying the accusation. She insists they resolve things peacefully, but the official dismisses her, stating that returnee abilities are inherently dangerous. He explains that returnees are all powerful beings who saved another world. The official warns that even harmless abilities can become dangerous for a returnee. He orders their mother to forbid So-hyun from ever using her powers again. So-hyun can only stare, stunned by the sudden restriction. To enforce this, a government hunter will be assigned to monitor her every move. As Sung-hyun walks away, he clutches a document of his own. It's a formal response to a request he had made, an official evaluation of his newly awakened abilities. The report concludes that he is completely unsuited for combat. His spectral chains are deemed weaker than real ones, with no special properties. The final verdict lands like a punch to the gut. F rank. A bitter smile forms on Sung-hyun's lips as the reality of his failure sinks in. His sister's voice calls out to him, but his eyes remain cold and empty. He sits hunched over in the hospital hallway, a wall of despair between them. So-hyun tries to reassure him, insisting that her new powers haven't changed anything. But he can only mutter that she's right. Nothing has changed for him. His next word cuts her off completely, a single cold command to leave. He repeats the demand, telling her he just wants to be alone. So-hyun is stunned into silence, her expression filled with hurt and confusion. She can't understand the sudden shift, her voice trembling as she asks why. Her hands clench nervously as she questions his cruel behavior. He can't help but wonder if he's the one causing her pain. His frustration finally erupts, screaming at her to just leave him alone. So-hyun flinches, completely stunned by his sudden rage. She looks up at him, her expression a mix of hurt and disbelief. But Sung-hyun simply turns his back, shutting her out completely. He walks away from the hospital, melting into the faceless crowd. His head hangs low, consumed by his own bitter thoughts. He leaves his sister standing alone, reeling from his harsh rejection. But as he stands on the busy street, a wave of regret washes over him. He can only think about how pathetic his own actions have become. He's snapped out of his thoughts by a sudden commotion. He wonders why a crowd is gathering on the street. Pushing his way through, he sees something that stops him cold. It's his father, Ki Shin-baek, battered and bloodied from another battle. Meanwhile, back at the hospital under the starry sky, So-hyun sits alone in her room, looking out the window. The pain of her brother's rejection is clear on her face, and Sung-hyun is crushed by the weight of his own cruelty. His mind flashes back to a simpler time, a happy memory from childhood. A time his sister also remembers, when he wasn't so full of anger. Back in the hospital room, the bed is once again empty. So-hyun has taken to the skies, floating high above the city lights. She closes her eyes, embracing the freedom of her newfound power. As the starlight guides her through the night, a silent figure against the moonlit sky, her journey ends at a forgotten playground, overgrown with vines and memories. A place where she once stood as a lonely child long before her world changed. Now she can only stare at the ruins of her own past. Her mind drifts back to simpler times, filled with laughter and chaos. All she wants is to go back to the family she once knew. Her heart aches with a single desperate wish to go back to that time. But her lonely vigil is suddenly interrupted by two figures approaching from behind. She turns, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of fear. The two strangers question her presence, their intentions unclear. One of them asks if she's lost, noticing her confused expression. He explains that this area was shut down years ago after a dungeon break. They offer to guide her out, but she quickly refuses, saying she knows the way. But as she turns to leave, one of the men swings a makeshift club right at her head. The world goes dark as the blow lands, her mind reeling in confusion. Her attacker stands over her, claiming his prize, while his companion screams in horror. The second man is furious, claiming his friend just ruined their plan to help. The group of men can only stare, completely baffled by what's happening. Because against all odds, So-hyun is already pushing herself back to her feet. She looks up in terror, the blow having done almost no damage. Her attacker can't believe it, insisting he put all his strength into the swing. So-hyun herself is lost, wondering why they would ever hurt her. The men begin to advance, and she scrambles backward, pleading for them to stay away. She holds out her hand, threatening to unleash a power she barely understands. But her threat only makes them laugh, dismissing her as an escaped patient. Her mind flashes back to the fairy realm, where a strange being taught her from a spellbook. She recalls a specific spell she was taught called Archer's Constellation. She tries to reassure her attackers, telling them not to be afraid. The spell will only turn them to stone temporarily, but her words do nothing to calm the man's rage. The official's warning echoes in her mind. A returnee's power is always unpredictable. Suddenly, a new figure appears, looking down on the terrified men. And in a flash of violence, her attackers are brutally taken down. So-hyun can only stare in shock, splattered with blood that isn't her own. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun is still stuck in the crowd, wondering about the commotion. He pushes his way forward, a growing sense of dread filling his heart. He finally sees his father, Ki-shin-baek, standing bloodied in the middle of the chaos. But the person he's carrying is the streamer from that fateful raid, now broken and barely conscious in the legendary hunter's arms. The crowd recognizes the internet celebrity, their whispers turning to gasps of shock. A question hangs in the air. Is he even alive? Sung-hyun can only watch from the crowd, horrified by the scene. His father's gaze sweeps over the onlookers, cold and detached. Nearby, a body lies covered, a grim reminder of the battle's cost. But when Ki-shin-baek spots his son, his first question is about So-hyun's whereabouts. His expression is a mask of exhaustion and simmering disappointment. His father asks if this is the first time he's seen a dead body, and Sung-hyun quietly confirms it. Ki-shin-baek then begins to lecture him with a cold, hard number. Sung-hyun can only listen, his shock evident. That number, his father explains, was last year's hunter mortality rate. He goes on to list the other casualties, the injured, the traumatized. A fate, he says, that doesn't care if you're a rookie or a veteran. Standing over his son, covered in blood, he declares, this is the world they live in. He then asks a simple, brutal question, can you survive in it? Sung-hyun's gaze falls, unable to find an answer. His father grabs him, dismissing his silence as proof that he has no resolve to survive. We cut back to the hospital, standing silent against the night sky. Sung-hyun walks on, his father's brutal lesson echoing in his mind. He finally admits to himself that he's always known the truth, that he lacks any real power or ability. He's known the harsh reality of this world, but has always tried to deny it. He remembers watching the legendary hunters on TV, a wide-eyed kid full of dreams and admiration. But now, that childhood certainty has completely vanished. He's left wondering what he's even supposed to do with his life, because with his sister's power looming over him, he knows he can never be a hunter. But his spiraling thoughts are cut short by a sudden presence. He looks up to see his sister, So-hyun, floating ominously above him. She's covered in blood, her face hidden in shadow. Sung-hyun can only stare, his mind struggling to process the scene. He calls out to her, his voice filled with panic as he asks if she's hurt. But So-hyun only recoils, trembling in fear. The government official's warning echoes in his mind. As his sister begs him to stay away, he's completely baffled by her reaction, because her terrified screams aren't directed at him at all. Behind him, a figure cries out in agony. As a wave of pink energy completely engulfs him, the blast radiates outward from the hospital grounds. A brilliant flash of light tears through the night. An emergency alert warns of a dangerous individual spotted nearby. The warning seems to point to a bloodied young man sitting in a daze. But the real threat is So-hyun, who is unleashing a storm of uncontrolled power. She's lost in a torrent of pain and fear, her abilities running wild. Sung-hyun can only scream at her, questioning if she's lost her mind. Through her tears, she begs for it to stop, insisting she has no control. She begs for the chaos to stop as her power tears through the hospital grounds. Her voice is filled with terror, insisting she doesn't want to hurt anyone. But the destructive energy continues to surge, completely out of her control. And as Sung-hyun watches, a darker voice seems to take over, one that embraces the violence. The emergency broadcast is a grim reminder that this is a public incident, and the penalty for such an outburst is nothing short of termination. He panics, knowing that calling his father won't be fast enough to save her. In that moment of desperation, a terrifying realization dawns on him. If the authorities are coming to eliminate the threat, then he might be the only one who can stand in their way. He looks down at his own hands, a stark reminder of his weakness. In his mind, the truth is clear. He can't possibly win against his sister. His only thought is to run, to escape this impossible situation. He tries to rationalize it, telling himself that this isn't his fault. It's not like he ever asked for any of this. And his mind flashes back to a time when he was just a small, innocent boy, a kid who knew nothing of the cruel world he would grow up in. But that child is gone, and Sung-hyun is forced back to the chaotic present. As her power rages, So-hyun's mind finally breaks, consumed by a sudden hatred for everything. She screams that she doesn't care anymore, wishing the entire world would just leave her alone. Her eyes are wide with terror, consumed by the very power she can't control. But Sung-hyun refuses to run, pushing through the storm of energy. He screams for her to stay with him, to fight whatever is taking over. For a moment, his voice seems to cut through the chaos and she recognizes him. His father's brutal words about the world they live in echo in his mind. He screams back at the memory, insisting that he already knows. He tells her that this is what being a hunter is all about, begging her not to panic. He tries to explain that losing control is normal when you're overwhelmed, but she can only ask why. She doesn't understand why he's trying so hard, insisting she's not the same person he knew. But he reaches out and takes her hand, his own faint power glowing in response. Her mind is pulled back into a memory of the fairy realm. She remembers the ethereal being who called her a friend. A voice reminds her that she was a hero who saved an entire world. But So-hyun can't accept that praise. She explains that back in her own world, she feels lost and helpless. She has no friends, everything is dangerous, and she just hurt people. She believes everyone must hate her, but the voice gently disagrees. Because her brother is here, risking everything for her. Suddenly, a different presence looks out from her eyes, weeping tears of blood. It marvels that it has never seen someone risk their life for a person they hate. The ethereal being from her memories gently tells So-hyun to return to herself. And with his own bloodied hand, Sung-hyun reaches through the chaos to pull her back. The storm of energy finally subsides, leaving the two siblings clinging to each other amidst the wreckage. So-hyun breaks down in his arms, overwhelmed by guilt and terror. But Sung-hyun holds her tight, his expression hardened with a new resolve. In his eyes, the fear has been replaced by a quiet, unwavering determination. His mind flashes back to the innocent boy he once was, full of simple dreams. And in the present, he accepts the path he's chosen, believing he can see this through. But as the authorities secure the scene, a new figure steps forward, calling out to them. Nearby, two observers watch from their car, one asking if the other saw the kid, only to be told no. The aftermath of the incident is quickly covered up, dismissed as a minor disturbance. And yet, for one person, it was anything but minor. So-hyun is now locked away in a cell, her story completely erased from the world. A guard announces that visiting hours are now open. She looks up, her expression a mixture of hope and dread. Escorted by officials, she's led down a sterile white corridor. She remembers her mother's heartbroken tears from their last visit. Now, facing a new visitor, she doesn't know what to expect. Her eyes widen in surprise as she sees who's waiting for her. It's one of the observers from that night, his expression cold and unreadable. He sits across from her, the silence between them heavy and cold. But her voice is barely a whisper as she recognizes her own father. Kishinbek looks at his daughter and tells her he's here to get her out. He explains that he hired a psychic to read the memories of that night's incident. The psychic saw the truth of what happened when her powers went wild. She was attacked first, and her actions were nothing more than self-defense. But the legal terms are lost on So-hyun, who can't process the news. He insists she's innocent, but she's still haunted by the thought of hurting someone. Her father then reveals that the person she struck survived the blast. The final piece of information lands, a confirmation that she didn't kill anyone. So, Hyun breaks down in tears, overwhelmed with relief. Her father shares in that relief, though his expression is far more contained. But their moment is cut short by a female official, asking if they're done. Kishinbek acknowledges her, his composure returning. She explains that while So-hyun is cleared, they'll still have to pay for the damages. The official admits they owe him a debt, but questions if he's sure about his decision. Because the truth is, the person So-hyun attacked didn't survive after all. He hopes that by the time she learns the truth, she'll be strong enough to handle it. For now, So-hyun is led away, completely unaware of the lie her father has told. The official then hands him an envelope, its contents a mystery. She explains that the envelope contains documents that were sent to his daughter. Kishinbek's jaw clenches, his face contorting with a quiet rage. He crushes the papers in his fist, a silent testament to his fury, Elsewhere, a strange man with long hair wonders who would send such a thing. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun is back at the training hall, pushing himself harder than ever. He unleashes his spectral chains, aiming for a row of cans on a shelf. The attack lands, but it's clumsy and uncontrolled, crushing the targets. He lets out a frustrated sigh, while the long-haired man watches from the sidelines. Another trainee asks about the strange observer, who's been sitting there all day. Seung-hyun finally confronts him, annoyed by the constant snacking during his practice. The stranger casually asks if he's the reason for the distraction, and Seung-hyun confirms it. He then asks what Seung-hyun would do if this were a real battle. The man explains that in a real dungeon, distractions are common. And if this is enough to throw him off, it just means he's not trained enough. Seung-hyun is completely baffled, asking if they even know each other. He demands to know why a stranger is picking a fight, insisting he has no idea how hard he's been working. But the observer calmly states that he can tell just by watching. He begins his assessment, admitting that Seung-hyun's physical instincts are impressive. But as he turns, he finds the man is already behind him, adding that his control over his power is terrible. He points out that the chains are made of his own energy, constantly draining his stamina with every use. He explains that Seung-hyun wastes too much strength, which is why his precision is so poor. A true professional, he says, doesn't need to use that much force. To prove his point, he holds up a simple snack, and with a flash of energy, perfectly slices through the can. The snack itself flies past Seung-hyun's head, leaving him completely stunned. He casually asks if he understands, while the other trainee looks on in shock. The cans are cut with surgical precision, the snack itself perfectly divided. But as he turns to leave, he tells Seung-hyun he doesn't know his own potential. He then presents a strange artifact, explaining it was summoned by a returnee. He tells Seung-hyun to try touching it to his spectral chains. Seung-hyun reaches out, and as his chains touch the artifact, the stranger smiles, confirming his suspicions. He asks Seung-hyun to recall the night at the hospital, flashing back to the chaotic scene. The man reveals he was there, watching from the shadows, and he saw the moment Seung-hyun's chains made contact with his sister, causing her power to vanish. He explains that Seung-hyun's chains possess a unique ability to seal the powers of returnees, a revelation that leaves our boy completely stunned. The stranger tells him that brute force isn't enough. He needs technique to understand his true potential. Finally finding his voice, Seung-hyun demands to know who this man really is. He introduces himself as Chai Ji-hyung, a hunter and professor at the prestigious Seonghan Awakened Academy, and with a confident smile, he declares that he's here to enroll him. Seung-hyun can't believe what he's hearing, questioning the offer from the prestigious academy. He reminds the professor that he already failed, but Chai Ji-hyung explains he can recommend students directly. With a confident grin, he insists that Seung-hyun's unique power is more than enough to qualify. The choice is now his, a second chance he never thought he'd get. Without a moment's hesitation, Seung-hyun screams his acceptance. Chai Ji-hyung's smile widens, his plan having worked perfectly. He holds out the official documents, welcoming the boy to the Hunter Academy. But their conversation is cut short by a golden disc flying right at them. The professor's expression hardens in an instant. He effortlessly catches the projectile, a powerful aura flaring around him. The golden disc was just a warning shot, as a new figure appears in the doorway, radiating a menacing red aura. It's Ki Shin-baek, and his first words are a cold demand for an explanation from the professor. He looks down on the scene, his voice dripping with contempt as he asks what this nonsense is. But Chai Ji-hyung just feigns surprise, suggesting he's the one who's confused. The Hunter of Hunters repeats his demand, his presence filling the entire room. He's clearly furious about finding the professor here with his son, and Seung-hyun can only stare in terror, recognizing his own father. The two men face off, their auras clashing as Chai Ji-hyung tries to lighten the mood with a joke. He casually invites his old friend to an alumni gathering, but his eyes betray a deeper history. Kai Shin-baek isn't having any of it, cutting through the pleasantries to demand what he's planning. Chai Ji-hyung explains that he's simply sent recommendation letters to a couple of students. He's chosen So-hyun, an S-rank returnee, and Seung-hyun, who possesses a unique power. But Ki Shin-baek argues that his daughter is just a child who won't be able to adjust. The professor counters, asking if he's forgotten about her recent rampage. He calls So-hyun a ticking time bomb, a danger to everyone around her. Kai Shin-baek insists he can train her himself, but the professor argues she needs specialized schooling. The Hunter of Hunters remains stubborn, his gaze hardening. And as for his son, he dismisses him as having no talent at all. He warns that for someone with half-baked determination, the only outcome is death. The brutal words leave Seung-hyun frozen, his father's judgment echoing in his ears. But Seung-hyun screams back, refusing to let his father decide his fate. Chai Ji-hyung steps in, reminding everyone that he saw Seung-hyun risk his life for his sister. He argues that this kind of courage is what truly makes a hunter. But Ki Shin-baek's face contorts with rage, calling it nothing more than recklessness. He turns on Seung-hyun, asking if he ran in knowing how to stop her power. Seung-hyun can only stammer, trying to justify his desperate actions. His father dismisses his success as nothing more than pure luck. He asks if Seung-hyun plans to keep trusting his luck, a path that only leads to death. Ki Shin-baek warns his son that the professor is selling false hope, and that he'll just be another student struggling to keep up. But Chai Ji-hyung calmly refutes the claim, while Ki Shin-baek dismisses the threat with cold indifference. He screams at them both, asking why his father can never see the good in what he does. All he wants is to hear that he did a good job for once, to be told that because of him his sister survived. His hands clench in frustration, wondering why no one ever acknowledges him. But a hand suddenly grabs his arm, pulling him from his spiraling thoughts. He snapped back to the present, his eyes widening in surprise. It's his friend, Lee Ju-young, offering a heartfelt congratulations. But Seung-hyun can only stare past him at his father's cold, disapproving glare. Lee Ju-young tries to encourage him, saying he's one step closer to his dream. But our boy can't accept the praise, still crushed by his father's judgment. Lee Ju-young tells him to follow the path he believes in, a quiet vote of confidence. He stands by his friend, insisting that he trusts that path as well. His hand grips Seung-hyun's arm as he speaks of the road ahead, and the difficult journey he's already taken to get here. The simple gesture of support seems to break through Seung-hyun's despair. Lee Ju-young insists that he doesn't need anyone else's approval, especially not from people who don't even know him, his words a clear shot at Ki Shin-baek. The hunter of hunters can only listen, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. And in that moment, Lee Ju-young finally understands his friend's obsession. He realizes the source of all this pain has been his father all along. Ki Shin-baek turns his fury on Lee Ju-young, accusing him of putting these ideas in his son's head. Lee Ju-young can only sweat under the weight of the legend's oppressive glare. But Seung-hyun cuts through the tension, completely overwhelmed by the argument. His father can only watch, his expression unreadable. Later, Seung-hyun thanks his friend, admitting the confrontation helped him clear his head. He finally opens up about his motivations, confessing that at first, he just wanted to be like the hero he saw on TV. He thought he was chasing recognition, but now sees it was just an empty dream. But that night at the hospital, when he reached for his sister, something changed. In that moment, standing before the memory of his younger self, he knows he wasn't pathetic at all. He looks up, his expression hardening with a new resolve. He screams that he's going to be a hunter, even if it means defying his own father. The hunter of hunters can only seethe, his fury palpable. He realizes with a cold certainty that words alone will never be enough to stop him. Seung-hyun flinches, a bead of sweat running down his face. His father's hand clamps down on his shoulder with an iron grip, and with a chilling calm he tells his son to go ahead. The sudden change in tone leaves Seung-hyun completely stunned. His father warns that he'll soon learn firsthand that this is not the world where he belongs. He'll allow it, but only under two conditions. The first is that Seung-hyun must join the student council. He has 1 year to make it, or his father will drag him home by force. The second condition is far more personal. He must protect his sister. He admits that So-hyun's unstable power means she'll be attending the academy too. Seung-hyun is ordered to watch over her, with failure meaning the end of his dream. He asks if his son can handle the responsibility, and Seung-hyun nervously agrees. With the terms set, his father finally releases his grip, and without another word, the hunter of hunters turns and walks away, leaving Seung-hyun and the others to process the weight of his demands. Seung-hyun is left trembling, the weight of his father's presence finally lifting. As the hunter of hunters walks away, his impossible conditions linger in the air. The professor calls out to him, trying to reason with his old friend. He argues that the student council requirement is far too demanding. It's a place for elites, an impossible goal for an F rank in his first year. But Ki Shin-baek retorts that this is the consequence of throwing the word hunter around so lightly. He turns his attention back to the professor, his tone softening slightly. He confesses that he never wanted to drag anyone down this difficult path. His mind flashes back to his own youth, when he simply wanted to be like his father. A rare glimpse of the man behind the legend, haunted by his own choices. Ki Shin-baek's expression shifts, a flicker of regret crossing his face. He looks away, lost in a moment of deep introspection. Perhaps he realizes he was the one who dragged himself into this life. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, So-hyun sits quietly, engrossed in a small device. February passes, and she beams with joy, holding her admission letter to the Seonghan Awakened Academy. Sung-hyun continues his training by the sea, his spectral chains glowing with newfound determination. As March begins, a grand ship awaits, ready to carry new students to their destiny. Seung-hyun and So-hyun stand together, ready to embark on their new journey at the academy. But then, a terrified young boy screams, unable to believe the horror unfolding before him. He clings to a woman, crying out that people are still trapped in the unfolding disaster. The boy's memory is of a city in ruins, with a lone hunter floating above the destruction. A faceless figure, a supposed hero, points down from the sky. But the child can only scream that this isn't what a hunter is supposed to be. A young man with white hair jolts awake, drenched in a cold sweat. The nightmare has left him gasping for air in his bunk bed. A friendly voice from above asks if he's all right. His new roommate asks about the noise, but he just brushes it off as a bad habit. The roommate correctly guesses that he's a new student. He introduces himself as Sun Pureum, a second year, offering a hand in friendship. The white-haired boy returns the gesture, introducing himself as Seol Subin. The ship cuts through the water, carrying the new students toward their future. Back in their cabin, Sung-hyun has opened a case full of hunter equipment. So-hyun is surprised by the arsenal, but he casually admits he stole it from their father. She panics, worried about their father's reaction, but Sung-hyun just seems exasperated. Undeterred, So-hyun decides she wants to go explore the ship. He immediately objects, worried about her going off by herself. She insists she'll be fine, but he's already scrambling to go with her. He lectures her on safety, but she just calmly says she'll scream for him if there's trouble. He sighs, muttering that looking after her feels like babysitting. But despite his complaints, his expression is one of quiet resolve. Sun Pureum looks out his window, believing the important part is about to begin. Elsewhere on the ship, a blonde student agrees, saying a new semester means new connections. He believes that networking with promising first years is the key to an easy school life. But another voice cuts in, calling that line of thinking far too simple. He looks down on Sun Pureum, dismissing him as nothing more than a rookie. Sun Pureum and Seol Subin turn to face the new arrival, confused by his point. The blonde student clarifies that while making friends is fine, he'd much rather be introduced to a cute girl. He gets right in Sun Pureum's face, complaining that he's determined to find a girlfriend this year. Sun Pureum apologizes for his friend, John Woojin, who then calmly states he's already started scouting. His eyes land on a girl trying to feed the seagulls from the ship's deck. She wonders aloud why the birds keep flying away from her snacks. As she fumbles with the bag, the shrimp crackers begin to spill. But John Woojin swoops in, catching the bag before it falls. He smoothly hands it back to her with a friendly smile. The girl is completely charmed, offering a shy thank you. But in that moment, a brilliant idea seems to strike John Woojin. The girl can only look on, confused by his sudden intensity. He holds up one of the snacks, a sly look on his face. He tells her that while it didn't lure the seagulls, it definitely caught his attention. The girl can only look on, completely bewildered by his cheesy pickup line. He presses on, asking if she's a new student and what department she's in. From a distance, Sun Pureum notes that at least she isn't running away this time. But as John Woojin gets more aggressive, it seems she just can't escape. Seol Subin then asks about his friend, who was supposed to be a second year. Sun Pureum explains that at this academy, failing a year means you have to repeat it. He adds that there are plenty of repeaters, and some even pay to get back in after being expelled. Seol Subin can only marvel at the amount of money some students must have. But Sun Pureum explains that a diploma from Seonghan guarantees a secure future, making people desperate. His words trigger another memory for Seol Subin, a vision of the faceless hunter from his nightmare. Seol Subin watches with contempt, questioning if people like that even deserve to be hunters. Sun Pureum listens quietly, his own thoughts hidden behind his glasses. But his attention is quickly drawn back to the deck as he sees the pair start to move. John Woojin seems to have succeeded, leading the girl away from the railing. Seol Subin decides they should follow, and Sun Pureum reluctantly agrees. Their destination is a cabin door, number 105. Inside, Sung-hyun looks up from his book, completely caught off guard, because John Woojin has just walked in, with a very flustered So-hyun in tow. She tries to explain that a stranger was bothering her, pointing right at the blonde student. The word stranger hangs in the air as John Woojin realizes he's made a terrible mistake. So-hyun explains that the stranger asked if she had a boyfriend. And as Sung-hyun's expression darkens, she adds that he grabbed her hand. Outside, Seol Subin and Sun Pureum confirm that their friend went into this very room. Suddenly, the door flies open, and John Woojin is sent tumbling into the hallway. He tries to de-escalate, suggesting they can just talk things out. But Seung-hyun raises a fist, declaring this is his way of talking, as Sun Pureum panics. Seol Subin calmly asks what trouble Woojin caused, while the blonde insists he has no regrets. A moment later, Sun Pareum is stunned to learn that So-hyun was in a coma for 12 years. He grabs John Woo-jin, screaming at him to apologize for hitting on someone who's basically a child. Inside, So-hyun apologizes for hitting him, while the others sit in an awkward silence. Sun Pareum tries to break the ice, pointing out that Seung-hyun and Seol-subin are the same age. The white-haired boy offers a friendly introduction, hoping they can get along. Seung-hyun awkwardly agrees, still a bit shaken from the earlier chaos. And so, the unlikely group begins to walk the ship's corridors together. Sun Pareum confirms that Seung-hyun is in the hunter department. When asked about his favorite hunter, Seung-hyun admits his father's career was his main influence. The news that his dad is a hunter catches Sun Pareum by surprise. But Seol-subin's expression shifts as he connects the name to a legendary figure. He turns with a sudden intensity, asking if he knows the hunter of hunters, Ki Shinbaek, a name that conjures the image of a faceless, almost mythical hero. Seung-hyun simply confirms it, admitting the legendary hunter is his father. The revelation leaves Seol-subin completely speechless. Sun Pareum and John Woo-jin erupt in disbelief, unable to process the news. But Seol-subin's shock quickly turns to excitement, declaring himself a massive fan. The name, however, triggers a dark memory of a terrified child in a ruined city, and the image of the legendary hunter who stood over the destruction. The memory leaves Seol-subin shaken, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Meanwhile, Seung-hyun is swarmed by his new acquaintances, all clamoring for details. As the ship sails on, Sun Pareum admits that Seung-hyun's father was his role model. He explains that, like many others, he dreamed of becoming a hunter when he was young. Sun Pareum is surprised to learn that Seung-hyun isn't in the hunter department. He explains that as an E rank, he was only eligible for the Magitech engineering course. Seung-hyun just shrugs it off, admitting that he's an F rank anyway. But So-hyun cheerfully chimes in, revealing that her F-rank brother still made it into the hunter department. The revelation leaves the other three boys completely stunned, and Seung-hyun can only panic as his secret is suddenly exposed. Sun Pareum immediately asks how that's even possible, as Seung-hyun tries to explain. He admits they got in on a special recommendation, trying to silence his sister with a pat on the head. His frustration boils over as he grabs her head, her eyes swirling in confusion. He scolds her for telling everyone, while the others watch the chaotic sibling dynamic unfold. Sun Pareum looks on, clearly taken aback by the F-rank revelation, but Seung-hyun tries to smooth things over, saying even an E-rank can succeed with effort. The kind words seem to reassure Sun Pareum, who offers a gentle smile. Seol-subin seems to take the words to heart, offering a quiet thank you. As the ship continues its journey, the new friends begin to settle in. Sun Pareum even takes the time to teach So-hyun how to play a video game. Meanwhile, John Woo-jin is already back to his old tricks, trying to charm other students. Seung-hyun wanders the deck alone, lost in his own thoughts. He lets out a sigh, admitting to himself that he's incredibly bored. But his attention is suddenly caught by Seol-subin, standing alone by the railing. Seung-hyun approaches him, asking if he's feeling seasick. Seol-subin quietly confirms, his gaze fixed on the endless ocean. The two stand together at the railing as seagulls circle above them. Seung-hyun then asks a more pointed question about why he wants to be a hunter. He starts to mention his father again, but Seol-subin cuts him off. He's asking about something deeper, a real belief or conviction. The question leaves Seung-hyun stumped, admitting he doesn't really know. He confesses that he's never really given it that much thought. Seol-subin explains that he sees people becoming hunters all the time on a whim, just trying to make easy money or chase after fame and popularity. Seung-hyun can only agree, admitting that those kinds of hunters definitely exist. Seol-subin continues, explaining they don't grasp the responsibility of their power, only the rewards. It's for that reason, he says, that he can't stand them. The question is then turned back on him as Seung-hyun asks what his own motivation is. Seol-subin's answer is simple and idealistic. He wants to be a hunter who saves everyone. The noble goal leaves Seung-hyun a bit stunned, unsure how to respond. But Seol-subin's next words are a cold, unexpected warning. Don't come to school. As a feather drifts down, Seung-hyun looks up from his phone, completely caught off guard. He asks for an explanation, confused by the sudden shift in tone. Seol-subin explains that for low rankers, hard work isn't enough, as awakening any power is just a matter of luck. He explains that once your rank is set, it never changes. And since the academy costs a fortune, only the wealthy can even get in. People with rich fathers. People just like him. Seung-hyun pushes back, insisting his ability just awakened late. But Seol-subin scoffs, claiming awakening has nothing to do with effort. He argues that if a power suddenly appears, it was always there, just undiscovered. He dismisses Seung-hyun's awakening as nothing more than a lucky accident. The accusation leaves Seung-hyun completely speechless. And the fact that he got a special recommendation proves that their very presence here is all down to luck. He insists that everything they have was simply handed to them. He scoffs at the idea of Sung-hyun preaching about hard work, claiming anyone can succeed if they just try hard enough. He calls it empty nonsense to offer false hope to a low ranker. He throws Sung-hyun's own naive words back in his face. The insult lands, comparing him to his sister and finally pushing Sung-hyun too far. His anger finally boils over as he throws a punch, landing a solid blow right across Seol-subin's face. But the satisfaction is short-lived, as the reality of his actions sinks in. So-hyun and Sun Pareum can only watch the confrontation, completely stunned. From their perspective, it looks like Sung-hyun is the one who ended up on the ground. Seol-subin just laughs it off, claiming that Sung-hyun simply tripped. But Sung-hyun is baffled, wondering what just happened as his sister calls him a klutz. He realizes something invisible appeared just before his fist landed, deflecting the blow entirely. Seol-subin looks down on him, criticizing his reckless decision to throw a punch first and think later. Sung-hyun glares back, insisting it's people like him who are ruining the hunter world. But his opponent just turns his back, telling him to do everyone a favor and give up. As he walks away, Sung-hyun's eyes lock onto a spectral chain wrapped around Seol-subin's ankle. The others can only stare, completely caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Sun Pareum and So-hyun are completely lost, wondering what's happening. On the ground, Sung-hyun can only glare, frustrated by his opponent's trick. He pushes himself up, challenging the idea that he's only here because of luck, and that he doesn't deserve to be a hunter. He concedes that maybe he was lucky to get this chance, but insists that as long as he's here, he has the right to chase his goal. With new resolve, he declares that he will never drop out by choice. But Seol-subin coldly retorts that with his rank, he won't last long here. Sung-hyun decides to put that claim to the test. He tells Seol-subin to meet him at midnight to settle this once and for all. As the ship sails through a storm, the midnight hour approaches. In a dream, So-hyun is reassured that everything will be all right. A memory of the fairy realm promises that something precious will never disappear. She wakes with tears in her eyes, clinging to a promise of a better future. The storm rages outside her window as she sits up in bed. She tries to calm herself, realizing it was just a dream, but the emotions from the vision still linger. She looks around the empty cabin, wondering where her brother has gone. So she wanders the dark corridors, searching for him. A growing sense of worry fills her as she wonders where he could have gone. Her search is cut short as she bumps into a stranger in the dark hallway. A group of students appears, asking what she's doing out so late. So-hyun is taken aback, turning the question right back at them. The silver-haired student explains they're just heading to another room to hang out. He then casually invites her to come along with them. She hesitates for a moment, but they insist it's a good chance to meet everyone. With a bright smile, she agrees, completely forgetting her search for Sung-hyun. They lead her down the corridor to a room where the party is already underway. Inside, a group of students is laughing and sharing snacks on the floor. A girl with pink hair calmly greets them, inviting the newcomers to join in. But the moment they step inside, John Woojin freezes in his tracks. He immediately tries to back out, telling the pink-haired girl he's leaving. When questioned, he complains that no one told him a certain someone was already here. His panic is completely lost on So-hyun, who is just excited by all the snacks. John Woojin can only stand there awkwardly as another student glares at him. The pink-haired girl sighs, telling him to just sit down and stop making a scene. He reluctantly agrees to stay, patting So-hyun on the head as she eats. The girl then asks who the newcomer is, and he explains she's a freshman he just met. So-hyun offers a cheerful wave, completely oblivious to the tension in the room. The pink-haired girl returns the greeting with a strained, unreadable smile. Sun Puryum looks on nervously as So-hyun enjoys the party snacks. He asks her about Sung-hyun, but she admits he was already gone when she woke up. Sun Puryum then realizes that his own roommate, Seol-subin, has also disappeared. His mind flashes back to their strange confrontation, wondering what's really going on between them. Elsewhere on the ship, the storm rages on as the midnight hour arrives. Sung-hyun stands under an umbrella, questioning his opponent's choice of attire. Seol-subin stands opposite him in a simple raincoat, stating the obvious. The two face off on a rain-slicked basketball court, ready to settle their score. Sung-hyun scoffs at his practical gear, but Seol-subin just reminds him that it's raining. When questioned about his own umbrella, Sung-hyun says he'd rather stay dry as long as he can. Their eyes meet through the downpour, a silent challenge passing between them. Seol-subin can only wonder if his opponent is a complete idiot. With a sigh, he summons a glowing water spirit to his side. Sung-hyun immediately counters, his own spectral chains wrapping around his arm. Seol-subin explains that with the rain in the ocean, he's at a massive advantage. In this environment, his water spirits are at their absolute peak. He offers one final warning. He can't promise to hold back, and this fight could be fatal. But Sung-hyun just smirks, completely unfazed by the threat. He tosses his umbrella aside, finally ready to get serious. Gripping his chain, he reminds Seol-subin who was the one who started this fight in the first place. Seol-subin sighs, realizing there's no talking his way out of this. As the water spirit shifts into a complex star, Sung-hyun braces for the attack. A massive torrent of water erupts from the spirit, and Sung-hyun can only watch as it barrels toward him. He takes the full force of the blast, gritting his teeth against the impact. Seol-subin watches with a cold, unwavering focus. But Sung-hyun refuses to be overwhelmed, pushing back with all his might. He channels his energy through his spectral chain, whipping it around to form a makeshift shield against the deluge. The successful defense catches Seol-subin completely by surprise. Seol-subin offers a single, cold word of praise, but the spectral chain shatters into 1,000 pieces, leaving Sung-hyun completely defenseless. Seol-subin points out the obvious flaw. His chains are weaker than real ones. And Sung-hyun realizes with dawning horror that his opponent is controlling multiple spirits. Seol-subin dismisses his power as completely useless. As two more star-shaped spirits materialize beside him, he declares that with such a weak ability, Sung-hyun has no way to defend himself. A second, more powerful blast of water slams into our boy, sending him crashing hard against the wet court. But even on the ground, Sung-hyun summons another chain, refusing to give up. Seol-subin recognizes the move, completely unimpressed by the repetition. He shatters the attack with ease, asking if that's the only trick Sung-hyun knows. He then points out that he hasn't even moved from his spot this entire time. The words land like a final blow as Seol-subin declares he doesn't belong here. Sung-hyun can only stare, the reality of his opponent's power finally sinking in. But a sly grin spreads across his face as he reveals his own hidden trick. Seol-subin looks down in shock to find a spectral chain wrapped around his ankle. The same move he used earlier has found its mark once again, and Seol-subin can only seethe, realizing he's fallen for the exact same trap. The water spirits unleash a devastating cross-shaped blast, but Seol-subin can only stare in disbelief at what happens next. With a single powerful tug, Sung-hyun yanks him off his feet. He screams back, asking if Seol-subin wants to know why he keeps using the same move. Because, he admits, it's the only thing he knows how to do. Standing over him, Sung-hyun points out all the showing off from earlier. He then calls his opponent's bluff, guessing his rank isn't that high either. Otherwise, there's no way he'd be taken down by a simple F rank. The insult lands, leaving Seol-subin gritting his teeth in pure humiliation. But the fight is far from over, as he declares he's done holding back. Sung-hyun stands over him with a triumphant grin, his one trick having paid off. Back in the cabin, John Woojin screams in disbelief at what he's seeing. A game piece materializes, revealing an incredibly powerful SSS rank summoner. The other students are in awe of the lucky draw, while So-hyun just looks on. She asks about the strange game, and the boy with glasses explains what it is. He clarifies that this is a special version made just for people with powers. The game scans each player, generating a unique character based on their own abilities. Sun Pureum is told to watch closely as he presses the button to begin. The device begins to glow, analyzing his unique powers. A wizard piece materializes, and So-hyun marvels at the custom character it created for him. The pink-haired girl explains that these games are more than just for fun. They're used for actual training. She's then encouraged to take her turn, a small game piece offered to her. But when she places her hand over the scanner, the piece remains a simple, uncolored disc. She looks up, confused and a little disappointed by the lack of any special effect. The others are just as baffled, wondering if her energy is simply too low for the device to read. An error message flashes on the screen, confirming the system is unable to analyze her abilities. But as the analysis continues, a new message begins to form. The game identifies her as a possible returnee, leaving So-hyun completely stunned. The revelation sends a shockwave through the entire room as everyone stares in disbelief. They can only look on with a mix of jealousy and shock as the game assigns her a rare hidden class. John Woojin can't believe what he's just heard, questioning if this is for real. So-hyun looks on, a bit worried by the sudden attention. But the professor offers her some quiet advice, telling her to keep her returnee status a secret. She looks up, completely confused by the warning. He explains that returnees often come back with heavy burdens, just like the 12 years she lost. Many of them struggle to fit back into society and end up turning to a life of crime. He reminds her that the standard ability suppressors have no effect on them, and with most returnees possessing S-rank power, a criminal one is a walking catastrophe. That's why the world is so wary of them, and if people find out her secret, they'll start to see her as a threat, leaving So-hyun to process the harsh reality. So-hyun finally understands why the world is so afraid of people like her. But instead of fear, the other students are filled with a childlike curiosity. She's completely taken aback by their unexpected reaction. They just want to hear all about her adventures in another world. The others chime in, amazed by her rare Dragon Slayer hidden class. She nervously asks if it's really okay, still worried about being seen as strange. But one of the girls just shrugs, saying she doesn't care about things like that. The simple acceptance brings a wave of relief and a smile to So-hyun's face. For the first time, she feels like she might actually belong here. And with a newfound confidence, she decides to share her story. The pink-haired girl asks if returnees fight things like demon lords. But another student's question is far more direct, asking if she's ever killed anyone. The innocent question triggers a dark memory, leaving So-hyun completely stunned. Meanwhile, on the rain-soaked court, the fight has already come to an end. A hand hangs limply, the battle clearly decided. Seol-subin stands victorious as his water spirits begin to fade. He admits it's a shame, acknowledging that his opponent had the tactical edge. But in the end, Sung-hyun is the one left lying on the ground. As our boy pushes himself up, Seol-subin tells him not to feel too bad. He explains that hard-earned power often loses to the kind that's simply handed to you. He explains that some people lose their dreams because of a low rank, while others are gifted incredible power and opportunity without even trying. He insists that sheer will can only take you so far in this world. At the academy, he warns, Sung-hyun will face people far stronger than him, and if he goes, all he'll find is a world of pain. Sung-hyun can only gasp for breath, the weight of his defeat settling in. Seol-subin then begins to speak of his own father, a man who was never an S-rank or even an A-rank hunter. But he achieved more than any of them, clearing the most dangerous gates. And as Sung-hyun listens, he learns this man saved countless lives. He screams that his father's success was earned through pure effort. So how can Seol-subin possibly judge whether an F-rank like him will make it? Seol-subin seems to relent, asking if he knows his father's record that well. Then he must know about the S-rank gate incident from 7 years ago. The question clearly agitates Sung-hyun, who demands to know why he's bringing it up. Seol-subin explains that the dungeon break caused massive casualties, and not just from monsters. He reveals that some of the victims were killed by a hunter, a fact that stuns Sung-hyun. But now, he says, no one even blames that hunter for what happened. The memory clearly pains him, his jaw clenched in a silent rage. But a memory of his own father surfaces, insisting there were reasons for what happened that day. Sung-hyun's world seems to shatter in an instant, because Seol-subin screams that his sister died in that incident, at the hands of Ki Shin-baek. His voice is raw with 7 years of grief and rage. The accusation leaves Sung-hyun completely breathless, unable to process the horrific words he's just heard. Seol-subin scoffs at the idea of reasons, questioning if it was to save others. He screams about the logic of sacrificing the few for the many, demanding to know if a hunter's duty isn't to protect everyone. The question hangs in the air, leaving Sung-hyun utterly broken. Seol-subin's gaze hardens as he prepares to ask a question of his own. He asks what kind of person Sung-hyun is even trying to become, what kind of hunter he wants to be, if he's willing to go to such lengths. The question leaves Sung-hyun completely speechless. The two stand in a tense silence on the rain-slicked court. A memory of the person he lost that day flashes in his mind. Back in the cabin, the innocent party takes a dark turn with a single question. The question catches everyone off guard, especially So-hyun. She can only stare, the weight of the question hitting her hard. But she suddenly screams that she just needs to use the bathroom. The outburst leaves the others confused as she tries to play it off. Her expression a mix of panic and embarrassment. So-hyun then bolts from the room, leaving the other students completely bewildered. The pink-haired girl just laughs, finding the sudden outburst hilarious. The boy with glasses scolds her for bringing up such a dark topic out of nowhere. She apologizes with a smile, admitting her question was probably a bit creepy. Sun Param then reveals that So-hyun is in the hunter department, which surprises everyone. The pink-haired girl's expression shifts, coldly predicting that So-hyun won't last. She explains that they don't just teach you how to hunt in the hunter department. It's about killing, and sometimes that means killing other people depending on the situation. She holds up a snack, insisting that everyone who came to this academy already knew that. The student with the orange sweater listens, her expression unreadable. The pink-haired girl's voice echoes, doubting So-hyun has what it takes to survive here. Outside, So-hyun struggles to catch her breath, overwhelmed by the conversation. The memory of that night at the playground is still fresh in her mind. She tries to convince herself that she's never killed anyone, that her panic was justified, but the memory of her power running wild still haunts her, a constant, terrifying reminder. It's a feeling that makes her believe she'll never truly belong here. Her thoughts drift back to the fairy realm and the gentle face of her friend, Cheyenne. But her spiraling thoughts are cut short by a new voice, asking if she thinks she can make friends. It's the girl with the orange sweater, offering a simple, friendly greeting. The girl introduces herself as Mo-Dan, and So-hyun nervously does the same. Mo-Dan asks if she's okay, but So-hyun can only shake her head, clearly distressed. She admits she can't show off her powers, despite Mo-Dan's curiosity about her hidden class. So-hyun confesses that she's not sure she can handle the weight of her own abilities. The memory alone is enough to leave her terrified, and Mo-Dan listens with concern. But then, Mo-Dan makes a stunning confession of her own. She explains that her own ability awakened late, leaving So-hyun speechless. It happened in class, an uncontrolled blast that seriously injured one of her friends. The shared trauma is written all over So-hyun's face, but Mo-Dan's expression hardens, insisting that you have to act if you want things to change. She tells So-hyun that all she has to do is try harder next time. The words trigger a memory as So-hyun's mind drifts back to the fairy realm, calling out to Cheyenne. She remembers her ethereal friend who looked on with a gentle curiosity. In the memory, she had asked how they moved a giant crying rock that blocked their path. But Cheyenne explained that they didn't move it. They simply talked to it. The memory shows the massive boulder, with waterfalls streaming from its eyes. Cheyenne had explained that when the rock shared its sadness, they simply shared their own sadness in return. Before long, the rock cheered up and simply rolled away on its own, and So-hyun could only watch as it left a long trail in the snowy landscape. The memory takes her back to the starry skies of the fairy realm, where she happily waved goodbye to her ethereal friend. Mo-Dan explains that because they share a similar pain, they can all be friends. The simple idea seems to resonate with So-hyun, who offers a gentle smile. Mo-Dan insists that's all it really takes to connect with someone. With a new understanding between them, she leads So-hyun back toward the party. But their conversation is cut short by a sudden splash of water. They've stumbled upon the rain-soaked court where the two boys are still facing off. Just as Seol Subin's voice cuts through the rain, bringing up the S-rank gate incident, the two girls can only stare in horror, completely baffled by the scene before them. So-hyun recognizes her brother as he insists that no one blames his father for what happened. Sung-hyun grits his teeth, his entire body trembling with the weight of the accusation. But Seol Subin's grief erupts, screaming that his own sister died there. The final, devastating words land. It was at the hands of Ki Shin-baek. So-hyun can only stare, completely stunned by the horrific claim. She covers her mouth in horror, unable to understand what she's hearing. Her mind reels, trying to process the idea of her father killing someone's sister. Seol Subin's question hangs in the rain, asking what kind of hunter Sung-hyun even wants to be. The words leave Sung-hyun completely shattered, with no answer to give. He can only stand there in the darkness, utterly defeated. Sung-hyun finally finds his voice, throwing his opponent's own words back at him. He admits he's never thought about what kind of hunter he wants to be. He's only here because of a simple, personal admiration for someone else. And he knows he's not the only one on this ship who feels that way. Some people are just here to make friends, a goal that might seem silly to others. But no matter how small the dream, the person chasing it is always serious. He insists there's no such thing as a superior goal, a statement that seems to shake Seol Subin. Because deep down, he insists, they are exactly the same. The words seem to land, cutting through Seol Subin's cold exterior. But he just screams back in denial, questioning how they could ever be alike. Seol Subin's face contorts in pure rage, refusing to accept the comparison. He screams Sung-hyun's name, his fury directed at the boy before him. The two girls can only watch from the sidelines, completely lost. The fight resumes as the two boys grapple on the wet court, surrounded by water spirits. Seol Subin grits his teeth, his frustration boiling over. But Sung-hyun meets his gaze with an equal intensity. He's thrown off balance, splashing hard against the rain-slicked ground. He lets out a scream of pure frustration, his control slipping. One of the water spirits glows brightly, preparing for another attack. The two are locked in a desperate struggle, their faces inches apart. The water spirit explodes with a blinding flash of energy. Sung-hyun grits his teeth, taking the full force of the attack. He's pinned to the ground, the blast hitting him at point-blank range. So-hyun and Mo-Dan can only watch the brutal assault in horror. But a sudden beam of light shoots up from the ship, piercing the stormy sky. Sung-hyun's eyes widen, caught completely off guard by the interruption. A brilliant flash seems to consume the entire court, leaving him stunned and momentarily blinded. But Seol Subin uses the opening. striking him with a newly formed weapon of ice. The blow sends Seung-hyun sliding across the rain-slicked ground, defeated once more. Seol-subin struggles to his feet, his head pounding from the sudden flash. He looks up in confusion as his water spirit begins to flicker and fade. In the darkness, all of his summoned spirits simply vanish into thin air. He realizes his powers are gone just as Seung-hyun rushes in to attack. And this time, the punch lands with a satisfying, brutal impact. The blow sends him stumbling back, completely caught off guard. Seung-hyun's eyes burn with a cold fury as he presses his advantage. But his gaze is drawn to a glowing device now clamped around Seol-subin's wrist. He realizes he must have attached the power seal during their struggle on the ground. A memory flashes back to the gear he stole from his father, a plan he had from the start. Seol-subin stumbles back, while Seung-hyun struggles to catch his breath. But a triumphant grin spreads across his face, knowing his plan worked perfectly. Seol-subin can only grit his teeth, furious at being outsmarted. He lunges forward, completely consumed by a powerless rage. From the sidelines, So-hyun and Mo-dan can only watch the brutal exchange. They're stunned to see the quiet kid fighting with such ferocity. So-hyun can't understand what's driving her brother to this point. Seung-hyun throws another punch, his earlier words echoing in his mind, insisting that no dream is something to be looked down on. And with a final blow, he declares that they are one and the same. He reaches out, a single thought echoing in his mind. Questioning if Seung-hyun is just like him, the thought triggers a memory, washing over him in a flood of images. He remembers being just a boy, trapped in a dark, watery place. A memory of sitting alone amidst the ruins of a city. His expression is hollow, lost in the devastation around him. He looks down at the grim aftermath of the disaster. The horror of that day is reflected in his spiraling gaze. The world around him was nothing but endless rubble. He remembers running aimlessly through the destruction, with no one left to turn to. He remembers running through the ruins of a city, with no end in sight. His younger self could only wonder what cruel fate had brought him to this hell. While the ground was soaked in blood, the stars above simply watched in silence. He remembers the feeling of his strength finally giving out, as he collapsed into the endless field of rubble. Through tears of pain and exhaustion, he tried to push himself back up. His eyes reflected a horror no child should ever have to witness. He wondered if any of the so-called heroes would reach out a hand to help him, but the hunters simply walked away, leaving him behind in the dust. A single bitter thought remained: they should have saved them when they cried for help. He decided then and there that he would be the one to do it. He would become the kind of hunter who saves everyone. A hero who would never leave anyone behind in a place like this again. But Seung-hyun's words echo in his mind, insisting they are the same. A single defiant thought cuts through the memory. No, he tells himself that he is nothing like them. He wonders why those with overwhelming power only ever use it for themselves. He believes that people like Seung-hyun could have done so much more. Back in the present, Seung-hyun grabs him, demanding to know why he can't be more serious. His eyes burn with a desperate, frustrated intensity. He admits he knows nothing about a hunter's duty or what his opponent has been through. But he asks if he can't just learn, starting from right now. He insists that's the entire reason he came to this school. The words seem to break through, as Seol-subin hangs his head in defeat. He looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. But their fight is suddenly interrupted by the sound of a gunshot. A shadowy figure stands before them, a weapon raised high. Seung-hyun can only stare, demanding to know who this person is. The mysterious figure remains silent, their face completely hidden in shadow. We flash back just a few seconds to the moment Seung-hyun's punch found its mark. So-hyun and Mo-dan can only watch the brutal exchange, completely horrified. Their vigil is interrupted by Sun Pureum, who demands to know what's happening. He looks on in panic, realizing his roommate is in the middle of the chaos. So-hyun can only explain that the fight was already underway when she arrived. Sun Pureum screams for them to stop, while So-hyun sends Mo-dan to find help. But his voice is lost in the storm, and he knows someone is about to get hurt. His fears are realized as a brutal impact sends a shockwave across the court. So-hyun decides she can't just stand by, but Sun Pureum tries to hold her back. He asks how she could possibly stop them, insisting they need to be separated. He screams that getting involved is like jumping between two people with loaded guns. So-hyun's mind races, imagining the two boys in a deadly standoff. She pictures herself swooping in to magically disarm them both. But Sun Pureum immediately shoots down her idea of taking their powers away. He warns that if they're left alone, another blast could destroy the entire deck. A sudden resolve hardens his gaze. He reaches into his bag, a plan forming in his mind. He tells So-hyun to stay back, leaving her to wonder what he's about to do. From his bag, he pulls out a glowing high-tech pistol. He explains that he'll have to use a special magic device to intervene. But So-hyun can only imagine him joining the fight, making everything even worse. The two boys can only gasp for air, the fight having taken its toll. But Sung-hyun's eyes are still filled with a burning intensity. While Seol-subin meets his gaze, his own resolve unwavering. Sun Pureum stands over them, glad he finally has their attention. He lectures them for ignoring his calls and starting a dangerous fight. The two fighters can only stare, wondering if he's holding a real weapon. He scolds them for their recklessness, worried they could have damaged the ship. His words seem to land, leaving the two brawlers completely speechless. He sighs, wondering why he's always surrounded by troublemakers. But a familiar voice cuts in as John Woojin appears right behind him. He scolds Sun Pureum, reminding him that magic devices are strictly forbidden on board. With a smug grin, he warns all three of them to expect disciplinary action. And Sung-hyun can only look on, realizing they're all in serious trouble. The storm finally passes, and the ship arrives at the academy under a clear blue sky. John Woojin hangs his head, admitting his own defeat. He marvels that they got in trouble before the semester even began, a feat he's never managed himself. Sun Pureum tries to apologize for the chaos, but Seol-subin insists it's fine, admitting he was the one who used the device. He explains that a professor asked him to bring it, which makes Sung-hyun wonder if all the staff here are unhinged. But Sun Pureum turns his attention back to the freshmen, warning them that the real problem is just beginning. He tells them to head to their dorms, but So-hyun is surprised to learn they won't be going to the same place. Sun Pureum explains that they'll likely be in different dorms, a fact that catches So-hyun off guard. Sung-hyun clarifies that the academy has various dorms scattered all over the island. A map of the island reveals just how spread out the student housing really is. So-hyun's expression darkens, hoping she won't have to share a dorm with the pink-haired girl. Sung-hyun checks his phone, revealing their assigned dorm is called Engsok Hall. But their journey is cut short, as one of their suitcase wheels suddenly breaks. The minor inconvenience leaves both siblings looking completely exasperated. Just then, Seol-subin appears, offering to help them with the broken suitcase. He checks his own phone, a look of surprise on his face, because it turns out he's been assigned to the exact same dorm. Sung-hyun can only stare, still bandaged from his fight. He can't believe the sheer absurdity of this situation. A new voice cuts in, asking if they're the new dorm mates. A woman in a tracksuit introduces herself as the dorm supervisor, An Doyeon. Mo-dan cheerfully introduces herself as well, and the supervisor welcomes the group. So-hyun is just relieved she won't be sharing a dorm with the pink-haired girl from the party, and she's even more thrilled to learn that she and Mo-dan will be together. As they're told to load their luggage, So-hyun celebrates making a new friend. She declares the semester is off to a great start, while the boys look on, far less enthusiastic. The story then flashes back to a time of chaos, when monsters first appeared and rogue-powered people ran rampant. A lone voice declared the need for a school dedicated to people with powers. And so, years later, a man secretly built that very school on a small, remote island. It would come to be known as the Seonghan Awakened Academy, or Hunter School, a place where qualifications didn't matter, only the power you possessed. While it might seem like a simple rural school, located far to the south, the entire island itself is actually the campus, a true school city. It boasts high-end training tools, unrivaled information, and city-level infrastructure. For these reasons, every aspiring hunter dreams of entering this institution. However, not everyone who arrives here understands the weight of that dream. There's one girl here who entered this school without knowing a thing about its reputation. So-hyun calls out to her new friend, her eyes bright with excitement. Sung-hyun waits by the door as Mo-dan urges her to hurry for the entrance ceremony. With a happy smile, So-hyun gets ready for her first official day at the academy. It's the day of the entrance ceremony, and the students of Engsok Hall are ready to begin. Sung-hyun waits outside, noting that his sister is finally making an appearance. But as So-hyun and Mo-dan emerge, he asks where their other dorm mate has gone. Mo-dan explains that Seol-subin left early to prepare, leaving Sung-hyun confused. She seems surprised that he hasn't already figured it out, because Seol-subin is this year's freshman representative, tasked with leading the pledge. He stands before the entire student body, swearing to uphold the school's rules and policies. But Sung-hyun scoffs at the hypocrisy, since Seol-subin also got in trouble before school even started. A more important question begins to form in his mind. If he's the representative, it must mean he had the highest entrance score of all the freshmen. He remembers the water blast from the ship, an attack with almost A-rank level power. He realizes that if Seol-subin hadn't held back, or if he hadn't used the sealing device, the fight could have been fatal. As he takes the pledge, he remembers his father's condition to join the student council. He knows he'll have to survive among powerful students just like Seo Subin. His expression hardens with a new resolve, knowing this is just the beginning. But his sister's excitement is a stark contrast to his own grim determination. After the ceremony, Mo-dan tells So-hyun it's time to head back to the dorms. But Mo-dan points out that So-hyun's schedule is different, leaving her completely confused. Sung-hyun explains that since she missed so many years of school, she has some catching up to do. Mo-dan excitedly announces that while everyone else is in class, she'll be helping So-hyun study for her GED. The news leaves So-hyun completely baffled, with no idea what a GED even is. Mo-dan cheerfully lists off all the basic school subjects she'll have to master. And the reality of her situation finally sinks in, filling So-hyun with absolute dread. As Mo-dan drives her away, Sung-hyun asks his new friend to take good care of his sister. So-hyun screams that she'll hate him for this, while he mutters that the feeling is becoming mutual. He then arrives at his own destination, a building called Yunhang Hall. Inside, he takes his seat in a large lecture hall, ready for his first day of classes to begin. He looks over the syllabus for his first class, Hunter Ethics, wondering what that even entails. The other students begin to wonder where their professor is, with class about to start. The clock on the wall ticks closer to the hour, and as the minute hand strikes 12, the classroom door suddenly swings open. Sung-hyun and the other students look up, caught off guard by the sudden entrance. A strange figure glides into the room on a hoverboard, leaving the students completely baffled by the sight. No one seems to know what to make of this bizarre entrance. Their new professor stands before them, a strange, imposing figure with an unconventional sense of style. His expression is intense, almost disdainful of the students before him. He glides to a stop, his hoverboard humming quietly on the floor. He turns to the class, offering a simple, almost cold greeting. He introduces himself as Hagiwara Jin, welcoming them to his class. But his first order of business is a strange, unexpected declaration. He tells the entire class that he absolutely hates this school. He calls the entire education system inefficient and a waste of time, especially for ability users who he claims are often far too quirky, or just incredibly stubborn. Because in his mind, efficiency is the only thing that truly matters. He then poses a question to the class, all in the name of efficiency. He explains that while modern military power could handle most monsters, it's always hunters who are sent into the dungeons. His gaze sweeps over the students as he asks them to explain why. The class can only look at each other, completely stumped by the question. Hagiwara Jin provides the answer himself, his expression cold and pragmatic. He explains that the cost of military hardware far outweighs the profits from magic stones. Compared to ability users, who only require the most basic of needs, their overwhelming power is simply the most cost-effective solution. He makes a simple gesture explaining that in the end, it all comes down to money. He explains that for hunters, the cost is also the stamina and energy spent in battle. He warns that putting too much strength into every move is a foolish way to die from exhaustion. In short, the most important quality is judgment, a quality he believes every single hunter must possess above all else. He then calls on a nervous student sitting in the front row. When asked about his ability, the student identifies as a construct type, a term that seems to confuse Sung-hyun. The professor then asks if he knows the limits of his own power, and the boy can only offer a vague answer. But Hagiwara Jin presses further, asking about specifics the student has never even considered. A barrage of questions about weight, speed, and material properties leaves the student completely overwhelmed. The professor looms over him, his eyes glowing as he delivers a single brutal verdict. Fail. He explains that to understand others, you must first understand yourself. The brutal lesson leaves Sung-hyun sweating nervously in his seat. The professor's gaze scans the room, searching for his next victim, and his finger lands directly on Sung-hyun. When asked about his ability type, our boy can only stammer in confusion. Hagiwara Jin's patience is already wearing incredibly thin. Sung-hyun struggles to find an answer, his mind completely blank. He's forced to admit that he doesn't know any of those details. The professor's finger remains pointed, a silent, unwavering demand, and his expression twists into one of pure, unadulterated rage. A white-haired student can only stare, completely stunned by the professor's rage. After class, the students file out into the hallway, the tension still thick in the air. But a blue-haired student calls out, stopping Sung-hyun in his tracks. He confronts our boy, questioning if he was serious about not knowing his own ability type. He accuses Sung-hyun of showing off on the very first day of school, but Sung-hyun insists he's never heard of any of these terms before. The white-haired student from earlier looks on, a flicker of realization in his eyes. The blue-haired boy's expression shifts, wondering if Sung-hyun is truly that clueless. But the white-haired student just scoffs, telling him to figure it out himself before storming off. The blue-haired student is left standing alone, completely baffled by the entire exchange. The blue-haired student watches Sung-hyun leave, a sense of confusion on his face. He can't shake the feeling that something about the new kid is just off. Later, Sung-hyun is called into the professor's office. Hagiwara-jin asks what the problem is, and Sung-hyun struggles to explain. The professor correctly guesses that he's already having trouble keeping up. Sung-hyun admits that it feels like everyone else has already studied this material before. When the professor asks how he prepared, Sung-hyun says he just used the internet and books. Hagiwara-jin then asks a simple question. Does he have his ability use certification? When Sung-hyun admits he doesn't, the professor completely loses his composure. He screams that every ability user is required to have one, but Sung-hyun insists he wasn't able to get it. The professor explains that as a minor, he needed parental consent, leaving Sung-hyun stunned. And in that moment, he realizes Ki Shin-bak deliberately blocked his son from ever becoming a hunter. He then asks about So-hyun, certain that as a returnee, she must have the proper certification. But we cut to So-hyun, who has no idea what he's even talking about. Mo-dan listens in, realizing Professor Chai Ji-hyung must have handled everything for her. Sung-hyun wonders if he can just get certified now that he's an adult. But the professor screams that it's far too late, insisting he's already screwed. When asked how he's been training, Sung-hyun admits he's only done physical sparring with Lee Ju-yong. He explains that his friend found ability training too hard to explain, which only enrages the professor. Hagiwara-jin screams that it's not that he didn't want to, but that he literally wasn't allowed to. He explains that when an ability user gets certified, they automatically form a pact that legally prevents them from explaining their powers to anyone who isn't certified. It's a massive, unbreakable oath that links all users through their spiritual energy. That's why all the information Sung-hyun found online was just the tip of the iceberg, or in most cases, completely fake, leaving him to wonder why it's so controlled. The professor's answer is simple. Because abilities are inherently dangerous, even the weakest user can be a threat, and their power can't be taken away or even seen. The realization finally hits Sung-hyun, who understands why his friend could never teach him. Hagiwara-jin can only look on, completely baffled by this unprecedented situation. He recalls that he recommended the kid not just for his rare ability, but for his surprising battle instincts. He realizes that if Sung-hyun is this good under these conditions, then his own eye for talent is truly unmatched, adding that Shanghan students are provisionally qualified anyway. He then offers Sung-hyun a small glowing blue cube. It's a blue cube, a key to the private network where all the advanced information is stored. He orders Sung-hyun to study everything on the site, and our boy can only agree. But Hagiwara-jin has one final warning. Don't let anyone know how clueless he really is. This is a top-tier school, and he reminds Sung-hyun of his goal to join the student council. The pressure is already mounting, the faces of his classmates flashing in his mind. He promises to be careful, leaving the professor's office behind. Meanwhile, So-hyun looks at a similar cube of her own, this one a vibrant pink. She asks if the device can be used for games, but Mo-dan just encourages her to try it out. So-hyun hesitantly presses the pink cube, activating it. The device glows with a brilliant light, recognizing her as a student. A system message appears, but it's completely unreadable, leaving So-hyun in awe. Mo-dan explains that she can now ask the device anything she wants to know. So-hyun is completely amazed that the cube can actually talk back to her. With a new tool at her disposal, she prepares to ask her first question. Her mind flashes back to the fight on the ship and the mention of an incident from 7 years ago. She remembers the look of horror on her face as she overheard the terrible accusation. And so, she asks the device to tell her exactly what happened that day. But the device can't process her vague request, returning an error message. So-hyun tries to clarify, explaining it involved her father and a death, but the system needs more details. Mo-dan gets an idea, suggesting they check the school forums first. She thinks it's better to see what normal students are talking about, much to So-hyun's confusion. And so they log into the Sunghan Academy's general forum. The screen is immediately flooded with a stream of student posts. One student is looking for someone to grab lunch with. Another is asking about the name of a local cat, leaving So-hyun a bit surprised. She's stunned by how normal it all is, but Mo-dan just confirms this is what school is like. But then a new post catches their attention, asking about the Hunter Ethics class. The post mocks a student who knew absolutely nothing about his own powers, and another user reveals that student's name is Gi Sung-hyun, leaving Mo-dan stunned. They question how someone so clueless could have possibly gotten into the academy. The revelation leaves her sweating, a look of disbelief in her eyes. The forum explodes with speculation, accusing him of corruption and using connections to get in. The blue-haired student from class walks on, convinced there's something shady about the new kid. He approaches Sung-hyun, proposing they investigate this mystery together. But before Sung-hyun can even respond, two strangers with cameras appear, announcing they have a way. The man asks if he's the freshman Gi Sung-hyun, and our boy hesitantly confirms it. The man erupts with excitement, telling his partner to get the camera ready for an interview. The blue-haired student is caught off guard, as the man introduces himself as a member of the school newspaper. He's told to wear a strange black ring for just a moment. The simple band slides onto his finger, and a connected device on his wrist displays a single glowing bar. The reporter is stunned by the low reading, while the student demands to know what it is. He laughs at the boy's cluelessness, revealing it's a rank scanner. The result is a shocking confirmation. The student is an F rank. The reporter celebrates his incredible scoop, realizing he's found an F rank in the Hunter department. But as the student demands to know who gave them permission, the reporter just shoves a microphone in his face. He's immediately bombarded with questions about what tricks he used to get into the academy. He's accused of bribing the school, or using his family's fame to get in. But the blue-haired student has heard enough, telling the reporter to stop. He then warns the camerawoman to put her camera away. The reporter is stunned as the student demands he hand over the ring, threatening to get physical. But the challenge only seems to excite him, as he declares a fight is the only way to end the interview. He taunts Sung-hyun, insisting an F-rank nepotism case doesn't stand a chance. But his triumphant grin is cut short as he's suddenly grabbed from behind. The blue-haired student pins him to the ground, forcing him to surrender while his partner just snaps photos. Lying on the ground afterward, the student can only wonder why he's surrounded by lunatics. He looks up at the sky, questioning if he'll ever make it to the student council at this rate. Hagiwara Jin announces their next exercise, a mock monster combat that requires teams of 3. The blue-haired student tries to find a partner, but is immediately rejected. He's left standing alone, wondering what he's supposed to do now. Another group turns him away, stating they only accept C-rank hunters or higher. With no other options, the student approaches the professor for help. He explains that no one is willing to let him join their team. Hagiwara Jin's response is simple and brutal. Then do it solo. The student can only stare, completely stunned by the cold command. And so, he's thrown into the simulation alone, facing a towering, monstrous golem. He can only curse his luck, realizing he's been sent into a living hell. The solo challenger from the simulation accepts his fate. His score a perfect 0. But he's not the only one struggling, as a new professor calls on Seung-hyun. He's asked for a strategy to clear a dungeon, but our boy is completely stumped. Every question is met with another wrong answer, his confidence crumbling. The professor's frustration finally erupts, questioning why Sung-hyun is even here. All he can do is offer a nervous apology, trying to laugh it off. Later, at the student cafeteria, the day's frustrations are still simmering. Sung-hyun seethes over his meal, unable to stand the professor's attitude. He feels like he's being singled out with impossible, obscure questions, and his angry outburst catches the attention of a nearby student. It's So-hyun offering a cheerful wave from across the cafeteria. The sight leaves Sung-hyun completely stunned by her sudden appearance. Modan pushes her forward, urging her to hurry up. She teases that her little brother is eating all by himself again. Sung-hyun can only let out an exasperated sigh. He thinks that if his sister stays away, she won't get dragged into his problems. He tells himself it's fine, since he's always been used to this kind of treatment. A memory of his middle school days proves that nothing has really changed, but his real concern is the student council, knowing he has no chance of getting in like this. He knows he has to do something to prove his strength, or he'll never make it. But his meal is interrupted by Seol Subin, who points out that he's eating alone again. The blue-haired student retorts that after the stunt he pulled, no one wants to be his friend either. His gaze hardens as he processes the situation. Seol Subin sits down anyway, explaining he has something important to discuss. He reveals it's about So-hyun, leaving the other boy completely confused. He explains that things aren't going so well for her either. The news seems to catch the blue-haired student completely off guard. He leans in, demanding to know everything. Seol Subin meets his gaze, his expression serious and unwavering. And so he begins to explain the full story. He explains that in yesterday's mock combat class, So-hyun was struggling. Her teammate angrily questioned what she was even doing there. So-hyun was completely lost, unable to contribute to the fight. The girl pointed out that she never used her ability and was useless with a weapon. Modan tried to smooth things over, saying she covered for them both. But the frustrated teammate just walked away, leaving them behind. So-hyun could only apologize to Modan for being a burden. Seol Subin continues his story, explaining that her brother helped her once when their classes overlapped. But that was the only time, and since then, she's been completely alone. She's been too afraid to use her magic, knowing that if she loses control, a professor will be sent to stop her. The blue-haired student offers a simple solution, telling Sung-hyun to just trust him. He explains that So-hyun is struggling, while Sung-hyun is just as lost. The conversation then shifts to the S-rank gate incident from 7 years ago. Modan adds that even the Blue Cube and their dorm supervisor are avoiding the topic. The weight of it all is clearly taking its toll on So-hyun. She wonders if school is always supposed to be this draining. The exhaustion finally catches up to her, and she drifts off in the middle of class. She wakes with a start, realizing she's slept through the entire lecture. She panics, realizing she's an idiot for falling asleep on her first day. With no notes of her own, she looks around for someone to help. She looks around the classroom, hoping to find a friendly face to help her. But her mind flashes back to a different classroom, a memory of a boy with spiky hair and a terrified girl. The white-haired student in the present seems to notice her distress, but a sudden realization hits So-hyun, her eyes widening in shock. She immediately bolts from the room, rushing down the empty hallway. The white-haired boy can only watch her leave, completely baffled by her reaction. So-hyun finally stops at a staircase, struggling to catch her breath. She's overwhelmed with frustration, tears welling in her eyes as she calls herself an idiot. But a voice cuts through her thoughts, asking if she's crying. She turns to find a muscular student with a headband, offering a confident grin. Her mind flashes back to a memory of him screaming, a look of recognition on her face. He asks if she's crying because she missed the lecture. He then offers to let her see his notes, and she's completely stunned by the kind gesture. With a big smile, he tells her to follow him, and she eagerly agrees. He leads her down the hall to another lecture room. Inside, he calls out to a girl in a yellow sweater named Hong Yoonbi. The muscular student, Junil, asks her what's up, with So-hyun looking on in confusion. He then demands to see her notes, leaving So-hyun completely baffled by the sudden shift. The girl reminds him that he promised the last time was the final favor he'd ask. He insists it's for the freshmen, but admits he wouldn't mind seeing them too. The girl looks completely overwhelmed, a bead of sweat on her cheek. But Janil just screams back, insisting he's screwed if he fails again this year. She seems to ask if he really wants to see her flunk out of school. But a new voice cuts in, telling him to stop if she doesn't want to share. The blue-haired girl explains that forcing someone to do something is simply not the right thing to do. Junil scoffs, annoyed that she's making him out to be some kind of villain. He insists he was just trying to help her, but she stands her ground. For a moment, he seems to question if his actions were really wrong. But his doubt quickly turns to amusement as he grabs her arm and begins to laugh. He finally gives up, turning to walk out of the classroom. But the blue-haired girl suddenly grabs his wrist, stopping him cold. He turns back, annoyed that she's trying to stop him from leaving. She insists that he can't just walk away after making her look like the bad guy. He needs to stay and clear up the misunderstanding he created. But her own resolve seems to waver under his intense glare. And in a surprising show of strength, she throws him over her shoulder. The sudden move leaves Hong Yoonbi completely speechless. The blue-haired girl herself seems stunned by what she's just done, and Janil can only stare up from the floor, completely baffled by the turn of events. He looks down at his bleeding hand, wondering how he could have possibly gotten hurt. His eyes widen in dawning horror as he asks if this was her ability. He insists that as a body-type user, he shouldn't take damage like this, accusing her of lying. But his mind races, putting the impossible pieces together. As he screams that she must be a returnee, leaving the girl completely frozen in fear. The word triggers a dark memory of another returnee, his face shrouded in shadow. A sinister grin spreads across his face, realizing just how serious this situation has become. The blue-haired girl is terrified, remembering rumors of a dangerous returnee from the previous year. Junil accuses her of being just like the others, using her powers on people without a second thought. He turns away in a rage, furious that he didn't realize her true nature back on the ship. He lunges forward, but his attack is stopped by a sudden flash of light. A glowing blue barrier materializes just in time, leaving the blue-haired girl completely stunned. She realizes the strange object appeared out of nowhere to protect her. But a new voice cuts through the tension, remarking on her earlier words. The white-haired student stands before her, complimenting her for standing up for what's right. He steps forward, his aura flaring as he says it's the kind of thing a hero would say. He believes that her answer was the best one she could have given. When asked who he is, he simply introduces himself as Seol Subin, a fellow freshman. He then turns to Junil, questioning when the girl ever used her ability, but the accusation is repeated. But Junil's rage shifts, realizing that Seol-subin just used his own power to attack him. Seol-subin explains that returnees are known for their superior physical traits. He then asks the room if anyone actually saw the girl use a special power. He questions what's so wrong with using an ability in the first place, leaving Junil stunned. Seol-subin lists off all of Junil's own transgressions, from grabbing her arm to trying to attack her. He concludes that using a power is far more civilized than Junil's own actions. The insult sends Junil into a blind rage, and he lunges forward. His eyes burn with pure, unadulterated fury. But Seol-subin stands his ground, radiating an aura of unshakable confidence. He calmly states that a true hero would never back down from a duel, and his heroic declaration has already earned him a couple of new fans in the crowd. Junil grits his teeth, his face contorted with pure rage. He screams in fury as the blue-haired girl struggles to hold him back. Seol-subin can only watch, a bit surprised by the intensity of the confrontation. Back in the cafeteria, the blue-haired student asks if Seung-hyun understands the situation. Seol-subin tells him that while avoiding his sister is one thing, he still needs to show some concern. Because now that her secret is out, her school life is about to get much harder. The weight of it all leaves Seung-hyun sweating, feeling completely overwhelmed. The blue-haired girl chimes in, admitting her own situation isn't much better. But the blue-haired student believes he might have found a way to solve all their problems. He turns to the others, ready to explain his new plan. But Seol-subin is already talking to a blonde student, who seems surprised by his sudden appearance. He clarifies that he's not talking about him, but about the quality of the cafeteria food. He complains that the noodles used to be much better last year, with more meat and a thicker broth. He fondly remembers the previous cafeteria lady, wondering what happened after last year's incident. The tangent leaves Seol-subin and the blue-haired student completely baffled. He laments the tragedy of the changing staff, while Seol-subin tries to get him back on topic. The blue-haired student finally snaps, insisting that's not what's important right now. The blonde student finally focuses, asking what he meant by a way to improve their reputations. The blue-haired student leans in, desperate to hear this new plan, and the blonde student reveals his idea. To aim for the observation class in 2 weeks. The blue-haired student questions the idea, thinking it's a class for parents to attend. But Seol-subin points out that freshmen will be dueling second years, doubting the premise. John Woojin clarifies that it's not parents who will be observing them. The people watching will be numerous professional hunters from the industry. The news leaves both the blue-haired student and Seol-subin completely stunned. He explains the guest list includes members of famous guilds and company managers. It's a massive event where industry big shots come to watch the students' duels. The blue-haired student's eyes widen with a sudden dawning realization. He understands that a good performance here could completely change his reputation. But Seol-subin asks a more practical question about how the event will be run with so many students. John Woojin explains that last year, the duels were organized by student ID numbers. He suggests the blue-haired student pick a D-rank opponent to make a good impression. But the blue-haired student rejects the idea, saying he doesn't need a D-rank. The unexpected response leaves John Woojin completely baffled. The scene shifts to the Grand Seongan Academy library. Inside, the blue-haired student is searching for the document viewing room. He asks a librarian for access to student footage, but is told it's usually for professors only. Still, the librarian casually hands over a key card, granting him access anyway. He walks through the quiet archives, a determined look on his face. He finds the records for last year's observation class, confirming they were grouped by student ID. He realizes that if the groupings are the same this year, he'll be matched with one of 2 specific returnees. With 30 students per group, he knows at least one of them will be his opponent. His plan is simple: learn their fighting styles and challenge them in front of everyone. He imagines using his own chains to completely subdue his target, proving his worth by taking down a powerful returnee. But he's not the only one with a score to settle. Junil seethes over his meal, furious about his own public humiliation. The pink-haired girl asks what he plans to do, and he vows to get his revenge in the observation class. But she just looks at him with a condescending smirk, questioning if he's really up to the task. She reminds him that he was the one who ended up bleeding after their last encounter. The pink-haired girl agrees with Junil's sentiment, admitting she also dislikes So-hyun. She then offers to take care of the problem for him. Junil questions if she can really win, but she's completely confident in her abilities. In return, however, she'll expect a favor from him. He's still skeptical, reminding her that a returnee is a dangerous opponent. But she insists there's a way to handle it. In fact, she believes So-hyun's returnee status is the very thing that makes her vulnerable, a weakness that might make her easier to catch as another returnee studies alone. 2 weeks pass and Seung-hyun stands before a set of doors, his plan in motion. His preparations are complete. his expression set with a grim determination. He looks out at the massive crowd, the other students seated beside him. His eyes burn with intensity, knowing this is his chance to prove himself. But we cut to a different classroom, where the day's lesson has just ended. So-hyun looks down, frustrated that she couldn't accomplish anything, but Professor Chai Ji-hyung calls out to her, asking for a moment of her time. He explains that he's taking her to where the observation class is being held. The two walk along a quiet path, far from the main school buildings. She wonders aloud how there could possibly be a classroom out here. Her eyes widen as she finally sees their strange destination. Before them stands a lone elevator, completely out of place in the middle of the woods. He explains this is just one of many paths to a secret underground facility. The two of them step inside, the doors closing them off from the world above. The professor notes that this is her first time ever going underground. He explains that the school's secret origins mean most of its buildings are hidden from view. The revelation leaves So-hyun completely stunned. As the elevator descends, a new world begins to open up before them. She's left speechless by the sight of a massive, futuristic city built deep beneath the island. Her fear turns to excitement as she realizes this is a real-life secret hideout. The professor explains that this place houses things far too dangerous for the surface. Things like powerful magical artifacts and areas warped by old dungeon breaks. And even terrifying monsters captured and held for research purposes. Creatures with faces that are nothing more than an empty void. He even admits there are secret spaces that he knows nothing about. A revelation that leaves So-hyun completely starstruck. As they walk through the underground facility, the professor changes the subject. He asks her how her school life has been going so far. He wonders if she's found anything too difficult to handle. She admits that she still struggles to make friends easily. But she does have Modan, who's already had to correct her on how to say her name. And she adds that Sun Pareum and John Woo-jin have been treating her well too. She even mentions Seol Subin, who has been surprisingly kind to her. But she admits that most of the other students still keep their distance. She's convinced it's because of the accident, remembering the confrontation with Junili. The fear of hurting someone again is clearly weighing on her, haunted by the memory of her power running wild. But Professor Chai Ji-hyung offers some gentle reassurance. He promises to keep her safe, reminding her that her brother is here too. His words seem to reach her, a small smile breaking through her fear. He insists that a disaster like the one at the hospital will never happen again. And as the doors open, she finds herself looking out at a massive, crowded arena. So-hyun arrives at the arena, noting the large crowd as two professors greet each other. One of the professors takes the stage, immediately calling out his colleague for being late. He announces the rules for the observation class. 10-minute duels between seniors and juniors. The reason for the underground location is this special dueling arena. He explains that the arena is sponsored by a major magical corporation. With the press of a button, a massive energy barrier surrounds the entire stage. He explains that through their suits, the students will be linked to special statues. This means that any damage they take during the duel will be transferred directly to their corresponding statue, as he brutally demonstrates. The violent display leaves So-hyun and the other students completely stunned. The professor takes the full force of the blow, his statue shattering behind him. But he stands there completely unharmed, a cartoonish crack appearing on his suit. He explains that all damage is transferred to the statues, not the students. Modan realizes this means they can finally go all out without fear of injury. Professor Chai Ji-hyung tries to calm the students, saying this is just a friendly lesson from their seniors. But Seol Subin can't quite believe the casual advice. And Seung-hyun knows that in a place like this, don't be nervous is an impossible command, especially with the intimidating glares of the professional hunters watching from the stands. He looks out at the massive crowd, the pressure mounting with every passing second. Because with an event of this scale, he knows the industry's most powerful figures are all here. Even hunters from the biggest corporate guilds are in attendance. Sung-hyun's guess was right. The twin peaks of the industry, Shin-sung and Yoo-jae, are here. And the big shots from both companies have come to watch the students personally. From the Shin-sung Guild, Oh Gang-ho and Hunter Mateo look on with serious expressions, while Gu Ji-won and Do Jin-wook represent the Yoo-jae Guild. But Mateo can't help but wonder why they're wasting time watching a bunch of kids. His senior Oh Gang-ho realizes this is his first time at an observation class. He asks if this really looks like a simple friendly match, explaining that the smarter students already know the truth. This arena is a field of opportunity, a chance to appeal directly to the guilds. Because what they're really doing here is a massive talent recruitment. Oh Gang-ho tells his subordinate to watch every single match with intense focus. He warns him not to let their rivals from the Yoo-jae Guild steal any of the promising talent. Elsewhere, John Woo-jin scans the crowd, wondering who he should choose as an opponent. His eyes land on the blue-haired student, thinking he'd be the most interesting target. But the blue-haired student has already found his own target, calling out to a senior. He confidently challenges a girl with a large case on her back to a duel. The bold move leaves Jian Wujin and the other students completely stunned. The girl turns to face him, her expression cold and unreadable. The blue-haired student seems confused by the reaction, wondering if he knows who she is, because he's just challenged one of the most famous students in the academy. The senior simply turns to face him, her expression unreadable. Seung-hyun stands his ground, while Jian Wujin looks on with a knowing smile. Seol-subin panics, questioning if he's really planning to fight a returnee, but Seung-hyun is dead serious. He insists that their power doesn't matter, believing his chains conceal their abilities. Just like the device he used to overwhelm Seol-subin on the ship, Jian Wujin seems impressed, noting that our boy has a lot of faith in his plan. He then adds that Seung-hyun chose well, since this girl is the weakest of all the returnees. The reason, he explains, is that she never uses her returnee abilities. The revelation catches Seung-hyun completely off guard, and Jian Wujin is stunned that he didn't already know this crucial piece of information. Jian Wujin explains that she only uses magical devices, having sealed her own powers since last year. The news leaves Seung-hyun completely stunned, realizing his entire plan is useless. From the stands, the guild members watch with keen interest. Meanwhile, the first duel of the day is already underway, a fierce clash of blades. The two fighters are locked in combat inside the massive energy barrier. Jian Wujin continues his explanation, adding that she's a sword user. Her weapon is a unique sword named Hongyun, which possesses a special power of its own. The sword's ability allows its wielder to unleash massive waves of energy. But unlike a normal attack, the energy can be fired in any direction, regardless of the swing. And Seung-hyun can only listen, realizing he's walked into a fight completely blind. Jian Wujin explains that this is recent news, as she only stopped using her powers last semester. He adds that the school even supports her with that special sword, while Seung-hyun laments his own lack of support. Jian Wujin just laughs, saying he could have just borrowed a weapon from storage. But his attention is suddenly drawn to a new arrival. It's Modan, who cheerfully asks if he's also participating today. She then asks if he's already decided on an opponent. He confidently announces he's chosen to fight Miju. The name catches Modan by surprise, just as the pink-haired girl herself appears with a smile. Modan explains that Miju thought he was too harsh on the ship and challenged her to a friendly duel. But Jian Wujin is completely terrified, insisting that the girl Modan met must have been a ghost. Seung-hyun tells his friend to handle it, completely overwhelmed by the situation. The announcer then calls for the second duel to begin, pitting Modan against Go Junil. The announcement leaves both So-hyun and Modan completely stunned. But Modan is excited for her turn, while So-hyun panics, knowing who her opponent is. She tries to warn her friend, remembering Junil's aggressive behavior from before. But Modan just tells her not to worry, her expression filled with confidence. She insists that she never loses to kids who bully others. On the other side of the arena, Junil steps forward with a menacing grin. The two opponents are told to place their weapons on the podium for registration. The system needs to analyze their gear to properly protect them during the duel. The duel is set to begin in 1 minute, with Modan facing off against Go Junil. He calls out to her, and she confirms her name, a bit confused by his approach. With a smug grin, he holds up his massive sword, asking if she recognizes it. He screams that this weapon was given to him by the powerful Shinsung group. He proudly announces its name is Echo, hoping to intimidate his opponent. But in the stands, the members of the Shinsung Guild look completely baffled by the claim. Ogango confirms they never provided any such support, clearly unimpressed by the lie. Nearby, the pink-haired girl watches the scene unfold with a knowing smirk. A guild leader from the rival UJ Guild seems to understand the boy's desperate plan. Junil continues his boast, revealing the sword is a rare item set to be auctioned off soon. Modan isn't sure why he's bragging, but his choice of weapon tells her everything she needs to know. So-hyun listens from the stands, realizing that if he's a sword user, then he must be a body technique user, just as Modan suspected. The memory takes her back to a simple lesson about the 5 types of energy. She remembers being told that all ability users fall into one of 5 categories, and those categories determine the 5 jobs that awaken within them, much like in a video game. The first of these is the body technique user, the warrior class of their world. Modan had explained that anyone who favors a weapon like a sword is almost certainly a body technique user, as the countdown for the duel begins. These users specialize in enhancing their physical abilities or even transforming their bodies entirely. The final second ticks away, their gaze is locked in a silent challenge. As the duel begins, Mo Dan charges forward with a giant fork, meeting his massive blade head-on. So Hyun can only watch from the stands, completely stunned by the ferocity of the clash. She effortlessly parries his powerful swing, the impact sending a shockwave across the arena. Junil is completely taken aback by her unexpected strength. But Mo Dan holds her ground, her expression unwavering. Her eyes are filled with a fierce, unyielding determination. He brings his sword crashing down, but she dodges just in time, the blade shattering the floor. A small crack appears on her statue, a sign that she took a minor hit but remains unharmed. The sight leaves So-hyun completely speechless, her worry growing with every second. Mo Dan recalls a key lesson. Avoid close combat with a body technique user. She easily slips under his powerful telegraphed swing. Junil brings his blade down again, but she's already out of the way. His eyes widen, realizing she's far more agile than he expected. Because in a flash, she's already behind him, her own weapon glowing with power. A confident smile spreads across her face as she prepares to counter. Junil can only look on in shock, completely outmaneuvered. She unleashes a swift, powerful strike of her own, but her weapon has suddenly transformed, now a spiky mace that clashes against his block. And from the stands, So-hyun can only stare, completely baffled by her friend's strange ability. Junil can't believe she managed to block his attack from such an awkward position. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock, because the force of her counter sends him stumbling backward across the arena. The sudden turn of events leaves Seung-hyun and the others completely stunned. So-hyun can only watch, her mind struggling to process what just happened. But Junil is even more confused, wondering why his own sword seemed to bounce off her weapon. Seung-hyun tries to make sense of it, questioning the properties of that strange blade. Junil wonders aloud if his sword has some kind of reflective ability he didn't know about. But Mo Dan just laughs, her weapon now a giant spoon, telling him it's too early to be surprised. Her expression hardens as she declares that the real fight is just beginning. Mo Dan's lesson continues, reminding her that close combat with a body technique user is a losing game. But she explains that in certain special cases, that rule can be broken. The second class of user, the summoner, is one of those exceptions. They create their own unique armaments, just like Seung-hyun and his spectral chains. Each of these summoned weapons possesses a special ability, one that can completely nullify a massive difference in raw power. Junil admits he was surprised by her strength, but his confidence quickly returns. He boasts that despite her tricks, he's still the faster fighter. But from the stands, So-hyun seems to notice something strange about his sword. And Junil's own expression shifts to one of pure confusion, because the blade of his sword begins to crack and vibrate under the strain. He's completely baffled by the strange reaction, as Mo Dan warns him that a moment's distraction is all it takes. She unleashes a powerful counter, her own energy flaring brightly across the arena. Even the pink-haired girl in the stands is stunned by the sudden turn of events. Junil grits his teeth, his blade meeting her glowing spoon in a shower of sparks. She swings her weapon, sending a wave of pure energy right at him. But the impact leaves a small crack in her own summoned weapon. A triumphant grin spreads across Junil's face, sensing an opening. He plants his foot, preparing to charge forward with all his might. But Mo Dan is already on the move, her glowing spoon raised for another attack. Junil braces himself, meeting her attack with his own blade. But Mo Dan is far too quick, weaving through his wild swings with ease. He grits his teeth in frustration as she blocks another powerful blow. He puts all his strength into the next swing, a wave of energy erupting from his sword. But she counters again, the impact sending him staggering backward. He can't believe what's happening, his confidence completely shaken. But Mo Dan is just as confused, wondering why her full-strength attack seems to have done absolutely no damage to him at all. Junil's face contorts, a strange sensation spreading across his cheek. He touches his face, a look of dawning horror in his eyes. He looks down at his hand, which seems to be turning into sharp black spikes. And in that moment, he finally understands the spoon's true ability. Anything that touches her weapon turns completely soft, like rubber or pudding, rendering it useless. He realizes that no matter how much he enhances his body, a direct hit from that spoon would be devastating. But Mo Dan knows that with her secret revealed, landing another blow will be difficult. She admits that her last attack, which bent his sword like paper, was pure luck. To win this, she'll have to summon a much stronger piece of cutlery. But her power has two major weaknesses she has to consider. The first is that she can only summon one piece of cutlery at a time. And the second is that she has no idea which one will actually appear. Trying to resummon a weapon is a complete gamble. And in the brief moment she's unarmed, she's left completely defenseless. The complex strategy leaves her sweating under the pressure. She realizes that her opponent is far from an ordinary fighter. Her mind flashes back to a painful memory, wishing she could summon the knife like she did that day, a time when she was on the floor, humiliated by her classmates. A group of faceless bullies had laughed at her expense, a time when she was left alone, covered in the remnants of their cruel jokes. Her power first awakened amidst the mess on the classroom floor. But even then, she could only look down, consumed by her own shame, until a glowing knife materialized in her hand, a sign of the strength within. The sight was enough to stop her tormentors in their tracks. She stood alone in the empty hall, clutching the first weapon she ever summoned. But their mockery quickly turned to aggression, as one of the boys lunged forward ready to attack. The memory of that empty classroom still haunts her, because in the end, they were the ones who ran away in fear. She remembers standing over the aftermath, the knife still in her hand. A single drop of blood falls, a grim reminder of that day. But in the present, she realizes with a thrill that this is a real fight. A true battle between two powerful ability users. Junil's expression hardens, his strategy clearly shifting. He tosses his sword aside, deciding to rely on his own power. The move even catches the pink-haired girl in the stands by surprise. A blue aura erupts around him as he declares he's done holding back. He thinks he can just wear her down, but Modan just scoffs at the simple plan. She tightens her grip, ready to show him what she can really do. She throws her spoon, daring him to try and break it. But Junil's confidence shatters in an instant, because a massive fork suddenly materializes, flying right at his face. He barely manages to block it, wondering when she switched her weapon. He looks up to see a strange portal hovering in the air. The fork he just blocked shatters into 1,000 pieces, and in a flash, Modan is already right behind him. He can only grit his teeth, completely caught in her trap, because she's already summoned a new weapon, a glowing blue spatula, and with a powerful swing, she lands a direct hit. The spatula connects, sending a shockwave of energy through Junil's body. Modan watches, her eyes wide with a mix of hope and exhaustion. But a triumphant grin spreads across Junil's face, realizing he's figured out her trick, because he now understands the true power of her summoned knife. When the knife strikes its target, it doesn't just hit once, but veers off to strike again from another angle. The unpredictable attack leaves Junil completely baffled. Modan unleashes the full force of her power, landing a devastating double slash with her summoned weapons, a perfect combination of the spatula and the knife, a strategy he never saw coming. The final clash is a brutal explosion of force. But Modan is sent flying, her strategy completely overwhelmed. She hits the ground hard, the duel decided in a single powerful moment. From the stands, her friends can only watch in stunned silence. Junil stands victorious, though he seems just as surprised by the outcome. The announcer's voice echoes through the arena as Modan processes her defeat. And Go Junil is declared the winner, a look of disbelief on his face. He stands alone, questioning if he was really the one who came out on top. In the stands, Oh Gangho admits that while the girl's ability was impressive, the sheer difference in their raw power was simply too much to overcome. Junil celebrates his victory, though he admits he's not entirely sure how he pulled it off. Modan apologizes for the loss, but So Hyun insists she was amazing. The kind words seem to lift her spirits, while Seung Hyun and John Woo-jin watch from their seats. John Woo-jin complains that it's disappointing to see the guy who harassed So Hyun win. But Seung Hyun disagrees, explaining that in practical terms, Modan was the real winner. The statement leaves John Woo-jin completely confused. Seung Hyun reminds him of his own words about the observation class, explaining that the goal here isn't just victory, but self-promotion. From that perspective, Modan showed far more, never panicking against a stronger opponent. She used her agility and unique abilities to dominate the flow of the entire duel. She even used her opponent's distraction to press her advantage, a strategy that involved constantly breaking and resummoning her armaments. In short, she showed the scouts everything she was capable of, compared to Junil, who struggled against a freshman despite having every advantage. A performance, he concludes, that no serious guild would ever consider scouting. The lesson seems to land, as John Woo-jin finally begins to understand. The professor then explains that in real dungeons, traps, and chaos often obscure the mission. The most important skill, he says, is the insight to grasp the true nature of any situation. John Woo-jin agrees, admitting that Junil showed none of that tactical awareness at all. Seung Hyun adds that Junil was too obsessed with his weapon, and John Woo-jin agrees his swordsmanship was nothing special. Seung Hyun concludes that Junil is just an idiot for focusing on the wrong thing. He then begins to form a new theory about Junil's strange boast. John Woo-jin wonders if the Shinsung group was actually behind the whole thing. Seung Hyun explains that this isn't just a place for students to promote themselves. but also a venue for the corporations to advertise their own products. He imagines a scenario where Shinsung offered Junil a deal. They would give him a powerful weapon to show off in the duel, and in return promise him a future contract with their guild. The theory would explain why Junil was so obsessed with the sword, and John Woojin confirms it, admitting the observation class is used for exactly that. But John Woojin reveals that the arena was actually sponsored by UJ Industries. It's behind-the-scenes information that a new student shouldn't know. He wonders if Sung-hyun's father told him, but remembers our boy was a complete beginner, which means Sung-hyun saw through the entire corporate scheme all on his own. The realization leaves John Woojin completely stunned by his insight. He can only stammer nervously when Sung-hyun asks why he's staring. As the other students watch the duels, a new plan begins to form. John Woojin seems to have an idea, as he tells Sung-hyun to follow him, because with his help, he believes another mystery can finally be solved. Elsewhere, the pink-haired girl tries to get her point across. She confronts Go Junil, questioning why he broke their agreement. She reminds him of their contract, which stated he would only use the sword Echo during the fight. But he argues back, asking what he was supposed to do when the weapon started bending. He insists he would have lost if he'd kept using it, but she's unimpressed by his focus on winning. She screams that in an observation class, victory is not the most important thing. The brutal honesty seems to finally get through to him, and Jeon Woojin appears, confirming that her assessment is surprisingly accurate. Because she's not just another student, she's the daughter of the Shinsung Group's chairman, a fact that seems to leave her a little flustered by the sudden attention. John Woojin dismisses her claim that their conversation was private. Sung-hyun lays out the full theory, a contract to promote the weapon for a guild recommendation, but Junil panics, insisting he never asked for anything like that. John Woojin muses that it would have been a good deal, but Miju screams for him to be quiet. The reaction confirms it for John Woojin, who laughs at the idea of Junil ever joining the guild. With Junil fuming, Seung-hyun wonders what the real deal was between them. But John Woojin's mind is already working, remembering who Miju was supposed to fight, a duel that was originally scheduled against So-hyun. He connects the dots, realizing this is all tied to Junil's earlier humiliation. But as he puts the pieces together, both Sung-hyun and Miju demand his silence. The scene cuts to two girls in white uniforms, offering a cheerful greeting. But John Woojin's voice cuts through, demanding to know if they're planning to mess with So-hyun too. He directs his anger at Miju and Junil, who can only stand there in silence. From the end of the hall, Sung-hyun watches the confrontation unfold. His expression is grim, realizing this is all about his sister. Miju plays innocent, claiming his accusations are going too far. She argues that he's hurting her feelings, but he insists their history is all the proof he needs. Her eyes narrow, her patience clearly wearing thin. John Woojin then cuts straight to the heart of the matter, asking why she holds so much hatred for So-hyun. John Woojin denies her accusation, insisting he doesn't hate her. But Miju just scoffs, claiming she only ever chooses easy opponents to beat. And this time, her target just happens to be Gi So-hyun. She then turns the question back on him, asking why he cares so much. He reminds her that So-hyun is basically just a kid, completely caught off guard by the question. Sung-hyun realizes that explaining So-hyun's situation would only reveal her weaknesses. John Woojin just tells her to think whatever she wants, leaving Miju stunned by his comment. As he walks away, he warns her not to do anything too harsh, but his words only seem to fuel her rage, her expression twisting with fury. And Sung-hyun can only watch from the sidelines, the weight of the situation settling in. Sung-hyun knows that with his sister's secret now exposed, friction with the other students was completely unavoidable, but he can't understand the timing of this sudden confrontation. And of all people, her opponent is the daughter of the powerful Shinsung Group chairman. He's already overwhelmed with his own problems, unable to offer any help. John Woojin then offers a simple solution, pointing out that So-hyun never wanted to be a hunter anyway. He tells Sung-hyun to just make his sister forfeit the match. He warns that once Miju decides to target someone, she'll use any means necessary to win. He can still remember the faces of the students she's completely broken in the past. But their conversation is cut short as a professor calls out Sung-hyun's name. The professor tells Seung-hyun to come down to the arena floor. He leads our boy to the edge of the dueling field, where a battle is already raging. Sung-hyun is stunned, questioning if he's supposed to intervene in his sister's match. But the professor explains it's a rule for returnee duels to have someone on standby to intervene. He reminds Sung-hyun that he's the only one who's ever stopped his sister's power before. And besides, he adds, having her brother nearby will help keep her calm. Nearby, the senior returnee girl nervously waits for her own match to begin. She and Sung-hyun sit together, the tension palpable as they prepare for their duel. He asks his sister if she's ready, and she nervously insists she can handle it. But Sung-hyun's gaze is filled with a quiet, unwavering concern for her. His opponent clenches her fists, vowing to work hard and quoting something Seol-subin told her. The comment leaves Sung-hyun completely confused. Her mind flashes back to a time when she thanked Seol-subin for his notes. She had complimented his handwriting, but his expression remained distant. He had told her that she needed to be strong-hearted, a warning she didn't understand at the time. He explained that if she's seen as weak, the same kind of humiliation will just happen again. And it wouldn't just be her who suffers, but the people around her as well. The faces of her new friends flash in her mind, the weight of his words finally sinking in. Because if you're not strong, he had said, you can't protect anyone. And in the present, she finally understands that he was right all along. She tells him she doesn't want her friends to suffer because of her, and with a new fire in her eyes, she vows to work hard, reminding him she's his older sister. Sung-hyun can only agree that her determination is a good thing, but he still tells her to forfeit if the duel becomes too much for her to handle. He insists that this isn't something she should have to suffer through. So Hyun just offers a gentle smile, thanking him for his concern. The announcer's voice then cuts through the moment, calling for the 8th duel to begin. It's time for Gi So-hyun to face off against Shin Mi-ju. The two opponents are told to step forward, facing each other across the massive arena. Their eyes meet, one filled with cold confidence, the other with a nervous resolve. As the countdown begins, So-hyun offers a cheerful greeting, hoping for a fair fight. But Mi-ju is completely unimpressed by the friendly gesture, and as the duel begins, a cold, menacing aura erupts from the pink-haired girl. She scoffs at So-hyun's words, questioning what she could possibly do her best at. The sudden hostility leaves So-hyun completely stunned. She accuses So-hyun of always pretending to be innocent and weak, relying on others to get by. From the stands, the other students can only wonder why the fight hasn't started. Mo-dan watches on, her expression unreadable. So-hyun can only ask why she's being attacked with such personal insults. But Mi-ju just raises her wand, speaking of a thread that connects their fates. Mi-ju speaks of a thread that manipulates things like toys on a string, a power that wraps around her fingertips, tangling all according to her will. And from that dark energy, a monstrous puppet materializes behind her. She stands with her grotesque creation, a smug look on her face. She then challenges So-hyun to show her what she's really made of. With a sinister smile, she declares that first, she's going to test the waters. And in a flash, So-hyun is sent flying backward by a sudden, powerful blast. The brutal opening move leaves Sung-hyun completely stunned. So-hyun slides across the arena floor, the duel having started with a vicious surprise attack. But So-hyun's expression is strangely calm, her eyes reflecting a quiet resolve. She looks up as the monstrous puppet descends upon her. It unleashes a hail of projectiles, raining down from above. But instead of dodging, she simply braces for the impact. From the sidelines, Sung-hyun screams, asking why she's just taking the hits, insisting that as a returnee, she should be able to dodge this easily. But she can only endure the assault, wondering why this is happening. Her thoughts drift to Mi-ju, questioning the source of all this hatred, wondering if she's done something to deserve this. Her mind flashes back to the party on the ship, searching for an answer in a flood of chaotic memories. But So-hyun suddenly has a revelation, a wild theory about the puppet master. The accusation catches Mi-ju completely off guard. So-hyun screams that this is all because John Woo-jin likes her. The bizarre claim leaves Mi-ju completely speechless. Her face flushes with a mix of rage and embarrassment as she struggles to respond. She screams back in denial, while So-hyun insists this is all because she's been getting close to Woo-jin. So-hyun points out that Mi-ju's blushing face is all the proof she needs. From the stands, John Woo-jin and Seol-subin can only watch in utter confusion. They have no idea why So-hyun has suddenly changed her tune. So-hyun tries to reassure her, promising that Woo-jin is just a gaming friend and her secret is safe. She promises not to tell anyone about Mi-ju's secret crush. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated confidence in her bizarre theory. From the stands, Jeon Woo-jin and Seol-subin can only look on, completely baffled. John Woo-jin swears on his life that he'll take this secret to his grave. But Mi-ju's rage turns to Sung-hyun, accusing him of being in on it too. Her eyes glow with pure fury as she vows to end this right now. And with a sudden burst of speed, So-hyun charges forward to attack. She lands a powerful kick, sending the massive puppet stumbling backward. But it recovers quickly, and she's forced to block a devastating blow. Sung-hyun notes the puppet has slowed, and the professor explains it's the weakness of curse users, because curse users are a type that manipulates the mind. Their own wavering thoughts will cause their powers to weaken. Meanwhile, So-hyun hasn't even begun to show her true strength. She looks up, a new resolve hardening her expression. A strange symbol begins to form in the depths of her eye. A cosmic power that has finally been awakened. The professor watches with a mix of awe and excitement, knowing what's about to happen. He explains that based on their tests, So-hyun has 4 distinct techniques at her disposal. The first is Pisces, an ability that grants her the power of flight. The second is Aquarius for energy release, and the third is Leo for physical enhancement. And the fourth is Sagittarius, an ability with immense penetrating power. But So-hyun admits she can't remember any others. Her memories of the fairy world still hazy. She only recalls having many friends there, their faces lost to time. The professor reassures her, explaining that memories often change upon returning. But in his mind, he knows that the most useful of her powers is the one she's about to use right now as she lifts off the ground. With her Pisces ability, So-hyun soars into the air, dodging the puppet's attack. The sudden move leaves Miju completely stunned from the arena floor. So-hyun hovers above, wondering why she waited so long to take to the sky. But the puppet is already countering, firing a powerful beam of dark energy. So-hyun soars through the air, effortlessly dodging the puppet's powerful beam of dark energy. Her friends in the stands watch in stunned disbelief, completely overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Miju glares back, her face contorted with a mix of fury and frustration. The puppet she controls is clearly struggling, its small, boxy form showing signs of damage. Miju stands behind a larger, more imposing construct, her eyes burning with fierce determination. The massive puppet unleashes a torrent of energy, its power radiating across the arena. Despite the assault, the puppet itself is visibly cracking under the strain of the battle. Miju presses on, her expression unwavering as she continues to manipulate her creation. Seung-hyun looks up, a dawning realization crossing his face as he understands his earlier worries were unnecessary. So-hyun stands tall, radiating immense power, proving that no one can truly defeat her. Her hand glows with a brilliant cosmic energy, but then she simply lets the power fade away. The sudden change leaves Seung-hyun completely baffled, because So-hyun has suddenly stopped her assault, turning her back on the fight. Her expression is calm, lost in a moment of quiet thought. She seems to have come to a silent personal decision, but Miju sees this as an opening, her confidence returning. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she prepares her next move. So-hyun is suddenly on the defensive, realizing the puppet is far tougher than she expected, and Miju begins to chant, unleashing a dark power as So-hyun worries about another doll appearing. But a memory flashes back to her training, a decision to unleash an even stronger blast. She unleashes a torrent of cosmic energy, slamming it directly into the puppet. The resulting explosion sends her flying backward across the arena. She recovers in midair, looking down at the aftermath of her attack. But the sight below is one of pure horror, because Miju is on the ground, seemingly injured for real, leaving So-hyun completely stunned. The pink-haired girl can only lie there, the safety system having failed, and So-hyun panics, remembering the promise that no one was supposed to get hurt. The scene triggers a dark memory for Miju, a vision of herself and a man lying in a field of red. The man can only look on in terror, questioning if this is really happening. Miju's mind reels, wondering if all of this is happening, because of a memory she can't escape. A disaster that was all her fault. The memory is of that night at the hospital, when 2 powers collided. A devastating explosion of uncontrolled energy, but So-hyun is snapped back to the present, still reeling from the vision. A voice tells her to focus on the fight at hand. She looks up to see Miju, who has summoned a strange new weapon. The pink-haired girl taunts her, asking if she has time to be distracted during combat. The question leaves So-hyun completely stunned, her focus broken once again. So-hyun looks around in a daze, asking if everyone is okay. Seung-hyun is baffled by her strange behavior, but the professor explains this is a curse user's specialty. He reveals that So-hyun has fallen under one of Miju's powerful illusions, an ability that makes her dolls completely invisible, leaving So-hyun to fend off unseen attacks. But the Leo symbol in her eye glows, a sign that she's not defenseless. She blocks a strike, the impact creating a brilliant flash of light. But she's still on the defensive, taking a barrage of invisible hits. She dodges another powerful blow that slams into the ground beside her. And in an instant, she's bound by pink energy, finally realizing she's trapped in a mental prison. She decides there's only one way out, to attack the curse user directly. But from the sidelines, the professor realizes this isn't just a simple trick. So-hyun is trapped in a mental prison, her mind under direct assault. Because Miju's curse is far more than just a simple illusion. In fact, she believes So-hyun's returnee status is her greatest weakness. A flashback reveals she's studied them, claiming to know them well. She's targeting the one thing all returnees share, a hidden vulnerability. Because none of them ever come back from the other world completely intact. Miju's curse is dredging up So-hyun's deepest, most painful trauma, but So-hyun fights back, unleashing a powerful blast of energy to break free. The Aquarius symbol in her eye glows, a sign that she's finally getting serious. So-hyun unleashes a massive wave of energy, trying to break free from the mental prison, but Miju just smirks, vowing to keep showing her illusions that are perfectly tailored to her deepest fears. The mental assault is overwhelming, leaving So-hyun struggling to endure. She's bombarded by a barrage of phantom attacks, her mind unable to tell what's real. The psychological torment is clearly taking its toll on her. From the stands, Mo-dan can only watch in horror, wondering how a returnee could be losing so badly. Even Sung-hyun panics, screaming that they need to stop the duel. But the professor calmly tells him to wait, refusing to intervene just yet. The other professor argues back, pointing out that with So-hyun's statue crumbling, the outcome is already obvious. But Professor Chai Ji-hyung tells him to look carefully, questioning the point of continuing. He explains that even while taking this beating, his sister isn't releasing her abilities. He insists that So-hyun hasn't given up yet, leaving Sung-hyun stunned. Sung-hyun can only ask why she's putting herself through this. The professor explains that he's not the only one pinning his hopes on this class. His sister is also trying to adapt here, trying not to rely on anyone. And that, he says, is exactly why she's not giving up. He warns that if they forcibly stop the duel now, it will only make the atmosphere worse. A memory of So-hyun's own words echoes, a time when she felt completely alone, and her vow to not let her friends suffer because of her weakness. He remembers his sister's vow to work hard, even if it seems foolish. He recalls his own words, that no goal is too trivial to be respected. And yet he was the first one to tell his sister to give up on her own. His father's command to protect her echoes in his mind. And Sung-hyun realizes he's failed to do the one thing he was asked. Meanwhile, So-hyun is overwhelmed by the relentless, invisible assault. The mental attack leaves her completely disoriented, unable to think clearly. She can only wonder why Miju is going to such cruel lengths. All she ever wanted was to make friends and get along with everyone. But she forces herself to focus, trying to break through the mental fog. Miju's eyes glow with malice as she continues her mental assault. The illusion shifts, showing a man screaming that Sung-hyun's story of saving the world was a lie. He demands to know if the tale of facing some great queen was all just a fabrication. But the word queen triggers something deep within So-hyun's memory. A memory of a powerful armored figure from the other world surfaces. A regal figure on a throne declares that she is that very queen. She looks down upon a much younger So-hyun, calling her a little child. The memory is of a long, ethereal staircase leading up to the queen's throne. The imposing figure repeats her claim, her voice echoing in the memory. She praises the young girl for making it this far on her long journey. But the queen's voice cuts through the memory, her expression unreadable. She looks down on the young girl, calling her current state pitiful. She explains that fighting So-hyun like this would be pointless, a battle that would offer no real challenge or hope. Instead, she gestures to a massive feast laid out before them. The queen invites the young girl to sit and enjoy the meal. The two sit at an impossibly long table in the ethereal realm. So-hyun can only wonder if any of this is even real. She questions if this is another one of Miju's cruel illusions, or if it's a memory she's somehow forgotten. The queen sits at the head of the table, a chaotic feast spread out before her, while So-hyun sits quietly on the other end, a single plate in front of her. The queen's voice echoes, calling her accomplishment remarkable, explaining that this is the first time anyone has ever reached her throne. She remembers her journey was only possible because of her friends, like the fairy Cheyenne. But the queen asks if she truly believes she can win this fight all by herself. With tears in her eyes, So-hyun can only admit that she doesn't know. The memory of her companions was once a source of strength and joy. But now, sitting alone, she confesses that she can't remember them at all. The queen's question is cold and direct. Has she truly forgotten her friends? The queen tells her she's lost her greatest treasure. So-hyun can only cry, admitting she's lost far too much. She wonders what good her power is when the fear is so overwhelming. She asks how someone as weak as her could have ever defeated the queen, or how she could have possibly protected an entire world. But the queen explains that no one can save the world by themselves. She reminds So-hyun that she borrowed the strength of everyone around her. The queen insists that on her own, her power was insignificant. The difference in their strength, she says, is painfully obvious, and the harsh truth of her own weakness brings fresh tears to So-hyun's eyes. But the queen insists that despite her weakness, So-hyun was the one who saved the world. She explains that the power she wielded wasn't native to this realm, but a unique human magic, a power that no one else possessed, and the very thing that changed their fate. So-hyun can only ask what it is, still lost in her own tears. But the queen simply states that she's already given the answer. And now that the meal is over, she has a simple request. Show me. The demand leaves So-hyun completely confused, her mind still reeling. The queen just smiles, clarifying that she wants to see So-hyun's magic. But the memory is shattered as Seung-hyun suddenly leaps in front of his sister, shielding her from a massive blast just as her eyes widen in horror. So-hyun knows this is all just an illusion, but it's shown her the kind of person she could truly be. The fear, however, is still very real, but the memory has given her a new unshakable resolve. The queen's words echo in her mind, telling her that she was always, never truly alone. Down below, Seung-hyun can only watch, his own promise to protect her ringing in his ears. And So-hyun knows that as long as he's there, she'll be safe. His presence alone is enough to give her strength, because with him by her side, she can finally fight back. She declares that she's not afraid anymore, unleashing a powerful counterattack. The two professors can only watch in stunned disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Miju looks up, completely caught off guard by So-hyun's sudden shift. She realizes with dawning horror that So-hyun somehow dodged her invisible doll, but So-hyun wonders how her opponent could have possibly known about her weakness, because it turns out the powerful illusion had a fatal flaw. So-hyun's relentless barrage forced Miju to rush her incantation, casting an incomplete spell, and the weakness of that rushed illusion is now becoming clear, because every single one of the phantom attacks is completely harmless. The realization leaves Miju completely stunned, her entire strategy falling apart in an instant. The illusion's control over her senses was incomplete, a simple weakness that fear had kept hidden from her until now. And now she unleashes a powerful blast of her own. The cosmic energy slams into the puppet, tearing it apart. With her fear completely gone, Miju realizes the weakness has been exposed. But Miju believes that So-hyun will still hesitate to land a direct blow. She plans to use that moment of hesitation to her advantage. She unleashes another curse, a wave of absolute silence. But So-hyun's eyes glow with the mark of Sagittarius, her penetrating power, a sight that leaves Miju completely frozen in terror. The queen's voice explains that the magic to overcome fear is So-hyun's true power, and with that newfound strength, she unleashes a devastating beam of pure energy. A single word echoes in her mind: courage. Miju's control shatters, her fingers unable to command her puppets any longer. She realizes with dawning horror that the attack is aimed at her statue's hand, a direct hit that would leave her completely disarmed. So-hyun's eyes burn with a new, unshakable resolve. But just as the final blow is about to land, Miju raises her hand in surrender. The sudden forfeit leaves So-hyun completely stunned as the duel comes to an end, and the announcer's voice declares Gi So-hyun the unexpected winner. So-hyun can only stare in disbelief, the reality of her victory finally sinking in. She rushes over to her brother, excitedly asking if he saw her incredible performance. She then asks if he managed to get a picture, but the professor admits he didn't. The news leaves her just a little bit disappointed. But the adrenaline finally wears off, and she suddenly collapses onto Seung-hyun. The exhaustion from the duel has completely taken over, and she's fallen fast asleep. Seung-hyun can only look down, a bead of sweat on his face as he worries about his sister. He holds her close, supporting her as she rests. But their moment is interrupted by Miju, who accuses him of interfering in their fight. She insists that if he hadn't been there, she would have been the one to win. But Miju coldly tells him to stop. Seung-hyun's anger finally boils over as he questions her idea of a battle. He reminds her this was a duel, not a place to psychologically destroy someone. His eyes burn with rage as he calls out her use of cruel illusion techniques. But Miju just smirks, doubting he could ever comprehend her motivations. She tells him to stay in his place, dismissing him as just another nepotism case. But Professor Chai Ji-hyung steps in, telling Seung-hyun to hold back his anger. He reminds our boy that the entire industry is watching their every move. Seung-hyun can only glare, his frustration contained for now. And with a final dismissive glance, Miju turns and walks away. Miju admits to herself that she was completely overwhelmed by So-hyun's spirit. The sheer force of will was simply too much for her to handle. But she tries to rationalize the loss, claiming she still showed off the weapon's performance, and gave the scouts a good enough glimpse of her own abilities. And so, Shin Miju leaves the arena, weighing the successes and failures of the day. But she's forgotten one crucial detail. She provoked someone, the kind of person who never lets a slight go unanswered, Gi Seung-hyun. A new chapter begins on the island where stars and chains rise. Modan rushes over, ready to congratulate So-hyun on her incredible victory. But she stops short, realizing the winner is already fast asleep on her brother's shoulders, the tension of the duel finally gone. Sung-hyun asks Mo-dan to watch over his sister, explaining he's going to borrow a weapon. John Woo-jin overhears, laughing at the idea of using the storage room. As Sung-hyun turns to leave, Mo-dan asks if he's not going to watch the next fight. But he's already gone, leaving her to grumble at his sudden departure. Mo-dan sits beside the sleeping So-hyun, realizing Seol-subin must have been holding back on the ship. The announcer then calls for the next duel, Seol-subin versus John Woo-jin. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun arrives at the doors of the magical device storage room. Inside, he's surprised to find Sun Puryum carrying a stack of boxes. Sun Puryum asks why he's not at the observation class, and Sung-hyun explains he's here for a weapon. He then turns the question back on his friend, who says he's just preparing for their next lesson. Sun Puryum is in disbelief, questioning why Sung-hyun is fighting a returnee. But Sung-hyun just shrugs it off as his friend complains about how tiring he makes school life. He then asks about the sword Hong-yun, and Sun Puryum confirms he knows the weapon well. He explains that the school's support for the girl was unprecedented, and he even handled the sword in class last year. But he reveals the weapon has a critical weakness, immediately catching Sung-hyun's attention. While the sword can fire energy in all directions, it can't shoot backward without hitting the user. This means her back is always exposed, though Sung-hyun scoffs that it's barely a weakness at all. Still, he's surprised that a magical device wouldn't have a built-in safety feature. Sun Puryum agrees, admitting the weapon is less impressive than it seems. He then covers his face in frustration, muttering about the recklessness of the hunter department. He screams about the absurdity of an energy blast passing through the user's body. He insists that no matter how magical, every device has its limits. He rants about the sheer amount of power and functionality packed into such a small weapon. He explains the complex programming needed for safety features, concluding Sung-hyun is in the wrong department. He simplifies his point, explaining that all magical devices have activation principles and capacity limits. The explanation triggers a thought, as Sung-hyun realizes the sword must have its own rules. He now understands it's not just an object that reflects all attacks, but a sudden realization stops him in his tracks. He turns back, calling out to his friend with a new idea. With a determined look, he asks Sun Puryum if he can find the item he asked for. Sun Puryum listens carefully, considering his friend's unusual request. He admits that finding the item won't be difficult, but he's clearly hesitant. With a sly grin, Sung-hyun explains that he needs it for a very specific purpose. He's looking for a way to finally defeat a returnee, and as a bonus, a way to get some payback, a strategy he finds brilliant. The sheer intensity of the plan leaves Sun Puryum completely stunned. Back in the arena, the duel between Seol-subin and John Woo-jin is about to begin. As the final seconds tick away, both fighters brace for the coming clash. The moment the duel starts, Seol-subin unleashes his attack, and a massive construct slams into the ground, kicking off the fight with a brutal impact. Seol-subin's eyes narrow, his focus absolute. But in a flash forward, he's on the ground as John Woo-jin declares his strange construct a work of art. The story then rewinds to the moments just before their duel began. Seol-subin thanks his opponent for agreeing to the match, a comment that seems to confuse John Woo-jin. He explains that as the top freshman, all the seniors have been avoiding a fight with him. John Woo-jin agrees, noting that most students just want to get through the day safely. Seol-subin then questions why John Woo-jin would choose to fight him, wondering if it was just by chance. The blonde student turns away, considering the question for a moment. But Seol-subin points out that the life of a hunter is the furthest thing from safety. John Woo-jin turns back with a wild grin, telling him to scheme all he wants. He explains that in this world, nothing ever goes according to plan. His sudden declaration startles the students in the stands, and even echoes back in the storage room, catching Sung-hyun and Sun Puryum off guard. That's why, he says, his motto is to have no plans and avoid no one, especially a strong opponent. To him, that's the very definition of what a hunter should be. The words seem to echo Sung-hyun's own philosophy, that no goal is superior to another, and the sentiment earns a rare, impressed smile from Seol-subin. Back in the storage room, Sun Puryum realizes his two friends are about to face off. He immediately declares he's rooting for John Woo-jin, much to Sung-hyun's surprise. When questioned, Sung-hyun can only point out the obvious mismatch between a repeating student and the top freshman. Sun Puryum explains that repeating students are usually lacking in skill, but he insists that John Woo-jin is a clear exception. Sung-hyun adds that he's only repeating because of his disciplinary record. If not for his constant troublemaking, he probably would have been the top body technique user of the entire second year. Back in the arena, John Woojin's foot slams down with incredible force. His eyes are locked on his opponent, his focus absolute. Seol Subin is completely stunned by the explosive opening move. John Woojin closes the distance in a blinding flash of speed, and he unleashes a powerful strike, meeting Seol Subin's defense head-on. John Woojin's eyes are locked on his target as he unleashes his attack, but Seol Subin's spirit materializes just in time, blocking the blow. The crowd is stunned, questioning how he could possibly react to that speed. Seol Subin remains calm, having anticipated the move perfectly. But in truth, he couldn't actually see John Woojin's movements at all. As a spirit user, it's nearly impossible to track a body technique user's speed. However, for him, being able to follow the movements doesn't matter, because there's a fundamental difference between a curse user's dolls and his own spirits. The key is that his spirits possess their own self-awareness. While curse users directly control their puppets, he simply commands his spirits who can act on their own. This means his spirits can act autonomously, a crucial advantage. The construct shatters from the force of the blow. But John Woojin's assault is just getting started. He revels in the excitement of a real challenge, finding the high-speed exchange absolutely thrilling. But Seol Subin's spirits counter with a powerful blast of their own. The attack catches John Woojin completely by surprise. From the stands, the other students note how much sharper the attacks are this time. John Woojin realizes this power is far greater than what he faced on the ship. Because this time, Seol Subin isn't holding anything back. Seol Subin unleashes a barrage of star-shaped projectiles. But John Woojin weaves through the storm of attacks with incredible speed. He closes the distance in an instant, ready to strike back, but he takes a direct hit from a concentrated blast of water. The blow registers on his statue, but John Woojin is far from finished. Seol Subin watches with a calm, almost detached focus. John Woojin powers through the assault, pushing back with his own strength. The sheer resilience catches Seol Subin completely by surprise. But John Woojin's eyes are filled with an unyielding determination, and he lands a powerful blow, sending the top freshman staggering back. The audience watches in awe as another spirit shatters before them. But Seol Subin just summons more, a wall of constructs between them. John Woojin simply plows through the defenses without a second thought. He knows the spirits will move to protect their master on their own, a realization that dawns on Seol Subin far too late. Because John Woojin's goal isn't to get past the spirits, but to destroy every last one of them. He believes that plans and strategies are only for those who lack true power. His motto is simple: no plans and no avoidance. Because someone with overwhelming strength has no need for strategy, leaving Seol Subin completely exhausted and impressed. John Woojin stands over him, taunting him about having one last spirit left. But Seol Subin admits that he has no other choice, even if it means using a method he'd rather avoid. He reveals two strange crystalline items, his final trump card. The sight of two of them leaves John Woojin completely stunned. Because this isn't just a spirit, but a different kind of power entirely. A shadowy duplicate of Seol Subin materializes beside him. Its expression is a perfect mirror of his own unwavering resolve. Together, they unleash a devastating combined attack called Rapid Current. The massive blast of energy erupts across the arena, a final, desperate gambit. John Woojin screams, realizing he completely misjudged his opponent's power. He admits he underestimated him far too much as Seol Subin unleashes his full strength. Because it turns out the top freshman is actually a powerful S rank. But the scene suddenly shifts, as John Woojin's world fades to blue. He finds himself floating alone in a vast, empty ocean. He reaches out, wondering where this strange place could be. A friendly dolphin suddenly appears before him with a cheerful squeak. It nudges him playfully, leaving John Woojin completely baffled by the encounter. He tries to understand its squeaks, but the message is completely lost on him. Until the dolphin's voice cuts through the haze, telling him to get a grip. John Woojin's eyes widen in pure shock as he's completely submerged. The arena's safety system activates, encasing his head in a protective helmet. He realizes the entire dueling field has been flooded with water. A timer begins, as he'll be declared the loser if his limited air supply runs out. He can only look on, a chill running down his spine. He's trapped inside a massive cube of water, wondering if this is the true power of an S rank. And on the other side of the watery prison, Seol Subin stands completely unfazed. This was his opponent's strategy all along, because thanks to a pact with the water spirits, Seol Subin can breathe and move freely, turning the entire arena into his personal domain. But on the other side of the watery prison, John Woojin is far from finished. He unleashes a powerful blast from his suit, propelling himself forward. His eyes burn with a fierce determination, refusing to accept defeat. He cuts through the water, a blur of motion, trying to close the distance between them. But the resistance of the water is immense. He struggles to move, unable to reach his opponent. Because this entire arena has become Seo Subin's personal domain. Trapped underwater and facing a higher-ranked opponent, his power is severely limited. From Seo Subin's perspective, this is a perfect checkmate. Seo Subin, trapped in the water, realizes why his opponent held back this powerful technique. He acknowledges that if this move had been used earlier, he would have been defeated instantly. Seo Subin understands this was a calculated act of consideration from his opponent. He observes the enclosed, featureless space, realizing there is no way to escape the watery prison. With a determined gaze, he knows that simply maintaining the water will secure his victory. In the stands, Mo Dan watches the unfolding scene with wide-eyed astonishment. Seong Hyun looks on, equally baffled by the sudden turn of events in the arena. He admits his surprise at the extent of John Woojin's power, far beyond what he expected. John Woojin stands submerged in the water, radiating an immense shadowy aura of power. His face is slick with sweat, his eyes burning with an unyielding resolve despite the dire situation. Seo Subin, still trapped underwater, wonders what John Woojin is planning. In the stands, students question why John Woojin is stalling, wondering if he refuses to forfeit. Seong Hyun admits he has no idea what John Woojin is thinking in this dire situation. Seo Subin is visibly sweating, his face strained from the immense pressure underwater. John Woojin's eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, refusing to accept defeat. Mo Dan watches from the stands, her expression a mix of shock and growing concern. Seong Hyun screams in panic, realizing John Woojin is about to unleash something truly insane. He urgently tells Mo Dan to move back, but she questions his sudden alarm. Seong Hyun screams at her to hurry, his face contorted with desperate urgency. Seo Subin looks down, his face slick with sweat, as his body glows with immense power. Seo Subin, still trapped underwater, admits his opponent's power is impressive. He acknowledges that he underestimated John Woojin far too much. John Woojin, encased in his helmet, demonstrates the true potential of a body technique user. A powerful, vibrating force emanates from John Woojin, stunning the observers. The announcer screams at John Woojin, demanding to know what he's doing. She then frantically orders Seo Subin to release his ability immediately. Seo Subin looks on in confusion, questioning why she's addressing him. John Woojin's face twists into a sinister grin, realizing his plan is working. A mysterious figure in the stands, wearing a hat and suit, reads from a glowing book. The narrator explains that applying vibrations matching an object's natural frequency can have devastating effects. The narrator explains that regardless of durability, an object will shake violently. The entire water-filled arena begins to vibrate intensely, crackling with destructive energy. Mo Dan looks on with a bewildered expression, as the narrator concludes the object will then be destroyed. John Woojin, still submerged, faces Seo Subin, who is outside the water, unaware of the impending danger. The narrator reveals that the massive energy barrier surrounding the arena is also just an object. Seo Subin's eyes widen in dawning horror as he finally grasps the true extent of John Woojin's plan. John Woojin, with a chilling grin, confirms that the barrier is indeed just an object. The narrator explains that this devastating phenomenon is known as resonance, as the barrier explodes with blinding force. The arena's protective barrier shatters into countless pieces, sending water and debris flying as Mo Dan and Seong Hyun watch in horror. Drenched and stunned, Mo Dan and Seong Hyun are left reeling from the sudden, catastrophic destruction of the arena. Mo Dan and Seong Hyun are drenched and disoriented by the catastrophic explosion. Mo Dan looks completely bewildered, questioning the sudden, overwhelming chaos. Seo Hyun, however, is completely unfazed, her eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. She looks up at the shimmering water, marveling at the incredible display of power. The entire crowd is drenched, looking up in stunned awe at the falling water. Seo Subin stands on the wet arena floor, looking shocked and confused by the destruction. John Woojin, still encased in his helmet, declares his devastating attack Rapid Current. He believes that after creating so much water, his S-rank opponent must be completely drained. With a triumphant and sinister grin, he declares this to be his perfect victory. But the announcer declares Seo Subin the winner, leaving John Woojin completely stunned. John Woojin is declared the loser, completely stunned and furious at the foul play. He curses Seo Subin, complaining about the water and his opponent's unexpected ruthlessness. Seo Subin looks on, a dawning realization crossing his face. He finally understands why John Woojin was held back for a single disciplinary action. The announcer stands between two new students, preparing for the next match. He instructs them to place their weapons on the podium for registration. The announcer then calls for the 15th match to begin. Our boy, Seong-hyun, is called to step forward, along with student Eo Yeona. So-hyun cheers for her brother, urging him to win while Mo-dan looks on, exhausted. Seong-hyun makes his way to the arena as other students mock his choice to fight a returnee. Other students in the stands mock Seong-hyun's choice of opponent, questioning why he picked that particular returnee. Seol-subin overhears, asking why Seong-hyun chose that senior, implying he's unaware of something important. The blue-haired student explains that while Eo Yeona appears quiet, she's known for being especially crazy among returnees. A flashback reveals Eo Yeona standing amidst the rubble of a destroyed building, having single-handedly blown it up last year. Seong-hyun's eyes widen in alarm, a bead of sweat forming on his face as he processes this shocking information. Seol-subin looks at Seong-hyun with concern, questioning his judgment in choosing such a dangerous opponent. A montage of Seong-hyun's struggles flashes, showing his cluelessness in class and his acceptance of being underestimated. But another memory surfaces, reminding Seol-subin of Seong-hyun's strategic mind and the ability sealing device he used on the ship. Meanwhile, the blue-haired student turns to Eo Yeona, preparing to speak to her before the duel officially begins. He points to her weapon, introducing it as Hongyeon. The blue-haired student addresses Eo Yeona, who listens with a neutral expression. He asks if she truly only uses her weapon, Hongyeon, and no other abilities. Eo Yeona listens as the blue-haired student explains he obtained the same item through a friend. He confidently asks if this means they can now fight on completely equal terms. Both Seong-hyun and Seol-subin are stunned, questioning how he could have acquired such a unique weapon. Seol-subin thinks that even if he did, believing it makes them equal is a profound misunderstanding. He remembers Eo Yeona as a returnee who endured years of constant peril in a dangerous world. From above, the announcer confirms that each weapon has been successfully recognized. The weapons are placed on the podium as the system begins the registration process. Seong-hyun, Eo Yeona, and the blue-haired student watch as their gear is prepared for the duel. The blue-haired student stands with a determined expression, while Eo Yeona looks on with a cold, unwavering gaze. The blue-haired student's hand glows, spectral chains materializing as he prepares to use his ability. Eo Yeona and the blue-haired student sit opposite each other, their weapon cases resting on the podiums. Eo Yeona's gloved hand rests on her weapon, her grip firm and ready. Her eyes are wide and intense, reflecting a deep focus as the duel approaches. The two stand poised in the arena, a countdown ticking away the final seconds before the match begins. But the announcer reveals a shocking twist. The sword Hongyeon, which shoots energy strikes, belongs to Gi Seong-hyun, and Eo Yeona's weapon is actually Echo, a reflecting sword completely upending expectations. The blue-haired student is left completely stunned, while a man in the stands looks on with a mix of anger and confusion. He stares in utter disbelief, questioning if Miju was involved in providing weapons to others besides Junili. The man in the stands is furious, insisting this is not the kind of support he intended. Miju looks completely bewildered, questioning the sudden turn of events. The man screams at Junil, demanding to know why Eo Yeona possesses the Echo sword he provided. Junil, sweating nervously, stammers that he never lent the weapon to her. We flash back to Seong-hyun, who politely asks a senior if he could borrow his sword. The senior is hesitant, explaining he can't just lend out such an important item. Seong-hyun reveals he overheard the senior lamenting that he hadn't had many chances to showcase the sword. He then proposes an idea, asking what if he were to use it instead, leaving the senior confused. Seong-hyun explains that if an F-rank like him uses it well, the promotional effect would be far greater, and if he fails, it would only reflect on his own lack of skill. The senior is left speechless, completely stunned by Seong-hyun's audacious plan to even change the female senior's perception. The senior looks down, a bead of sweat on his face, realizing he has nothing to lose by agreeing to the audacious plan. Sun Param looks completely baffled, questioning if Seong-hyun wants him to find a sword bag, not a weapon. He's stunned to realize Seong-hyun wants him to find the exact same sword bag as Eo Yeona's. Back in the present, the weapon cases are placed on the podium, with the system beginning their registration. The three students watch as their weapon cases move along the conveyor belt for the registration process. Seong-hyun and the blue-haired student stand side by side, their expressions grim and determined. The blue-haired student's hand glows, spectral chains materializing as he prepares to use his ability. His chains wrap around the weapon cases on the podium, revealing his true intention to switch the weapons. Eo Yeona stands in the arena, now holding the sword Hongyeon, her expression intense. Seol-subin watches from the stands, a look of concern and surprise on his face. The blue-haired student confronts Seung-hyun and Eo-yona, questioning the unexpected weapon swap. He expresses his frustration, asking why Seung-hyun didn't use a fake sword for the switch. He explains that a fake weapon would have forced Eo-yona to use her returnee abilities, allowing Seung-hyun to counter with his chains. Seung-hyun, holding the sword Hong-yeon, apologizes for his dirty trick as the countdown continues. As the final seconds tick away, Seung-hyun braces himself, holding the powerful sword close. A memory flashes back to the blue-haired student, telling Seung-hyun to give it a try. The duel officially begins, marked by a surge of blue energy from the blue-haired student's eye. Seung-hyun immediately launches into action, unleashing a powerful red energy wave from the sword Hong-yeon. Eo-yona's eyes narrow with intense focus, preparing for the incoming attack. She swiftly counters, swinging her reflecting sword Echo to meet Seung-hyun's energy blast. Eo-yona swings her reflecting sword, sending Seung-hyun's energy blast back at him. Seung-hyun is caught off guard as his own powerful attack is immediately reflected. Eo-yona calmly observes the reflected energy, noting its swift return. The blue-haired student questions if the weapon swap has put Seung-hyun at a disadvantage. Seung-hyun swiftly dodges the reflected blast, already adapting to the sword's power. Seol-subin watches in disbelief, wondering why Seung-hyun is closing in with a ranged weapon. Seung-hyun charges forward, preparing to unleash another strike with the sword Hong-yeon. Eo-yona meets his advance, her reflecting sword Echo poised to counter. The two fighters clash in a blur of motion, their weapons meeting with intense force. Eo-yona's gaze hardens, her focus absolute as she continues to parry the incoming attacks. Eo-yona parries Seung-hyun's attack with her reflecting sword, her gaze sharp and focused. Both Seung-hyun and the blue-haired student look on in stunned surprise, caught off guard by the unexpected turn. Eo-yona's eyes widen, realizing the sword strike wasn't reflected as her weapon should have done. A female student in the crowd expresses her confusion, noting the attack was deflected but something was still amiss. Seol-subin watches, a flicker of surprise and concern in his eyes, wondering if Seung-hyun's audacious plan succeeded. Eo-yona's expression shifts to disbelief as an F-rank's attack somehow managed to reach her. Seung-hyun's spectral chains materialize, wrapping tightly around Eo-yona's reflecting sword, binding it in place. With his chains glowing, Seung-hyun declares that he has successfully immobilized one of her arms for now. His eyes burn with fierce determination, the glowing chains around his arm a testament to his cunning strategy. The scene shifts to a gleaming, futuristic city, its towering buildings reaching towards a clear blue sky. A grand, futuristic city square is dominated by a swirling blue energy portal. The blue-haired student observes the scene, noting that the observation class is about to begin. He acknowledges the moment with a knowing look. He thinks of Seung-hyun, whose true strength is not immediately apparent. He believes Seung-hyun's power is hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be revealed. He urges Seung-hyun to unleash his full abilities for all to see. Back in the arena, Seung-hyun charges forward, his chain weapon ready to strike. Eo-yona meets his advance with a focused gaze, her sword poised to defend. Seung-hyun's eyes burn with determination as he prepares his attack. Their weapons clash in a brilliant explosion of pink energy, marking the fierce start of their duel. A blinding flash of pink energy erupts as the two swords clash with immense force. Eo-yona's eyes burn with fierce determination, her focus absolute in the intense exchange. She continues to parry Seung-hyun's powerful attacks, deflecting the red energy waves with her sword. The blue-haired student looks on in shock, realizing the attack wasn't reflected as her weapon should have done. Seol-subin observes with a thoughtful expression, understanding that the sword isn't simply reflecting attacks. He realizes Seung-hyun is cleverly using the sword's principles in reverse, turning its own power against Eo-yona. Seung-hyun's face is grim, his concentration unwavering as he presses his advantage. A memory flashes back to the true nature of the reflecting sword, Echo, and its supposed ability. The question arises, if Echo reflects attacks, why did it turn soft when hit by Modan's unique ability? Sun Puraeum's earlier explanation echoes, reminding them that all magical devices have activation principles and capacity limits. Seung-hyun's mind races, understanding that every magical device operates on specific principles, much like programming code. He realizes that with countless unique abilities, each requiring a different mechanism, creating a universal counter is impossible. This means that magical devices cannot counter every single ability, a truth Sun Puraeum had already explained. He deduces that Echo is designed to reflect simple strikes or energy shots like those from Hong-yeon, but its limit is physical attacks. Echo's reflection ability means it first absorbs any force or energy that touches its blade. Then, with a precise level of logic, it reverses the direction and releases the attack back at the sender. With this crucial insight, Sung-hyun plants his foot, ready to execute his refined strategy. He charges forward, closing the distance with incredible speed, preparing for a direct confrontation. Ao Yona meets his advance, her reflecting sword poised, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Sung-hyun's eyes burn with fierce determination, knowing exactly what he must do now. Sung-hyun unleashes a powerful sword strike, clashing directly with Ao Yona's reflecting blade. His red energy blast surges forward, meeting the unyielding defense of her weapon. But the true nature of the reflecting sword means the attack will not simply be absorbed. Instead, the energy is immediately reversed, now hurtling back directly at him. The sword echo absorbs the incoming strike, then precisely reverses its direction before firing it back. And in a blinding flash, Sung-hyun's own powerful attack is sent surging back toward him. Caught completely off guard, he takes the full force of his reflected energy blast. The impact sends Sung-hyun sliding across the arena floor, defeated and disarmed. From the stands, So-hyun and Mo-dan can only watch in stunned disbelief and growing concern. The blue-haired student screams in utter frustration, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. A young Sung-hyun sits alone, captivated by the glowing screen of a television. An inner voice screams at him to never stop, even as his vision blurs. That defiant command shatters through his mind, urging him to push forward. He remembers the relentless training, constantly pushing his limits against powerful foes. Another memory flashes, a brutal clash against a formidable returnee. Ao Yona's surprised face reflects the unexpected challenge from an F rank. Sung-hyun's eyes glow with fierce resolve, acknowledging his low rank. A somber memory of a hospital room highlights the natural physical differences between them. He recalls a younger self, hiding away from the harsh realities of his world. Back in the present, Sung-hyun knows he must end the duel quickly before his stamina gives out. He knew his precise timing was crucial for the strategy to succeed. His plan demanded perfect execution, with no room for even the slightest error. The swords clashed in a burst of energy, marking the critical moment. He focused his mind to the absolute extreme, blocking out all distractions. Failure was not an option. He absolutely could not afford to lose. A memory of his lonely past in the cafeteria fueled his determination. He vowed to win by any means necessary, his resolve unyielding. He remembered a younger self, practicing alone with his spectral chains. His father's distant figure loomed in his mind, a reminder of past obstacles. He screamed with raw power, determined to prove his strength to everyone. The senior who lent the sword watches in stunned surprise as red energy surges around Sung-hyun. His expression is one of pure shock, realizing the audacity of Sung-hyun's plan. Sung-hyun charges forward, weaving through a barrage of red energy, his resolve unwavering. The senior smiles, amazed by the display, confirming his belief in Sung-hyun's hidden strength. Ao Yona is caught in the reflected red energy, her own weapon, Echo, now a dangerous threat to her. A guild leader observes the dilemma. Her sword, meant for defense, has become a weapon against her. Ao Yona's face contorts in pain and fear, trapped by the reflected energy. Seol Subin realizes Sung-hyun's cunning strategy is forcing Ao Yona to finally unleash her true abilities. Sung-hyun's eyes burn with fierce determination, his plan reaching its critical moment. He stands with a powerful, almost sinister aura, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Sung-hyun's eye burns with fierce determination, his plan reaching its critical moment. Mo-dan excitedly urges So-hyun to watch her brother, reminding her of the returnee opponent. Her eye widens, convinced that a good performance could change everything for Sung-hyun. So-hyun looks on with concern, questioning her brother's intense methods. Sung-hyun's gaze holds a flicker of sadness, as if So-hyun's question echoes in his mind. A powerful chained figure is consumed by pink energy, an internal voice asking what causes such sorrow. A dark void-faced So-hyun appears, surrounded by red energy, a haunting vision of her past trauma. Her mouth opens in a silent scream, overwhelmed by the intense, painful memories. The red and pink energy swirls around her, reflecting the chaos within her mind. Back in the arena, Sung-hyun unleashes his spectral chains against Ao Yona, who stands ready with her sword. The moment of truth arrives, a clash of dark determination and desperate resolve. Returnee Ao Yona unleashes her true, formidable power, radiating intense energy. Back in the storage room, Sun Pareum still struggles to grasp the full plan. He questions why Sung-hyun would win if Ao Yona used her full abilities. He recalls Sung-hyun's earlier boast of a strategy to beat a returnee and screw someone over. Sun Pareum presses him, demanding to know who exactly will be the target of this scheme. Seung-hyun offers a subtle, knowing smirk, his true intentions still hidden. Meanwhile, the arena erupts in a blinding flash of red energy, a fierce battle unfolding. Oh Gang-ho, the Shinsung Guild leader, watches the chaos with a look of stunned concern. He calls out to Mateo, his subordinate, clearly taken aback by the intensity. Oh Gang-ho, the Shinsung Guild leader, demands that Mateo stop the duel immediately. Mateo, looking panicked, questions the order, reminding his superior that the sword is their company's product. He emphasizes that the sword, a new product, is being humiliated in front of everyone. The image shows the sword Hongyan being overwhelmed, its energy distorted and struggling. Mateo points out the humiliation is happening right in front of all the professional hunters. Oh Gang-ho, visibly agitated, makes a call on his phone, his expression furious. He speaks into the phone, asking what the person on the other end is doing just sitting there. The pink-haired girl, Miju, screams into her phone, demanding they hurry and stop the fight. Oh Gang-ho explains that if a returnee loses while holding their product, the magical industry's stock prices will plummet. Miju, still on the phone, confirms that they are already taking action without his prompting. Miju stares at her phone in disbelief, realizing the full extent of the unfolding disaster. She remembers this mission was entrusted to her by her father, a testament to his faith. Her face contorts in a scream of pure panic, terrified of her father discovering her failure. Seung-hyun watches her reaction, his expression unreadable amidst the chaotic energy. Miju's eye glows with a furious, almost desperate intensity. She wonders if this entire scheme was actually orchestrated to target her. Miju imagines Aoyona holding her, questioning if the Echo Sword was given to her for this very purpose, then dismisses it as coincidence. But she quickly reconsiders, realizing that if victory was the only goal, a fake sword would have been a better choice. Sitting alone at a chessboard, Miju seethes with rage, cursing Gi Sung-hyun's name. She pictures Seung-hyun as a dominant chess piece, realizing he has completely outmaneuvered her. The Shinsung Guild leader asks how to stop the duel, as his subordinate outlines the arena's structure. The guild leader suggests staging a fire to halt the chaotic match. Mateo looks visibly concerned, questioning the extreme measures. The guild leader insists there are lines that should not be crossed. His intense gaze questions where those moral boundaries truly lie. Miju's face contorts in a scream of pure panic, terrified of her father's discovery. Meanwhile, Aoyona unleashes her full power against a massive chained construct. Her intense expression reveals she's been anticipating this moment. Miju feels a chilling familiarity, recalling a painful past trauma. Aoyona's void-like face commands her opponent to remain focused. Seung-hyun's face is grim, realizing he must definitely stop the unfolding chaos. He looks on with a stunned expression, questioning his own understanding of the situation. Sun Puream watches with a bewildered look, clearly confused by the events. Modan also expresses her surprise, wondering why Aoyona is acting so strangely. Aoyona is engulfed in a powerful red and yellow aura, yet she makes no move to attack. A student in the crowd questions her inaction, wondering if something has gone wrong. Seung-hyun sweats nervously, a dawning realization crossing his face. He reflects on his sister's struggles, questioning why he assumed Aoyona was different. He wonders why he ever believed the senior could freely use her formidable abilities. Aoyona's face contorts in terror, revealing she is deeply afraid of her own power. Aoyona's face is filled with intense fear, as she seems to question if her inability to speak is the source of her terror. The blue-haired student kneels before Aoyona, who sits on a bench, engaged in a serious conversation. He muses that it's strange how returnees can communicate, despite other worlds having different languages. He theorizes that a translation ability must be inherently attached to those who travel to other worlds, allowing them to speak and understand. He concludes that if a higher power sends people to other worlds, they must highly value conversation. His gaze sharpens as he suggests that upon her return, Aoyona's translation ability didn't disappear, but became distorted. He asks if this means she can now only use the language of the other world, leaving her with a somber expression. The blue-haired student looks away, a hint of frustration in his voice as he calls her an idiot. He looks up, his expression determined as he prepares to offer a solution. Aoyona looks up at him, her expression still somber as he proposes a new course of action. The blue-haired student offers a solution, telling Aoyona that if she wants to come to their school, she just needs to hold his hand. He explains that they can understand each other even without words, extending his hand in a gesture of connection. The scene shifts to a grand, imposing building, identified as the Seonghan Special Ability School, under a bright sky. A younger Aoyona, dressed in a simple hoodie, stands beside the blue-haired student, looking overwhelmed by the new environment. She is surrounded by other students, some with unique features, all smiling and seemingly welcoming her. Her eyes, wide and filled with a mix of wonder and apprehension, take in the new faces. Aoyeona walks forward, surrounded by her new companions, seemingly accepting their offer of friendship. A small, hopeful smile appears on her face as she looks to the side, a rare moment of peace. But her expression quickly shifts to one of deep sadness and fear, the fleeting happiness fading. The memory shatters, revealing Aoyeona standing alone amidst the rubble of a destroyed building, a stark reminder of her past trauma. Aoyeona's face is contorted in fear, her hands raised in a desperate plea. A close-up reveals her wide, terrified eyes and gasping mouth. A distorted memory shows a man holding a smaller figure amidst destruction. Miju stands confidently as shadowy figures loom, their thoughts a mystery. Professor Hagiwara Jin recalls his lesson on the importance of judgment. He emphasizes the need to remove all limits on one's own judgment. His philosophy dictates that if an action is possible, it should be taken. He insists on ignoring all boundaries, as Seung-hyun stands ready with his chains. Aoyeona's face twists in agony, overwhelmed by the surging power within her. Her terrified eye reflects the realization that something is terribly wrong. Seung-hyun stands firm, the red energy sword Hongyeon glowing ominously in his hand. Multiple spectral swords materialize around him, ready to strike. He thinks to himself that winning with petty tricks would only look pathetic. The blue-haired student watches with a knowing smile, as if understanding his internal conflict. John Woojin observes the scene, his expression calm and thoughtful. Seung-hyun screams in frustration, demanding that if she won't use her abilities, she should just attack him directly. Aoyeona is engulfed in a fiery aura, her face contorted in terror. A memory of the blue-haired student's words echoes, reminding them that understanding can exist without words. Aoyeona's eyes widen in pure fear, tears streaming down her face. The sword Hongyeon glows with intense red and yellow energy, reflecting Aoyeona's unleashed power. Aoyeona's hair whips back, indicating a sudden, powerful movement. She runs across the arena while Seung-hyun stands disarmed, with only 1 minute remaining. So-hyun and Mo-dan watch in utter confusion, completely baffled by the turn of events. Aoyeona tried to use her abilities but didn't, while Seung-hyun deliberately threw away his sword. Most of the spectators couldn't understand the unexpected turn of the battle at all. In fact, even the two involved probably didn't fully understand it themselves. Yet, in their strange exchange, they both wanted to understand each other. Aoyeona wonders why Seung-hyun put down his sword, her face etched with confusion. She questions if he was desperate, aiming for something, or if he gave up because of her. Meanwhile, Seung-hyun looks on, equally confused, wondering why she threw away her sword too. Aoyeona questions why Seung-hyun also discarded his weapon, calling her own action impulsive. Both fighters stand poised, their minds filled with a single unspoken question. Why? But they quickly set aside their confusion, focusing on the impending physical clash. Seung-hyun lunges forward, his fist clenched and ready to strike. Aoyeona mirrors his movement, preparing her own powerful counter. Seung-hyun delivers a swift kick, which Aoyeona blocks with her arm. The impact sends a jolt through Aoyeona, her expression intense. Seung-hyun pushes through the exertion, sweat beading on his determined face. Aoyeona retaliates with a powerful punch, connecting with Seung-hyun. Her eye glows with fierce resolve, despite the visible strain of the exchange. Seung-hyun grits his teeth, pushing through the pain with fierce determination. The two fighters clash in a blur of motion, exchanging powerful blows. Sweat streams down Seung-hyun's face as he focuses intensely on the fight. Aoyeona lands a brutal punch, sending Seung-hyun staggering backward from the impact. Her own face is contorted with effort, sweat beading as she presses her attack. But Seung-hyun quickly retaliates, landing a powerful kick to her side. Aoyeona recoils from the blow, her body twisting from the unexpected force. Seung-hyun screams with raw power, unleashing another furious attack. Aoyeona counters with a devastating kick, sending our boy flying through the air. Both fighters look on in stunned disbelief, caught off guard by the intensity of their own exchange. Aoyeona delivers a powerful kick, sending Seung-hyun flying through the air. Seung-hyun grimaces, hearing her taunt that his energy is too weak. Aoyeona's face is strained as she mocks his low rank. Her eye glows with fierce determination, reflecting the intensity of the battle. She unleashes her spectral chains, binding Seung-hyun as he struggles against her power. Seung-hyun looks utterly confused, unable to understand her words. Aoyeona continues her aerial assault, striking Seung-hyun with her glowing chains. From the stands, So-hyun and Mo-dan watch in wide-eyed horror. Seung-hyun crashes to the ground, seemingly defeated as Aoyeona hovers above. He lies on the arena floor, sweating and exhausted, his face a mask of pain. Sung-hyun crashes to the ground, a blur of motion and impact. He slams onto the arena floor, creating a cloud of debris as Ao Yeona looks on. Ao Yeona watches him fall, her expression serious as she processes the unexpected turn. Sung-hyun lies on the ground, sweating and exhausted, questioning if his stamina has already run out. He realizes the stamina consumption was far worse than he anticipated, a natural consequence of intense concentration. He admits to expending too much energy, leaving him with only 1 or 2 uses of his chains at most. A distorted image of Sung-hyun on the ground reflects his internal struggle, wondering if he can still win. His eyes narrow with regret, realizing he shouldn't have discarded the sword. A thought crosses his mind, questioning why Ao Yeona also put down her weapon. He quickly dismisses that thought, refocusing on how to continue the fight despite his exhaustion. A voice from his past questions his constant fighting, asking if he's been in another brawl. A younger Sung-hyun, his face bruised, applies a bandage, wondering what the problem is this time. He explains that someone picked a fight, claiming he'd never become a hunter, but a friend tells him not to listen. His friend warns that constant fighting will prevent him from making friends, a word Sung-hyun repeats with a somber expression. Young Sung-hyun sits alone in an empty room, declaring that he doesn't need such things as friends. He vows that he doesn't need anyone to achieve his dream of becoming a hunter. He recalls that the training materials he studied never mentioned hand-to-hand combat, and he didn't know she was good at it. He remembers her confidence in fighting, a thought that now seems to echo in his mind. The question resurfaces in his mind. Why did he put down his sword in the first place? Sung-hyun clutches his head, his face contorted with confusion, unable to understand his own actions. A younger Sung-hyun looks up at his older self, sitting together on a bench in a quiet memory. The younger Sung-hyun's thoughts recall moments of selfless action, from warning Mo-dan to saving his sister from an illusion. The older Sung-hyun looks back, questioning his own motivations for those protective acts. He struggles to find an answer, his expression a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Sweat pours down his face, an internal voice asking if he's truly struggling. He lies exhausted on the ground while Ao Yeona stands over him, also visibly weary. Ao Yeona looks down, her face strained, wondering if they should continue the fight. Sung-hyun, equally battered and exhausted, questions if it's time to stop. The narrator emphasizes that even without words, there are profound things they can understand. A montage of Sung-hyun's interactions with others highlights that for such connections, profit and loss calculations are irrelevant. Sung-hyun lies battered on the ground, his body radiating exhaustion and pain. Ao Yeona looks on, a surprising expression of gratitude on her sweat-streaked face. She thanks him for waiting, acknowledging the unspoken understanding between them. Sung-hyun, despite his exhaustion, declares his readiness to continue the brutal fight. Ao Yeona mirrors his resolve, clenching her fist with renewed determination. The two fighters clash once more, their fists meeting in a blinding burst of energy. Ao Yeona pushes through the pain, her eyes burning with fierce, unyielding focus. They exchange a flurry of rapid blows, each strike fueled by their desperate resolve. An inner voice reveals the intense, pounding heart of one of the combatants. Sung-hyun unleashes a powerful kick, sending Ao Yeona reeling backward from the impact. Ao Yeona pushes through the pain, her eyes burning with fierce, unyielding focus. Professor Hagawara-jin watches the intense exchange with a thoughtful gaze. All the pain seems to fade away as Sung-hyun rises, ready to continue the fight. Ao Yeona looks on with renewed determination, her hand glowing with power. A blur of motion indicates a sudden, powerful surge of energy. Sung-hyun unleashes a devastating kick, connecting with his opponent. The stunned crowd questions the male student's name, noting his absence from their records. A man in the stands expresses disbelief, questioning if Sung-hyun is truly an F rank. Ao Yeona, despite the exertion, feels a refreshing thrill from the intense battle. A montage of students in various fighting poses reveals that this time, the duels are truly fun. A younger Sung-hyun, bruised and alone, once convinced himself that he didn't need friends. But in the present, sweat streams down his face as a new realization dawns. He admits that he kept turning his back on others, afraid of becoming miserable or facing his own fears. He remembers always being alone, sitting in empty classrooms, isolated from everyone. Yet deep down, he always yearned to fight alongside someone, to share the burden. Ao Yeona's eyes glow with a fierce purple energy, her power finally unleashed. Despite being bound by his chains, she raises her arm, ready to counter his attack. Sung-hyun's eyes widen in surprise as her powerful fist connects. Her gloved hand glows with immense energy, pushing back against his binding chains. Sweat pours down Sung-hyun's face as he struggles to maintain his hold. Caught off guard by her strength, Ao Yeona is stunned. Realizing her left hand, previously injured, is now fully functional, she questions if her wound healed or if she was simply feigning weakness until now. A surge of red energy erupts from her arm as she realizes she's been completely outmaneuvered. Seung-hyun stands exhausted, his spectral chain still active, having pushed her to her limits. Eo Yeona's eye glows with a mix of fear and dawning understanding. Seung-hyun reaches out, taking her hand, and offers a heartfelt thank you. He closes his eyes, sweat pouring down his face, overwhelmed by the intense exchange. Eo Yeona looks on in stunned disbelief, a new emotion dawning on her face. Her hand glows with blue energy as she realizes she just spoke clearly and properly. Seung-hyun looks up, his eye reflecting a quiet satisfaction in their shared understanding. Seung-hyun unleashes a powerful attack, his chains glowing as the blue-haired student watches in shock. So-hyun and Mo-dan watch in disbelief as Eo Yeona is sent reeling, while John Woojin smirks and Seol Subin looks on in surprise. The blue-haired student is left sweating and completely overwhelmed by the intense battle. Eo Yeona collapses from exhaustion as the system announces the time limit has been reached. Seung-hyun stands, equally exhausted and surprised by the sudden end of the match. The announcer stands ready, microphone in hand, to deliver the final verdict. He gives a subtle nod of approval, preparing to declare the victor. Seung-hyun stands victorious, sweat still pouring down his face as the word winner flashes. He lets out a triumphant yell as the announcer declares him the winner, Gi Seung-hyun. Meanwhile, Eo Yeona's statue lies shattered on the ground, a testament to the fierce duel. Eo Yeona is left sweating and stunned by the outcome as other students cheer for the victor. Meanwhile, UJ Guild hunters Gu Ji-hwan and Do Jin-wook find the male student quite interesting. Gu Ji-hwan's eyes widen in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the turn of events. He then wonders where the Shinsung Guild representatives have suddenly disappeared to. Back in the arena, Seung-hyun helps a weary Eo Yeona to her feet as Professor Hagiwara Jin declares him the winner. Professor Hagiwara Jin then asks Professor Chae Ji-hyung to open the arena wall, but Professor Chae Ji-hyung looks concerned, revealing something is wrong and the wall won't open. Professor Hagiwara Jin's face twists in shock, realizing the unexpected danger. He struggles to understand Professor Chae Ji-hyung's words, asking him to speak Korean, as the arena floor cracks further. Seung-hyun and Eo Yeona look at each other, both confused and sweating, as she questions the strange cracks appearing. Professor Chae Ji-hyung looks concerned, his face etched with worry. Professor Hagiwara Jin questions the situation, his expression filled with disbelief. He wonders if the Shinsung group is behind this, as the arena floor continues to crack violently. Massive, shadowy hands erupt from the ground, tearing through the arena floor with destructive force. So-hyun and Mo-dan watch in wide-eyed horror, completely overwhelmed by the sudden chaos. The UJ Guild hunters, Gu Ji-hwan and Do Jin-wook, look on with serious, concerned expressions. Seung-hyun stares in utter disbelief, questioning what is happening. Eo Yeona stands beside him, her body glowing with a fierce aura, ready for whatever comes next. The shadowy hands lunge forward, striking Eo Yeona and sending her flying backward. She crashes to the ground, engulfed in a fiery explosion, as Seung-hyun watches in shock. A powerful red energy blast erupts across the chaotic arena. A black-haired figure, possibly Mateo, is caught in the red energy, dodging a massive shadowy limb. His face contorts with pure fury, cursing the sudden appearance of the monstrous threat. He wields his sword, looking down at a shadowy wrapped figure on the ground amidst the destructive red energy. A towering, muscular monster with a void for a face emerges from the depths. The narrator reminds us that terrifying monsters are captured and held here for research purposes. The black-haired figure screams, identifying the monstrous entity as Asura. Suddenly, Professor Hagiwara Jin appears, a mysterious green glow near his nose, declaring his presence. His face distorts, enveloped in a strange purple energy, as if undergoing a transformation. An overhead view of the arena shows a massive purple energy column, confirming it is Professor Hagiwara Jin of Seonghan Special Ability School. Professor Hagiwara Jin, now transformed, uses curse techniques to send his thoughts directly into the minds of all students and hunters. He warns that the information is compressed for rapid delivery, so everyone should expect some headaches. A student clutches his head as the professor reveals the monster Asura was an experimental subject that has now been released, ordering an orderly evacuation. So-hyun is bewildered, realizing she can understand the mental message despite it feeling like a foreign language. Professor Hagiwara Jin, with glowing eyes, explains he will give specific instructions to a select few hunters for maximum efficiency. Other hunters are instructed to assist with student evacuation to prevent a chaotic clash of abilities. He then specifically names Professor Chae Ji-hyung and student Eo Yeona With fierce intensity, he commands them to protect Gi Sung-hyun at all costs. A trickle of blood escapes Professor Hagiwara-jin's mouth, a sign of the immense strain from his powerful curse. He then addresses everyone, a sinister figure now fully revealed, holding a glowing wand as chaos erupts. A dark-haired figure, Mateo, clenches his jaw, blood on his lip, as a white-clad figure with a sword looms. The chaotic battle against the monstrous Asura begins, with shadowy limbs tearing through the arena. Before Professor Hagiwara-jin succumbed to exhaustion, he transmitted vital information about the monster. He revealed Asura was one of 2 monsters discovered in 1991 at Busan's A-rank gate, a massive headless entity. Its terrifying abilities include infinite flexibility of its arms and body, along with rapid regeneration. These powers granted an overwhelming attack range, but fortunately, the arena barriers protect those outside. The professor warns that this monster self-destructs upon death, glowing with destructive purple energy. A flashback confirms that an identical monster exploded in 1991, killing 4 hunters and severely injuring another. Mateo realizes that while killing Asura might save Nana and Aoyeona, there's another critical concern. He looks on in terror, remembering Sung-hyun, an F-rank, is still trapped inside the arena. A frantic instructor orders the students to evacuate in an orderly fashion. He explains the plan. First, get all students out, then hunters will use resonance to break the barrier. After rescuing Sung-hyun, they will combine their strength to defeat the monstrous Asura. Mateo battles Asura, desperately urging Aoyeona to use her golem ability to hold out. Aoyeona's face contorts in fear and strain, engulfed in a fiery aura. Mateo insists her golem is perfect for diverting the monster's attention, screaming for her to hurry. Her eyes wide with terror, Aoyeona internally admits she cannot use her power. She struggles with the discomfort of using her abilities, especially golem and so many others. A haunting memory of destruction flashes, reminding her she won't be able to handle it. Mateo screams at her, telling her not to think about responsibility, as her face remains tear-streaked and terrified. Mateo midair swings his sword with fierce determination. His face contorts with rage, vowing to take full responsibility. Aoyeona's terrified face is drenched in sweat, engulfed in a fiery aura. A tear escapes her eye, reflecting the intense heat and fear. Aoyeona sits amidst glowing energy, manifesting countless small rock golems. Her ability allows her to gather rocks and construct countless golems. The golem's void-like face hints at the nature of her power. The more golems she creates, the harder they are to control. But for now, the golem's empty torso is a strategic choice. Only its powerful legs remain, surrounded by swirling red energy. Asura looms over the arena, surrounded by shattered golems, while Mateo stands ready with his sword, confident in his strategy. Mateo's face is grim and determined, planning to incapacitate the monster without killing it. A close-up shows Asura's massive, flexible limbs, emphasizing its regenerative capabilities. Mateo charges forward, a blur of motion, striking Asura with his sword as Sung-hyun watches. Aoyeona is caught in the fiery chaos, her face contorted in pain and struggle. Sung-hyun looks on with wide eyes, clearly alarmed by the escalating battle. Mateo continues his relentless assault on Asura, dodging its massive limbs. Mateo's intense gaze and focused expression reveal his unwavering resolve to execute his plan. He lunges again, delivering another powerful blow to the monstrous Asura. Mateo's face twists in pain and concern, realizing the situation is quickly turning dire. Sung-hyun stands amidst the shattered arena, completely defenseless against the looming threat. Sweat pours down Sung-hyun's face, his expression strained and fearful. He lunges forward, his face contorted with desperation, trying to escape the chaos. Mateo and another figure look on in shock, their eyes wide with alarm. Mateo's eye is wide with fear, as an inner voice warns him not to move. The voice explains that if he moves, he'll be spotted and attacked by the shadowy limbs. Mateo unleashes a powerful blue energy blast from his suit, propelling himself forward. He fires a concentrated beam of energy at a massive, shadowy hand. The shadowy hand is engulfed in a powerful purple and red energy explosion. Mateo charges forward, his sword glowing red, ready to strike the monstrous Asura. Mateo, however, doesn't run toward the professor, but instead charges toward the abandoned reflecting sword Echo, lying amidst the rubble. While Professor Chae Ji-hyung and Aoyeona are distracted by the monstrous Asura, Sung-hyun's mind races, realizing they can't fight properly because they're protecting him. He looks up, desperate to know what he can possibly do in this situation. He vows that it's okay if he can't defeat the monster, as long as he doesn't get in the way. Aoyeona is engulfed in fiery energy, as Sung-hyun wishes he could also be like that. He imagines a powerful, glowing figure, radiating immense destructive energy. Seong-hyun's eyes widen in desperation, wishing he was also that strong. A memory surfaces, highlighting a profound lack he had been ignoring within himself. Physical fatigue from the prolonged battle takes its toll on Seong-hyun. He faces an overwhelming despair he has never experienced before. Gi Sung-hyun, reeling from these shocks, is hit by an unprecedented wave of stress. Even so, a fierce determination burns in his eye. His will to break through this dire situation manifests as glowing spectral chains. This surge of resolve brings out some hidden potential within him. Sung-hyun unleashes a powerful red energy blast from the sword Hong-yeon, striking Asura. Eo Yeona, wielding the reflecting sword Echo, deflects the incoming attack with a strained expression. A stunned observer exclaims that she deflected it with Echo, the reflecting sword. But it's not enough. With his exhausted body, Seong-hyun faces Asura's looming next attack. Seong-hyun's eye glows with fierce resolve, ready to unleash his full power. His spectral chains erupt, tearing through Asura's massive shadowy limb with destructive force. The monstrous entity recoils, its immense muscular body momentarily stunned by the impact. Sung-hyun's gaze is locked on his target, his determination unwavering. He charges across the shattered arena, his body crackling with blue energy and spectral chains. His face is set with grim focus, prepared to confront the towering monster. Asura's massive limb lunges, but Sung-hyun's glowing chains rise to meet the attack head-on. His eye widens, channeling every ounce of his strength into the counter. The monster's limb shatters under the assault as Sung-hyun presses his relentless attack. His glowing blue chains wrap tightly around Asura's colossal form, binding it in place. Sung-hyun radiates immense blue energy, stunning those around him. His sudden surge of power leaves onlookers questioning his true nature. Not only have his spectral chains grown stronger, but his physical prowess has also dramatically amplified. A stunned observer wonders if this sudden transformation is a specific phenomenon. His intense glow suggests a rare and powerful reawakening of his abilities. The narrator explains that individuals awaken their energy to become ability users. These initial awakenings also determine their fixed ability limits, known as ranks. However, some users experience a reawakening, significantly boosting their rank or granting new powers. Yet, an experienced eye notes that Sung-hyun's current state feels distinctly different. Despite the lack of typical reawakening fluctuations, his raw energy output has undeniably surged. Sung-hyun's face is intense, surrounded by blue energy, as he questions what this new power is. The chaotic arena is filled with shadowy limbs and shattered debris, as a voice asks if the evacuation is ready. Mateo, the black-haired figure, frantically screams for the barrier to be opened quickly, now that the students have left. Gu Ji-hwan from the UJ Guild refuses, explaining the students need to move to the next building to be safe. Do Jin-wook, also from the UJ Guild, insists they wait just a minute or two as a professor and returnee are still inside. Mateo, wielding his sword, notes that the situation inside is more stable than he thought, questioning Seong-hyun's F-rank status. Gu Ji-hwan, however, insists they can't just sit there doing nothing while the chaos unfolds. Do Jin-wook looks on, a bead of sweat on his face, clearly concerned by the escalating situation. Mateo and the female student look on with concern as the chaos continues to rage around them. The mysterious figure in the hat from the Shinsung Guild dismisses the idea of trusting the three people inside as too optimistic. The mysterious figure in the hat declares he's going in. Gu Ji-hwan questions the decision, worried about the students, but the figure insists he has a plan. The mysterious figure in the hat confirms he has a plan. The narrator explains Professor Chai Ji-hyung's strategy of attacking. While the golems distract Asura, the strategy is no longer working. Asura has realized the golems are not a real threat. But Eo Yeona, with a fierce expression, prepares to act. A massive golem arm is shown, hinting at a new creation. She gathered the golem fragments and built a giant golem. This was a move she couldn't use before, worried about Sung-hyun getting caught up. The massive golem engages Asura, allowing Sung-hyun to fight without fear, his chains glowing with renewed power. Sung-hyun stands atop the golem, his spectral chains now visibly strengthened, ready to unleash his full might. His face contorts with fierce determination, his hand glowing as he declares their ability to overcome the monster. Asura is now completely bound by Sung-hyun's glowing spectral chains, restricting its monstrous movements. Sung-hyun's grip tightens on his chains, his eyes burning with intense focus and exertion. The powerful chains continue to wrap around Asura, holding the colossal monster firmly in place. Mateo battles a shadowy limb of Asura, while the giant golem also fights, creating an opening for Sung-hyun. Mateo cheers for Seung-hyun, impressed by his performance and playfully wishing he'd apply the same effort to tests. Seung-hyun unleashes a powerful combined attack with his chains and sword, striking Asura alongside Mateo. His face is etched with unwavering resolve, glowing with blue energy as he presses his relentless assault. Mateo, Yeona, and Professor Chai Ji-hyung continue their relentless assault on Asura's massive form. The three fighters look on with grim determination, their powers flaring in the chaotic battle. Mateo questions if their combined attack was successful, but the others seem unsure. Professor Chai Ji-hyung explains their strategy to prevent Asura's rapid regeneration. Professor Chai Ji-hyung believes the time is right to finally open the arena barrier. His eye gleams with intense focus, ready to execute the next phase of their plan. Yeona watches as Seung-hyun collapses to one knee, clearly overwhelmed by exhaustion. Mateo struggles with the immense recoil from his attacks, his face etched with pain. Mateo glances back as Yeona helps a dazed Seung-hyun, while Asura's limb explodes nearby. All three look on in utter shock, completely caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. The monster's limb explodes with a blinding flash, leaving everyone questioning if it can self-destruct without dying. Mateo screams in terror, realizing that Seung-hyun is now completely defenseless. Seung-hyun's eyes widen in fear, sweat pouring down his face as he faces the escalating danger. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure in the hat calmly reads from his glowing book. He unleashes a powerful blast, commanding everyone to get away from the immediate vicinity. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupts from the ground, shaking the entire arena. Seung-hyun looks on in utter shock, completely disoriented by the sudden massive blast. A contained explosion of light surges upwards through a narrow shaft, hinting at a hidden path. A futuristic city is reflected in a glowing eye, a symbol of the grand scheme unfolding. The mysterious figure in the hat reiterates his earlier warning, his expression grim. Seung-hyun's face is etched with worry as his father's command to protect his sister echoes. The mysterious figure, Professor Hagiwara Jin, declares he must add another condition to his plan. He looks on with a serious expression, now instructing everyone to protect themselves too. He explains to the other hunters that opening the barrier fully risks Asura's escape. Instead, he proposes creating a tiny, precise hole, just large enough for one person to pass. Mateo argues that such precision is impossible with a corporate-grade barrier system, but a sudden realization dawns on Mateo, stopping him in his tracks. He stares in shock, recognizing the mysterious figure standing before them. He finally identifies him as the legendary hunter Gi Shin-baek, Seung-hyun's father. Hunter Gi Shin-baek looks on with an intense gaze, his true identity now revealed. A precise glowing portal opens in the chaotic red energy above the arena. Hunter Gi Shin-baek descends from the opening, his glowing book in hand, as a voice urges them to trust him. Seung-hyun stares in utter disbelief, questioning if this powerful figure is truly his father. He then asks if his father was watching his entire duel. Gi Shin-baek confirms he was, as the drenched crowd looks on in stunned silence. But his father's words are harsh, telling Seung-hyun he is still far from ready. He adds that the student council is too much for someone at his current level. Seung-hyun looks down, the words echoing in his mind, questioning if he's truly still not ready. He remembers his father always telling him he couldn't do it, that his efforts wouldn't work. But a triumphant, defiant smile spreads across Seung-hyun's face, asking if his father is no longer saying it won't work. Gi Shin-baek looks on, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. Seung-hyun's eye is cast down, still processing his father's harsh words. Mateo helps a dazed Seung-hyun, who is clearly exhausted from the ordeal. Seung-hyun looks down as the narrator explains the monster incident at Seonghan Special Ability School. Considering the monster's scale, the narrator continues, the damage was surprisingly minor. Modan helps a weary Yeona who nods, confirming she can still walk. Gi Shin-baek looks away, knowing the school would face public criticism. A professor addresses a crowd as the school is criticized for inadequate safety management. Inside a conference room, a voice declares they will get straight to the point. Several powerful figures, including Miju, gather around a grand table for a serious discussion. Professor Hagiwara Jin reveals that the monster escape was no mere accident. Professor Ryu Hyo-sung questions this, explaining his own curse arts failed to control Asura. Professor Lena Wright deduces that Asura must have already been under someone else's control. Professor Hagiwara Jin confirms the monster was being manipulated by an unknown party. Professor Choi Ji-hyung adds that monster-controlling curse users are incredibly rare. He then reveals that investigations point to Shinsung Guild's hunter Mateo possessing such a talent. Oh Gangho, a Shinsung Guild member, listens with a stern, unreadable expression. Gu Jihuan from the rival UJ Guild angrily exclaims that Shinsung is always behind such incidents. He accuses them of orchestrating the chaos to cover up their product's poor performance in the class. Gu Jihuan further rages that they intentionally damaged the UJ arena to ruin their reputation. Gi Shin-baek, Sung-hyun's father, intervenes, stating that Shinsung has an alibi. Gu Jihuan looks on with a furious and skeptical expression. Gi Shin-baek recalls a past conversation, his gaze intense. Professor Hagiwara Jin's words echo, urging him not to limit his judgment. He insisted that if an action was possible, it should be taken. He believed in ignoring all boundaries and moral lines. Gu Jihuan looks confused, questioning the meaning of the alibi. Mateo and Gu Jihuan watch Gi Shin-baek, still processing the information. Gi Shin-baek stands firm, his glowing book held confidently. He reveals he had already detained the culprit before any further incident could occur. The two guild leaders are told to be quiet, a tense silence falling over the room. Principal Young Jin-seok expresses his disbelief that Shinsung would be so reckless. He declares the monster incident an act of terrorism, urging both guilds to cooperate on school security. Gi Shin-baek's eyes glow with intensity, reminding everyone he didn't call them to fight amongst themselves. Gu Jihuan and Du Jinwook from the UJ Guild exchange a tense glance. The principal questions Gi Shin-baek's intense expression, sensing his unease. Gi Shin-baek calmly responds to the principal, preparing to reveal a crucial detail. He states there appears to be a spy within the school, asking if the principal has any suspicions. Gu Jihuan and Du Jinwook listen intently, their expressions growing serious. Gu Jihuan questions if there's a culprit, but Gi Shin-baek insists there was at least an informant. The principal explains that controlling Asura means the culprit knew its exact location within the school's secret underground facility. This crucial detail confirms that the individual responsible for the monster's release must be an insider, someone within the school itself. Oh Gangho, the Shinsung guild leader, listens intently, a bead of sweat on his face as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Later outside, Oh Gangho speaks on the phone, expressing relief that he managed to avoid being misunderstood in the strange incident. Meanwhile, Mateo, the Shinsung Guild subordinate, also on the phone, admits he's glad Hunter Gi Shin-baek's presence prevented him from being further suspected. He then reminds himself that the ship departs at 3 o'clock, indicating a looming deadline. Mateo is seen in a dilapidated room, casually talking on the phone, while a bloodied, tied-up figure sits nearby, and a dark-haired woman watches. The woman asks if he's finished his call, and Mateo apologetically confirms he has. She then places a hand on the bound figure, pressing Mateo to continue his story about controlling the monster after receiving its location. Mateo, now sitting comfortably, admits that controlling the monster wasn't bad, though Gi Shin-baek's watchful eye made it challenging. The real Mateo, bruised and bound, thinks to himself about being a returnee, confused by the woman's question. The dark-haired woman, with a chilling expression, asks the bloodied Mateo why he still hasn't killed his target. She casually reminds him that she had previously instructed him to hold back, which is why he hadn't acted yet. With a subtle gesture, the woman then gives the order to proceed, telling him he can kill the person now. The imposter Mateo, with a sinister grin and glowing blue energy, reveals he has fully remembered the face of his victim. He leans in close to the bound, terrified figure, expressing his excitement and confirming the name Mateo. The dark-haired woman, surrounded by various tools, explains they needed a Shinsung Guild member's face, and his similar name was convenient, with his monster control being an added bonus. The real Mateo, his face contorted in fear, tries to correct the imposter, revealing his full name. The imposter Mateo's chilling intent is revealed. He plans to make full use of the real Mateo's abilities and identity. The imposter Mateo, now clean and composed, confidently walks out of a door, giving a dismissive gesture as he departs. The dark-haired woman, with a chilling smile, dismisses the bound Mateo, telling him to keep quiet and leave. The imposter Mateo, now clean and composed, confidently walks down the stairs, ready to execute his plan. With a sinister grin, the imposter declares his intention to completely overturn the Hunter school. Meanwhile, Hunter Gi Shin-baek, Sung-hyun's father, walks with a thoughtful and serious expression. His gaze sharpens as he prepares to address someone, a single word escaping his lips. He confronts a white-haired man in casual attire who looks surprised by the sudden encounter. The white-haired man, his face contorted with rage, demands to know if Gi Shin-baek remembers him. Gi Shin-baek looks back with a calm, almost dismissive expression as a fiery memory burns behind him. A chaotic pink-hued vision of destruction flashes, a painful memory that still haunts his dreams. The sounds and scenery of that devastating day continue to echo as a figure runs through the rubble. The painful memory continues to haunt him, showing his sister So-hyun crying in distress. He also recalls the terrifying, void-faced figure from that devastating day. Back in the present, Hunter Gi Shin-baek stands firm, his gaze unwavering. The white-haired man, recognizing him, questions if he remembers the child who survived. Gi Shin-baek faces the man in a park, sensing the weight of his unspoken question. The white-haired man looks down, admitting there's something he needs to ask. Gi Shin-baek, his expression unreadable, simply tells him to speak. The white-haired man looks up, his voice filled with a single burning question. His mind flashes back to So-hyun's tear-streaked face, distorted by chaotic energy. He clenches his fist, demanding to know why it all happened. The white-haired man's mind is consumed by a swirling pink-hued memory of a terrified child's face. He demands to know why Gi Shin-baek committed those terrible acts and caused so many deaths. Gi Shin-baek's gaze remains calm, questioning if the man's inquiry stems from genuine curiosity. The agitated man insists on an answer, holding out a glowing blue crystal as he screams for a response. He stands firm, demanding to hear the truth directly from Gi Shin-baek's own mouth. His hand trembles slightly, clutching the glowing blue crystal. Gi Shin-baek's eye watches him intently, his expression unreadable. The white-haired man continues to hold the crystal, his focus unwavering. His eye burns with a desperate, unyielding need for an explanation. Gi Shin-baek looks down, his gaze still calm, observing the man's raw emotion. Gi Shin-baek's hand remains in his pocket, his expression unreadable. The white-haired man, still clutching the glowing crystal, recalls a devastating past event. He remembers a single monster that appeared on the street that fateful day. The monster was named Legion, a terrifying S-class entity with a horned, skull-like face. It possessed an infinitely dividing body and regeneration far surpassing Asura's power. He recalls arriving at the scene to find that one legion had already multiplied into thousands. For everyone he barely killed, 3 more would split off, engulfing the entire area. To stop the exponentially multiplying monster, he had no choice but to blow up the entire surrounding area. Gi Shin-baek looks up, claiming he made a rational choice in that devastating moment. The white-haired man screams in fury, questioning how he could call such an act rational. The white-haired man screams, declaring his intention to become a hunter to overthrow the entire hunter world. Gi Shin-baek looks up at the sky, calmly acknowledging the man's fervent words. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun is shown bruised and sweating, but with a determined smile on his face. The white-haired man's face is grim as he states that if Gi Shin-baek truly believes his actions were rational, then it cannot be helped. He holds out the glowing blue crystal, demanding an apology from Gi Shin-baek, noting he has never seen him apologize. The white-haired man's intense gaze reiterates his demand for an apology, emphasizing any remorse Gi Shin-baek might feel. He then specifically demands that Gi Shin-baek apologize to our sister. A close-up of Gi Shin-baek's mouth shows his calm, unreadable expression. Gi Shin-baek, still composed, refuses the white-haired man's demand for an apology. The white-haired man's eye widens in shock and anger, processing Gi Shin-baek's unwavering refusal. Gi Shin-baek, in his hat and suit, explains the 3 components of a true apology. He continues, listing recognizing wrongs, feeling remorse, and promising not to repeat the action. His eye narrows as he declares he won't make such a promise. The white-haired man's eye widens in shock at Gi Shin-baek's cold refusal. Gi Shin-baek illustrates his point with a city, explaining that if all citizens were in danger, and sacrificing the people on this island could save the rest, he would recreate that devastating day. The white-haired man, holding the glowing crystal, says that if Gi Shin-baek wants to deny him, like a certain hunter did 7 years ago, he'll have to be stopped by force. Gi Shin-baek's eye remains calm, reflecting the white-haired man's intense gaze. Gi Shin-baek stands firm, ready to face the white-haired man's challenge. Gi Shin-baek stands firm, facing the white-haired man who clutches the glowing blue crystal. But in a flash, the white-haired man is sent reeling backward, the crystal flying from his grasp. A powerful blue energy blast streaks across the scene, a testament to Gi Shin-baek's sudden attack. Gi Shin-baek remains calm and composed, his gaze unwavering after unleashing his power. The white-haired man's eyes widen in utter disbelief, caught completely off guard by the assault. He questions how Gi Shin-baek could have predicted his move without even using his signature book. The impact sends him flying, his face contorted in a mix of shock and pain. He is launched high into the air, disoriented by the sheer force of the unexpected blow. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if the very ground itself had somehow bounced him upwards. His gaze then shifts to the sky, where multiple glowing red objects now appear. The white-haired man, still airborne, unleashes a barrage of glowing blue crystals. The crystals explode around him in a dazzling, chaotic display of light and energy. Gishinbek's eye narrows, his gaze fixed on the unfolding attack. The white-haired man looks down in shock, realizing the ground beneath him has vanished. Two heavy crescent-shaped weights appear, falling rapidly through the air. Gishinbek, now bound by glowing blue shackles, struggles against the sudden restraint. A powerful geyser of water erupts from the ground, propelling him further into the sky. The white-haired man, surrounded by pink energy, dismisses Gishinbek's lack of experience. He stands over a dazed Gishinbek, surrounded by sharp, glowing crystals, holding his book. Gishinbek, battered and bruised, struggles against the bindings, refusing to yield. Gishinbek, still bound, looks up with a determined expression, planning to unleash lethal water pressure from multiple angles next time. The white-haired man screams in frustration, surrounded by glowing blue crystals, as if struggling against an unseen force. A single glowing red crystal shatters into countless pieces, indicating a powerful impact. The white-haired man lies on the ground, covered in shattered crystal fragments and sweat, looking up in disbelief. Gishinbek is shown falling through a swirling vortex of energy as the white-haired man questions his immense strength. The white-haired man, drenched in sweat and tears, questions if Gishinbek's choice was truly the best, despite his power. Gishinbek stands amidst a barrage of glowing red crystals, his expression calm and unreadable. A close-up of Gishinbek's intense red eye glowing with power hints at his unwavering resolve. The white-haired man is sent flying backward, a glowing card falling from his grasp as Gishinbek tells him to come to the school's internship later. Gishinbek stands over the dazed white-haired man, declaring he will educate him, while the man furiously questions why he should go. Gishinbek, seen from behind, is told to take his own son, as he explains that failing to seize an opportunity is due to lack of experience. He walks away from the white-haired man, advising him not to be picky about the means if he wants to realize his intentions. The white-haired man lies on the ground, his face contorted in pain and frustration. Sung-hyun looks on with a worried expression, a bead of sweat on his face. Aoyona walks away, a glowing chain on her wrist, stating that everything is fine. Sung-hyun is connected to her by a glowing chain, asking her where she's going. Aoyona looks back with a somber, unreadable expression. She questions if she already told him, then admits that apparently not, as the scene shifts to a bright sky. The perspective shifts to an exterior shot of the Gam family building, with a caption indicating it's yesterday. A monstrous, skeletal figure with a red eye is struck by a powerful yellow energy blast, its mouth agape in pain. In a virtual training room, 3 students practice their combat moves against a skeletal monster. A man in a suit, observing their performance, notes that their score is quite good. The 3 students, sweating but beaming, celebrate their impressive 98-point score. One of the female students expresses surprise, realizing that was indeed the monster's critical weakness. Sung-hyun, wiping sweat from his brow, explains that he happened to read about that monster in a recent research paper. He considers himself lucky, noting that the observation class has significantly reduced overt bullying. Sung-hyun watches as the 2 female students from the training room happily interact with a male student. He reflects on his sister's situation as a group of girls approaches her, one offering an apology for a past incident. Sung-hyun exhales, observing that his sister also seems to be adapting well to school life. Later, Sung-hyun, now in casual clothes, delivers a stern warning to Shin Mi-ju should she try to harm them again. The female student panics, realizing her secret crush on Woo-jin could be exposed on the Blue Cube platform. Sung-hyun reflects that while school life has become a little easier, a deeper struggle remains. The grid-like background shimmers, hinting at the digital world of the Blue Cube. The 2 female students and the male student from the training room watch on, their expressions neutral. Sung-hyun clenches his glowing chains, his face contorted with frustration, admitting he still feels weak. The 2 female students react with disgust to a crude comment from the male student. Sung-hyun struggles with his glowing chains, questioning why his power isn't working as it should. A sweaty Sung-hyun listens intently as he's told he definitely absorbed Eo-yona's power during their duel. The male student theorizes that Sung-hyun can change and use the powers of eliminated returnees, explaining his past surge of strength. He further explains that summoners, like Sung-hyun, often don't fully understand the extent of their own abilities. The male student explains that while other abilities have centuries of knowledge, summoning is a manifestation of the soul. He adds that each soul is unique, making academic approaches limited for summoners. This means Sung-hyun has no choice but to learn directly through his own senses, pushing his limits. The time on a phone screen shows 8:16, indicating the early morning. Mo-Dan and John Woo-jin look on, with Mo-Dan asking if he's truly not coming with them. Seung-hyun, sitting in a training room, declines her offer to eat chicken together, telling them to go ahead. He admits he's still awkward with energy manipulation and needs to catch up to the other students. Seung-hyun looks determined, focused on his training. Mo-Dan looks at him with concern, telling him to still come back in the evening sometimes. Seung-hyun sits alone in the virtual training room, surrounded by a blue aura, ready to continue his intense practice. Seung-hyun reflects on his relentless training, practically living in the hall since enrolling. He recalls his intense practice even before school, clashing swords in a blur of motion. An inner voice insists he has no choice but to continue this demanding path. He feels the pressure to keep running, lest he be left behind by the others. The clock tower shows it's already 9 at night, marking his long hours of effort. Seung-hyun sits alone in the virtual training room, trying to focus his mind. He admits his concentration is failing, deciding it's time to return to the dorm. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his weary face. Ao Yeona is also present, sitting quietly with her eyes closed in the training space. The two returnees now sit opposite each other, sharing the silent virtual arena. Seung-hyun is surprised to see Ao Yeona in the training room, questioning her unexpected presence. Ao Yeona's eye remains calm and focused, observing her surroundings. The two returnees sit opposite each other in the virtual training room, a quiet tension filling the air. Seung-hyun looks at Ao Yeona, realizing he has no idea what she truly thinks of him after their intense duel. He reflects on his dirty trick during their match, wondering if he should offer an apology. Ao Yeona's hand clenches, a subtle sign of her internal thoughts. She suddenly lunges forward, her eyes burning with fierce determination, catching Seung-hyun off guard. Seung-hyun quickly reacts, summoning his spectral chains to defend himself from the unexpected assault. Ao Yeona unleashes a powerful energy blast from her hand, striking directly at Seung-hyun. Seung-hyun looks on in surprise, caught off guard by her sudden and powerful attack. Ao Yeona holds a small piece of paper, her wrist still bound by Seung-hyun's spectral chains. She looks up, her expression calm as the glowing chains remain wrapped around her. The spectral chain connects them, with Ao Yeona pulling on it as Seung-hyun braces himself in the virtual arena. Seung-hyun, sweating and confused, asks her what day it is. Ao Yeona demands an answer, pressing him for the exact month, day, and day of the week. Seung-hyun looks away, a bead of sweat on his face, clearly flustered by her persistence. Ao Yeona corrects his phrasing, explaining the proper way to ask about the day of the week. She looks at him with a slightly exasperated expression, finishing her grammatical lesson. Ao Yeona looks down, her face returning to a neutral, almost thoughtful state. Seung-hyun, frustrated, tells her to stop giving advice while internally questioning her strange behavior. Ao Yeona apologizes to Seung-hyun for her actions during the observation class, but he questions her sudden appearance. She considers his words, her expression thoughtful and unreadable. She then tells Seung-hyun that if he wants her forgiveness, he must do her a favor. Seung-hyun, still confused, asks what she means by this request. The scene shifts to an exterior view of Poppy Hall, indicating a future meeting place. Inside a messy room, a girl lies passed out on the floor, surrounded by discarded food and drinks. Two other girls look on, one wondering if their teacher is dead, while the other complains about the dorm supervisor. A shadow of a person is seen through a door, as one girl asks if she should buy a hangover cure for So-hyun. Two girls quickly put on their clothes, startled by someone approaching their room. One of the girls looks surprised, wondering who is coming to their door. The girl from the observation class, Ao Yeona, stands before the two dorm mates looking somewhat dazed. The blue-haired girl recognizes her as the one who lost to Seung-hyun, leaving the male student confused. She excitedly confirms she was indeed there, asking if he also witnessed the duel. Meanwhile, Ao Yeona and Seung-hyun walk together down a quiet road, their destination unknown. The two girls from the dorm peek from behind a wall, wondering where the pair is headed and if they're planning something mischievous. The blue-haired girl expresses her concern, fearing that Ao Yeona might bully Seung-hyun after their fight. Her friend, however, suggests a more proactive approach, offering to secretly follow them if she's truly worried. The blue-haired girl looks surprised by the unexpected suggestion. The scene shifts to a bright sky as a thought emerges, revealing a simple request. Ao Yeona, with a calm expression, asks for help to speak clearly in front of her friend. Ao Yeona, holding Seung-hyun's spectral chain, explains she can only speak clearly while touching it, asking if he considers her a friend. Seung-hyun, confused, asks if her language distortion affects writing, then questions why she needs his ability if writing works. He looks at her, still trying to understand her reliance on his power for communication. Ao Yeona looks away, thinking that simple messages or written notes should be sufficient for conversation. Sunlight filters through the trees, casting long shadows on the forest floor. An elf-like ear with a small bird perched on it twitches, sensing Ioyona's approach. Sicheya, a third-year returnee with long blue hair and pointed ears, rests against a tree, wondering if someone else is coming. Her striking elf-like features are highlighted, confirming her unique returnee status. A bright, empty path stretches ahead, hinting at an imminent arrival. A mysterious figure in a dark hooded cloak and sunglasses peeks from behind a wall, observing the scene. The blue-haired dorm mate urges her friend to follow quickly, leading the way. Her friend questions how they can follow Seung-hyun without seeing him, but the blue-haired girl explains she senses his energy. She clarifies that all ability users emit subtle energy waves that can be detected. The other girl is surprised, admitting she lacks that skill, but her friend assures her it can be trained. Her friend then playfully compares her energy-sensing ability to a dog's sense of smell, much to her annoyance. She clarifies her comparison, explaining how dogs find things by scent, which the blue-haired girl reluctantly accepts. Meanwhile, Seung-hyun and Aoyona walk through a sun-dappled forest, still connected by the glowing spectral chain. Seung-hyun questions their destination, but Aoyona calmly states they have arrived. They find Sicheya, the elf-like returnee, resting against a tree, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Sicheya looks up, her unique elf-like features prominent, observing the approaching pair. Seung-hyun looks on with a surprised expression, realizing something significant about the person before him. The elf-like returnee, Sicheya, is revealed to be non-human, confirming Seung-hyun's sudden insight. Sicheya floats up in surprise as Seung-hyun and Aoyona approach, still connected by the spectral chain. With a warm smile, Sicheya greets Aoyona, happy to see her arrive. Aoyona, a little flustered, struggles to form a proper response. She manages a surprised hello, her expression a mix of embarrassment and wonder. Sicheya finds it fascinating to hear Aoyona speak Korean, a sentiment Seung-hyun quietly shares. Recognizing Aoyona as a fellow returnee, Sicheya correctly deduces that the person beside her must be Seung-hyun. Sicheya introduces herself and reveals she knows about Seung-hyun, asking if he truly possesses the ability to seal returnee powers. She continues, mentioning his popularity on the school bulletin board and the theories about his hidden strength, much to Seung-hyun's visible discomfort. Sicheya explains to Aoyona that she came to see her for a specific reason. Aoyona responds, stating she came to keep her promise, as Sicheya questions if this is truly her. A phone screen reveals a past image of a younger Aoyona singing before her return. Sicheya, holding the phone, praises Aoyona's past dedication to singing. Sicheya asks Aoyona to sing for them now, but Aoyona sadly declines. Aoyona writes on a notepad, explaining that she gave up singing after her return. Sicheya looks on with a concerned expression as Aoyona explains her inability to control her voice. Aoyona continues to write in her notepad, her face etched with a quiet sadness. Her written words on the notepad confirm her inability to sing anymore. Aoyona looks away, a subtle melancholy in her eyes. Sicheya smiles, asking Aoyona if she would sing for her someday if a way to break her curse is found. Aoyona looks up, her expression filled with a quiet, longing sadness. On her notepad, a single resolute word is written, I will. Aoyona stands connected by Seung-hyun's spectral chain, while Sicheya and Seung-hyun watch her from the grass. She holds the glowing chain to her mouth, lamenting how long it has been since she last sang. A vision of her younger, joyful self singing appears as she wonders if she can ever return to that past. Her current self is shown broken and bloodied, reflecting her belief that she has become too damaged and changed. Aoyona looks at Sicheya, her face etched with the pain of her past. Sicheya offers a gentle, understanding smile, her gaze filled with compassion. Aoyona looks on, a flicker of surprise and dawning hope in her eyes. Aoyona's lips part slightly, a serene expression gracing her face. She begins to sing, her voice soaring with emotion as musical notes fill the air around her. Seung-hyun watches, a look of surprise and slight confusion on his face as he hears her. Aoyona continues her classical performance, her eyes closed in concentration, singing of a harsh fate. But the language distortion curse she gained upon returning twists her words, even affecting the lyrics of her song. This curse also impacts the tone and pitch of her voice, making it impossible to control her singing. A glowing spectral chain materializes, highlighting the reason she needed Seung-hyun's unique ability. Aoyona playfully teases Seung-hyun, admitting he's not very good at singing himself. Seung-hyun looks away, a hint of annoyance on his face as he processes her comment. Sicheya smiles gently, her elf-like features prominent, hoping to help Aoyona break free from her sorrow. Seung-hyun looks on, a subtle smile on his face, as Aoyona's words about her chains being a testament to her suffering echo. Aoyona, still connected by the spectral chain, sings of her martyrdom, lamenting that her song is only out of pity. Her expression is one of quiet sadness, her lips slightly parted as she continues to sing. Sichaya claps enthusiastically, praising Aoyona's performance, while Sung-hyun watches. Aoyona, looking a little embarrassed, admits it's been a while, and she used to be much better, but Sung-hyun insists it was good. Sichaya continues to clap, offering a warm thank you to Aoyona, who looks flustered. A memory flashes of Sung-hyun sitting alone in a cafeteria, isolated from other students. Seung-hyun looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face, as if reflecting on his past isolation. Aoyona looks at Sung-hyun, offering a heartfelt thank you, still connected by the glowing chain. She smiles, admitting that thanks to him, she feels like she's gone back to her old self a little. Seung-hyun looks surprised, his eyes wide with a thoughtful expression. He humbly dismisses his actions, claiming anyone could have done what he did. Sichaya, the elf-like returnee, smiles warmly, disagreeing with his modesty. She explains that returnees are always perceived as strong and dangerous. No one ever sees them as people who need help, unlike Sung-hyun. Sung-hyun looks back, still surprised, as she insists his actions are unique. His eyes narrow slightly, processing her words with a hint of understanding. He quietly acknowledges her perspective, sitting on the grass between the two returnees. Seung-hyun looks up, a new thought dawning on him as he observes the two women. Meanwhile, the two dorm mates are secretly observing from behind the bushes, completely hidden. Seung-hyun, Sichaya, and Aoyona look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. Hidden in the bushes, the two dorm mates watch with wide, sweaty eyes, clearly nervous. The blue-haired dorm mate beams with a happy, surprised expression, praising the singing. The blonde dorm mate glares furiously, demanding to know how much they heard while her friend recoils in fear. The blonde dorm mate threatens them if they spread rumors, as her friend suggests they run, and Sung-hyun questions their presence, marking the end of the observation class arc. Seung-hyun stands, sweating and grimacing, clutching his hand as if in pain or deep thought. A massive shadowy foot slams down, creating a powerful impact. Sung-hyun looks on in shock as a towering, void-faced figure looms before him. The void-faced figure, with glowing blue eyes, expresses regret about following his sister. The scene shifts to a grand, ornate building under a bright sky, with a voice excitedly pointing it out. So? Hyun happily picks up an egg roll with chopsticks, her eyes wide with excitement. John Woojin excitedly tries to grab food, but it slips from his grasp. So-hyun playfully scolds him, as Mo-dan asks where So-hyun is headed, catching her off guard. So-hyun explains she's going on a club tour, surprising Mo-dan with the news. John Woojin questions So-hyun about the club, asking for more details. So-hyun replies it's the newspaper club, leaving John Woojin in thoughtful silence. John Woojin's face twists in alarm as he remembers the school's newspaper club members. He screams in frustration, startling So-hyun and Mo-dan with his sudden outburst. So-hyun, now outside, asks Mo-dan if she's truly going to follow her. Mo-dan stands with John Woojin, confirming they both intend to follow. Mo-dan worries if the newspaper club will target So-hyun like they did Sung-hyun. So-hyun confidently smiles, believing they won't harm invited friends. John Woojin, Mo-dan, and So-hyun look on with nervous, wide-eyed expressions. They arrive at a dilapidated building, wondering if a disaster struck the place. So-hyun points out it's marked as a school building, suggesting they vote on who enters first. Both So-hyun and Mo-dan vote for Sung-hyun to go in, much to his chagrin. Seol-subin suddenly appears, questioning what the three of them are doing there. Sung-hyun looks surprised, recognizing Seol-subin's unexpected presence. Mo-dan asks if the newspaper club contacted Seol-subin as well, and he confirms it. Seung-hyun looks at his sister and Mo-dan, realizing they were all summoned by the club. Mo-dan looks surprised as Seol-subin addresses her. Seol-subin questions if there's something strange about the newspaper club. Mo-dan asks what he means as he points out the invited students are all from his dorm. He emphasizes that the club previously failed to feature him in their newspaper. Sung-hyun, walking with So-hyun, asks if Seol-subin is suggesting the club wants to dig into him. Seol-subin, with a grim expression, states he can't sit still if they're planning something around him. Mo-dan looks thoughtful, acknowledging his point. She then declares her own dislike for those who bully others. Seol-subin agrees, his body glowing with a subtle aura as he stands beside Mo-dan. The group arrives at the newspaper club building, looking inside with uncertainty. Seol-subin and Mo-dan stand before a closed door, with Seol-subin questioning if it's blocked. Mo-dan suggests inserting a student ID into the slot to open it. The door opens, announcing Seol-subin's entry, as he, Mo-dan, and So-hyun walk inside. Seol-subin looks back, realizing the door has closed behind them. He observes the door, noting the system seems to allow only one person at a time. The door opens again, announcing So-hyun's entry, confirming his observation. Modan, understanding the rule, prepares to insert her own student ID. John Woojin looks on with a surprised and slightly annoyed expression. Seol-subin and So-hyun look back, sensing something amiss behind them. A red energy blast streaks across the floor, indicating an unexpected attack. John Woojin looks on in surprise as Modan is suddenly thrown back, complaining about being singled out as an uninvited guest. Modan tumbles to the ground, but the system then invites her, the uninvited guest, to enter as well, leaving Seol-subin and John Woojin stunned. Modan questions if they are trapped, while Seol-subin calmly suggests they simply destroy everything and flee if anything seems suspicious. Modan looks around as a disembodied voice welcomes them to the newspaper club, praising their prompt arrival. But the voice then chillingly declares that the newspaper club does not accept uninvited guests, the words appearing over a distorted image. Seol-subin and Modan stand together, as the voice explains that to qualify as a member, they must possess the qualities of an excellent journalist. A glowing newspaper materializes before John Woojin and So-hyun, as the voice announces they will conduct an admission test. Both So-hyun and John Woojin are completely stunned, questioning why a club would require an entrance exam. Seol-subin explains that it's common at this school, revealing that clubs are merely pretexts for forging powerful connections. He clarifies that the true goal is to cultivate relationships with exceptional students who can offer support long after graduation. Seol-subin explains that many clubs test abilities, as they won't keep you if you lack power. Modan questions if a club would go this far, as a glowing newspaper reveals the test has 5 different exams. The group looks down a long hallway with 5 colorful doors, as the voice explains the rules. They must choose and clear 3 exams out of 5 to be recognized as a great journalist, with a limit of 2 people per room. John Woojin angrily questions what these people are saying, while Modan and So-hyun look surprised. He demands the hidden voice come out, but the voice calmly states the press doesn't hide, it reveals. So-hyun looks on with a determined smile, as the voice asks if they truly want to die. Modan, with a glowing sword, declares they should just cut through it, startling the others. She swings her sword, insisting this place looks suspicious no matter what. Modan's face is set with fierce determination, ready to confront the unseen threat. As Modan swings her sword, a menacing minigun materializes, and a disembodied voice warns them against damaging school property. Seol-subin looks on with a strained expression as the voice further declares they are now trapped, unable to leave. He grits his teeth, realizing they have no choice but to proceed with the test, questioning how a mere club could possess such advanced technology and weaponry. The holographic newspaper with glowing eyes responds, boldly stating that for journalists, there are no limits to what they can acquire. Seol-subin glares, determined to uncover the true identity of their unseen captors, while John Woojin frantically warns Sung-hyun not to provoke them. John Woojin points to the massive gun, emphasizing that their opponents are ready to fire and might have even more weapons hidden. His eyes narrow with concern, fearing that someone could get seriously hurt if they attempt to resist. Seol-subin looks at John Woojin, surprised by his sudden and uncharacteristic display of caution. Seol-subin questions their next move, and John Woojin, with a resigned sigh, states they have no choice but to play along. With a determined stance, John Woojin declares they will take the test, as the group stands together accepting their fate. John Woojin, with a frustrated expression, declares his intention to confront a club member immediately, questioning the club's strange invitation. From an overhead perspective, the group walks along a glowing path, still baffled by the newspaper club's mysterious intentions. Seung-hyun looks around a dilapidated room, filled with rubble, a surprised expression on his face as he questions the strange environment. The disembodied voice from the newspaper club, now a shadowy, void-faced figure, notes the presence of 2 uninvited guests who secretly entered. Sung-hyun looks thoughtful, asking if the 5 different doors represent various ability types. He points out that each door has a distinct color, with icons representing different combat styles. He explains that the colors correspond to specific ability types: blue for body arts, red for construction arts, yellow for spirit arts, white for summoning arts, and black for curse arts. Seung-hyun then questions why the test is divided by type, suggesting it might involve mock battles using hologram technology as seen in school classes. So-hyun agrees that mock battles are plausible, noting that the 2-person limit per room likely serves as a difficulty adjustment. A holographic newspaper with glowing eyes appears, demanding that the group decide on a room within 3 minutes. John Woojin angrily kicks, dismissing the newspaper club's lecture on journalistic speed, while others warn him not to provoke them. The teams are set. The GI siblings choose the blue door for body arts, Seol Subin takes the red door for construction arts, and Mo Dan selects the black door for curse arts. So Hyun expresses concern for Mo Dan, questioning if she'll be all right in her chosen challenge. Mo Dan dismisses the worry, acknowledging that curse arts can be unpleasant, but insisting she's fine. She confidently explains that curse arts are slow to activate, giving her ample time to evade any incoming attacks. Mo Dan then asks Seol Subin if his choice of the construction arts room is for a similar reason, given their slow activation. Seol Subin counters that skilled individuals are fast enough, leaving Mo Dan to wonder why he chose the red room. He stands before the red door, his gaze firm, declaring his intention to overcome those very challenges. Seol Subin steps into the room of construction, confirming Seong Hyun's earlier prediction about the themed challenges. He observes his surroundings, recalling that constructors manipulate objects and use them to overwhelm opponents. The voice explains that constructor attacks have a wide range and are difficult to evade, so the test is designed accordingly. A holographic newspaper announces the challenge, Obstacle Dodging. Seol Subin looks up as the voice explains that red blocks will randomly appear, and touching them will reduce his life. Yellow warning blocks will appear first, giving him a chance to react before the red obstacles materialize. With 3 hearts above his head, Seol Subin asks a question about the 10-minute time limit and the consequence of losing all 3 lives. He looks intently at the unseen speaker, asking what will happen to them if they fail. The holographic newspaper ominously replies that they will find out if they fail, adding that confidentiality is a virtue for journalists. With 3 hearts indicating his remaining lives, Seol Subin prepares as the test officially begins. He leaps into action, finding the challenge confusing as it's not the monster duel he anticipated. Seol Subin observes the red and yellow blocks appearing around him, noting their surprisingly slow pace. Seol Subin, with a confident smirk, believes 10 minutes will be an easy challenge. Meanwhile, Mo Dan enters the Room of Curses, a purple door leading to an unknown test. A glowing newspaper explains the club receives tips and sometimes needs to reveal the truth. Mo Dan, now dressed as a detective, is told her test is to find the criminal. She finds herself in a bustling city square, surrounded by various holographic figures. The voice explains the scenario: a pickpocketing victim and 5 suspects. Within 5 minutes, she must find and subdue the real criminal among them to pass. Mo Dan is warned that attacking anyone other than the criminal will only increase the difficulty. She questions how this challenge relates to curses as the newspaper fades away. Mo Dan, looking confused, wonders if this is a test of her reasoning ability. Mo Dan considers how dungeon interiors, filled with traps and mazes, often demand strong reasoning from hunters. But the detective-clad Mo Dan doubts her own reasoning skills, then awkwardly tries to begin the investigation with the victim. The purple-haired victim describes her lost pink wallet and the criminal as Mo Dan listens intently. A red-haired man suddenly interrupts, addressing Mo Dan with a challenging tone. He and a large blue-haired man stand confidently, questioning Mo Dan's authority to detain innocent people. Mo Dan, unperturbed, sharply tells the red-haired man to wait his turn, startling him and the victim. She then calmly turns back to the victim, pressing for the criminal's description. Enraged by her dismissive attitude, the large blue-haired man grabs Mo Dan, demanding respect. Mo Dan, still composed, points out the irony of the test's rules, which allow NPCs to attack each other but not her. The victim screams in pure terror, completely overwhelmed by the sudden, chaotic turn of events. The victim screams in terror, still held captive by the large blue-haired man. The red-haired man argues with the distraught victim, demanding she clear their names. The victim, still screaming, admits she can't clearly remember the criminal's face. Suddenly, a new figure, a man in a sharp suit, appears, calmly speaking on his phone. The victim looks on in surprise as the man in the suit continues his phone call, seemingly unconcerned. The man in the suit, his eyes glowing, declares he will simply leave his business card and depart. The victim screams in utter disbelief, completely overwhelmed by the bizarre encounter. She continues to scream, questioning the man in the suit as he calmly walks away, ignoring her pleas. The victim cries out in frustration, realizing these NPCs are completely uncooperative. The chaotic scene unfolds from above, highlighting the utter lack of cohesion among the holographic figures. Mo Dan stands amidst the holographic crowd, realizing her initial assessment was completely mistaken. The true challenge, she understands, isn't about reasoning, but a brutal test of her mental strength. The criminal is easy to find, but the uncooperative NPCs are designed to frustrate and delay her. With the 5-minute timer relentlessly ticking, the fear of failure looms, amplified by a distant, ominous bell. This psychological torment, she realizes, is precisely why this is the curse room. Meanwhile, the large blue-haired man and the red-haired man decide to move on, seemingly giving up on Mo-Dan. But the large blue-haired man suddenly looks confused, sensing something amiss. He glances back at the man in the suit, who calmly walks away, ignoring the chaos. The large blue-haired man screams in terror as his hand begins to distort and warp. His body twists unnaturally, a strange transformation taking hold as he questions what is happening to him. The red-haired man screams at the large blue-haired man, whose body is distorting as he questions what is happening to him. Mo-Dan, in her detective attire, observes the strange phenomenon, noting that something is amiss. She then declares that everyone needs to pay attention, holding up a glowing green spoon. Mo-Dan stands confidently over the now-collapsed blue-haired man, announcing a belongings inspection. The man in the suit, who was trying to leave, is ordered to return as Mo-Dan warns him not to try escaping. The red-haired man protests, questioning Mo-Dan's authority to conduct such an inspection on civilians. Mo-Dan, holding her glowing green spoon, states her preference for simple solutions, having decided on her course of action. A message appears, announcing that the difficulty level has increased by 1 stage. The red-haired man, now holding a gun, screams in fury as the NPCs become more threatening. Mo-Dan calmly faces the enraged man in the suit, who is now also holding a glowing green spoon, ready to attack. The red-haired man now wields a real gun, demanding that Mo-Dan return his transformed friend to normal. Mo-Dan, still in her detective attire, faces the armed man, who warns that even ability users can be defeated by a single shot. Unfazed, Mo-Dan challenges him to fire, her glowing green spoon held ready. The red-haired man's face twists in disbelief, completely stunned by her audacious response. Mo-Dan calmly acknowledges the danger of a gunshot, but confidently states her ability to deflect it. Sweat pours down the red-haired man's face as he realizes her confidence comes from the predictable straight path of bullets. Mo-Dan's eyes narrow as she gives him an ultimatum. Drop the gun and surrender within a count of 3. The red-haired man's internal struggle is evident as Mo-Dan begins her countdown, leaving him no escape. His face contorts in a desperate scream, realizing he's completely trapped and outmaneuvered by Mo-Dan. But from a blind spot, the purple-haired victim suddenly lunges at Mo-Dan with a knife, launching an unexpected attack. The purple-haired woman screams in shock, realizing Mo-Dan has identified her as the true criminal. Mo-Dan, in her detective attire, swiftly counters the victim's knife attack with her glowing green spoon. Mo-Dan calmly explains her realization. The test only mentioned a victim, not who it was. She admits she simply assumed the purple-haired woman was the victim because she was the only one next to her. Mo-Dan stands over the fallen purple-haired woman, explaining that the real victim was probably one of the other NPCs. The purple-haired woman, now revealed as the criminal, screams in disbelief, questioning Mo-Dan's deduction from such a minor suspicion. Mo-Dan, with a sinister smile, declares it doesn't matter, as she planned to defeat all 6 of them anyway. The purple-haired woman's eye widens in terror, unable to comprehend Mo-Dan's ruthless approach. The door to the curse room slams shut as an announcement confirms Mo-Dan passed the test in just 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Meanwhile, in the construction room, Seol-Subin looks up at the floating blocks, regretting not sharing a crucial detail. Seol-Subin struggles on the ground, realizing that for journalists, speed is life. He grunts with effort, his face drenched in sweat as he pushes through the challenge. The obstacle course proves far more challenging than he initially anticipated, leaving him exhausted. As time relentlessly passes, the number of dangerous blocks increases exponentially around him. With yellow warnings and red obstacles appearing randomly, simply planning a route consumes his incredible concentration. But the biggest problem, he realizes, is a fundamental weakness in his own abilities. His physical capabilities are severely lacking, a critical flaw in this high-speed test. The narrator explains that consistent training naturally improves physical abilities for close combat specialists. However, for long-range ability users, focusing solely on power often leads to neglected physical training. This tendency becomes extreme for higher-ranked individuals who rarely feel the need for close-quarters combat. Seol-Subin's face is strained, realizing that no matter how strong his spirits are, it's meaningless. He understands that his own physical body is the critical weakness. As long as that weakness exists, he will continue to lose. He recalls past failures, realizing he can only keep losing. His eyes are wide with desperation, sweat pouring down his face. Seol Subin, exhausted, struggles to move through the increasingly dense obstacles. He desperately calls out to a water spirit, urging it to shoot him. A powerful blast of water energy erupts, striking him directly. The impact sends Seol Subin reeling backward, his body drenched. He lies on the ground, battered and soaked, his face a mask of pain. The powerful water blast slams into him, sending him reeling. Seol Subin is sent flying backward, drenched and taking another hit. His face contorts in pain and exhaustion, sweat and water streaming down. He realizes Modan's speed would have easily cleared this test. Even Sung-hyun, he thinks, would have managed this challenge. Seol Subin stands soaked and weary, questioning the true nature of an S rank. His foot slips on the slick, wet floor, causing him to lose balance. He tumbles backward, hitting another block as the obstacles continue to fall. The newspaper club's voice taunts him, noting his dwindling stamina and the relentless blocks. Seol Subin, drenched in sweat, grits his teeth, correcting the voice that he simply slipped on the water. Seol Subin's eye widens in a sudden, desperate realization. He lies on the ground, frustrated by a simple solution he failed to grasp. The holographic newspaper congratulates him, displaying the remaining time. His eye widens in shock as the voice declares his elimination from the test. A bright flash of light erupts from the arena floor, marking his defeat. The glowing newspaper confirms that the mysterious she has vanished. Drenched and defeated, Seol Subin admits the simple truth he overlooked. He stands, still dripping wet, acknowledging his critical oversight. He realizes the true power lies in the fluidity of water itself. The glowing newspaper questions if she managed to ride on the spirit. Seol Subin, now understanding the fluidity of water, unleashes a powerful blue energy wave beneath his feet. His eyes burn with fierce determination, ready to overcome his physical limitations. He propels himself forward, riding the surging water with incredible speed. A concentrated blast of blue energy erupts, pushing him through the chaotic obstacle course. The powerful wave slices through the red and yellow blocks, clearing his path with ease. Seol Subin navigates the treacherous environment, his body now moving with newfound agility. The newspaper club's holographic display flashes, emphasizing the sheer speed of his movements. An unseen observer realizes he's directly using the S-rank spirit's power as his own kinetic energy, a brilliant adaptation. Drenched in sweat, Seol Subin's gaze hardens, fueled by an unyielding desire to become stronger. Meanwhile, So-hyun and John Woo-jin arrive at their chosen challenge, the Room of Body Arts. The narrator reveals So-hyun's true reason for joining the newspaper club. She recalls a conversation where other students found her comfortable to talk to. So-hyun looks surprised as a student explains it's because she's not like a returnee. Confused, So-hyun asks for clarification on what that statement means. A close-up of her eye shows the student quickly dismissing the comment, saying it's nothing. The narrator explains that others treated So-hyun subtly differently from normal. Their expressions were subtly cautious, fearful, and even subtly contemptuous. For So-hyun, who didn't understand discrimination, it was an incomprehensible discomfort. She stands alone, feeling bad but unable to grasp the reason for her unease. A mysterious voice then asks if she's curious about what happened 7 years ago. So-hyun looks surprised as the other student mentions her father. The student apologizes, stating she can't reveal details about it, leaving So-hyun confused. She explains that even friends have secrets, urging So-hyun not to think badly of her. In a flashback, Sung-hyun tells his sister that some things are not for her to know. He promises to tell her when she's older, or after some time has passed. So-hyun agrees, but internally questions why he's hiding it from her. A digital message appears, stating the information is blocked by Blue Cube, as So-hyun expresses curiosity about her father. So-hyun sits alone, wondering why this information is being hidden specifically from her. Back in the present, So-hyun looks surprised, questioning the mention of the newspaper club. A student explains that the newspaper club president recommended her, praising her performance, and assures her she only needs to visit. The student explains that this offer applies to everyone who visits their newspaper club. She reveals that they can share any single piece of information about the entire hunter industry. The blonde student adds that this is truly rare and valuable knowledge, not found anywhere online. So-hyun, her eyes wide with fierce determination, declares her eagerness to go, while the other student playfully notes her excitement. Her inner thoughts reveal a deep resolve. If no one else will tell her about her father, she will uncover the truth herself. Meanwhile, the newspaper club's voice explains that physical ability can also be an important quality for journalists during dangerous investigations. A massive muscular figure made of newspaper material appears as the voice announces their challenge, ball catching. Both Sung-hyun and So-hyun look on in utter confusion, questioning the bizarre name of the test. From above, the voice clarifies it's a simple test with 10 attempts, beginning with a 3-second countdown. The newspaper-headed giant stands over a glowing blue, toothy ball, as the voice explains that it will appear randomly in the room when the countdown ends. The newspaper-headed giant explains the rules. Touch the ball once out of 10 attempts before it does, and don't harm each other. The giant asks if it's simple, and Sung-hyun confirms it is, though he looks a bit confused. A close-up on Sung-hyun's eye shows the countdown from 3 to 2. The countdown continues now at 1, as the blue ball with teeth is visible. The countdown hits 0, and Sung-hyun is ready, his determination to uncover the truth about his father burning bright. A close-up on Sung-hyun's eye emphasizes his intense focus. The newspaper giant launches the blue toothy ball with incredible speed, sending John Woo-jin flying. So-hyun's eye widens with fierce resolve, vowing to find out the truth about her father on her own. The newspaper-headed giant declares the ball's movement was impossibly fast. Sung-hyun's eye widens in shock, admitting he couldn't even see the ball move. So-hyun, with fierce determination, catches the impossibly fast ball passing the room of body arts test. She screams in triumph, having completed the challenge in an astonishing 0.1 seconds. But the newspaper giant, still surprised by her speed, insists the test isn't over, as one more person remains. Sung-hyun looks on in shock as the giant's newspaper-covered hand reaches out, challenging him. He furiously questions the rules, reminding the giant they only needed to pass 3 tests, not both of them. The newspaper giant flexes, boasting about its A-rank speed and challenging Sung-hyun to catch the ball before it does. Sung-hyun's spectral chains glow around his hand, his face contorted in anger at the giant's audacity. Meanwhile, a new perspective emerges, as a voice declares they have finally found their target. The blue-haired dorm mate looks on in surprise, questioning if she has found the right people. A figure with long, dark hair, likely Mo-dan, sits at a table, recalling the ones who pointed guns at her head. The blue-haired dorm mate and her friend watch with wide, shocked eyes, their expressions a mix of fear and surprise. The newspaper giant explains that any external support would make the test meaningless, blocking all tricks to ensure it's a pure physical challenge. It warns that those who rely solely on tricks have chosen the wrong room for this demanding test. Sung-hyun, frustrated by the giant's taunts, demands that the second round begin immediately. Round 2 is announced, and Sung-hyun faces the imposing newspaper giant once more. The countdown begins, ticking down from 3, building intense anticipation for the next attempt. As the countdown hits 0, Sung-hyun lunges forward, but the blue ball is launched with blinding speed. Sung-hyun's eyes widen in utter shock, realizing he couldn't even perceive the ball's movement. The newspaper giant declares its victory, having caught the ball in an astonishing 0.7 seconds. The blue-haired dorm mate looks on in stunned disbelief, questioning how such speed could even be possible. Sung-hyun barely moved, unable to react to the ball's blinding speed. He grimaces, realizing the giant is already demanding a third round. Our boy sits, determined to start the next round despite his disadvantage. The blue-haired dorm mate watches in wide-eyed shock, completely bewildered. She screams at him not to give up, but he insists he's far from finished. He knows a direct confrontation is hopeless, realizing he'll only exhaust his stamina. He needs to find the giant's weakness and aim for a single decisive match. The blue-haired dorm mate worries about his inaction, noting his dwindling attempts. Seol Subin, observing, understands Sung-hyun's strategy, knowing their movements are constrained by the room. He realizes this means the critical window for action is a mere 1 to 2 seconds. Sung-hyun, still observing the giant, realizes he only needs a brief opening to secure victory. The newspaper giant's head swivels, acknowledging Sung-hyun's sudden movement. Our boy stands, proposing a change to the rules before the next round begins. He suggests they both start from the center, equalizing their initial positions. Sung-hyun points out the unfair advantage of the giant always starting closer to the ball. He instructs his sister to move to the wall, further adjusting their starting positions. Sung-hyun insists on a fair starting position, ensuring both he and the giant are equally distanced. The giant mocks Sung-hyun, questioning if this minor adjustment is all he gained from his observations. Sung-hyun's gaze hardens, silently acknowledging the giant's skepticism. As the countdown hits 0, the blue ball is launched with blinding speed once more. Sung-hyun's eye remains fixed on the blue ball, observing its blinding speed. The newspaper giant triumphantly catches the ball, surrounded by a surge of blue energy. The blue-haired dorm mate screams in utter disbelief, completely overwhelmed by the giant's impossible speed. The newspaper giant boasts of its luck, declaring the ball appeared on its side once more. Sung-hyun, with a subtle smirk, acknowledges the giant's bad luck with a knowing look. The blue-haired dorm mate is stunned, questioning why Sung-hyun didn't even move during the round. Sung-hyun, looking thoughtful, admits his inaction and calmly suggests they proceed to round 8. The newspaper giant's face contorts in surprise, a dawning realization crossing its features. Both Sung-hyun and the newspaper giant stand poised, back to back, ready for the decisive round 8. Sung-hyun's gaze is thoughtful as he reveals his true focus was always on understanding the giant's operating system. Sung-hyun realizes that unlike real people who tire and fluctuate, the giant's performance is unnervingly consistent. Its speed never wavers, always moving in a straight line like a simple AI with uniform behavior. But there was one crucial detail. Sometimes the giant's speed in catching the ball was slightly slower. That slight delay occurred when the ball appeared behind it. Seung-hyun recalls being sent flying when the ball suddenly materialized at his back. His eyes widen as he remembers the giant's surprised reaction when the ball appeared from an unexpected angle. He deduces that the giant needs time to turn around for balls appearing from behind, slowing its reaction speed. This insight is why he proposed their current back-to-back starting position. He knows that as long as he remains close to its back, the giant cannot fully turn. This strategic move prevents the giant from reacting quickly, leaving it vulnerable. The newspaper giant shoulder bumps Sung-hyun, claiming the rules prevent harm despite its A-rank speed. Sung-hyun unleashes a wall of spectral chains, binding the giant in place. He knows these hastily summoned chains are fragile, but the giant remains unaware of their weakness. This isn't a physical barrier, but a psychological tactic to divert the giant's focus. With the giant distracted, Sung-hyun swiftly snatches the blue, toothy ball. He holds the ball triumphantly, having outmaneuvered the colossal opponent. The newspaper giant looks utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. But in a flash, the giant stands victorious, holding the ball over a defeated Sung-hyun. Sung-hyun lies stunned, unable to comprehend the giant's impossible speed, as the dorm mate watches in shock. The newspaper giant reveals its true nature, explaining that advanced body technique users can perform body transformation. The blue-haired dorm mate and Sung-hyun stare in utter shock as the giant reveals an eye on its back. The newspaper giant, now with an eye on its back, boasts it's not foolish and saw through Sung-hyun's strategy. The blue-haired dorm mate is stunned by the giant's unexpected intelligence as it prepares to move without turning. Sung-hyun is visibly distressed, realizing his abilities and methods are failing against the giant's adaptation. His eye fills with frustration, lamenting his constant failures to grasp important details and ruining his plans. So-hyun urgently calls out to Sung-hyun, offering her power and urging him to absorb it. She excitedly tries to explain the surge of power he used against the monster, urging him to try it once more. Sung-hyun looks confused as the newspaper giant declares So-hyun cannot interfere with the test. So-hyun screams in frustration, questioning if even mental collaboration is forbidden, but the giant allows her to remain. So-hyun excitedly tells Sung-hyun they can still strategize together, urging him not to face the challenge alone. Sung-hyun, flustered, questions why all his ideas for help are forbidden, as So-hyun insists nothing is allowed. So-hyun then tells Sung-hyun that he doesn't need to help her. She firmly declares that this challenge is her job alone. But in a sudden move, So-hyun kicks Sung-hyun, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sung-hyun is left stunned and confused, questioning her actions and words. So-hyun, with tears in her eyes, insists that with her, Seol Subin and Mo Dan present, it's everyone's job to help. Sung-hyun looks completely flustered and surprised by her emotional outburst. So-hyun, still upset, questions why he keeps ignoring her, wondering if it's because she's stupid. She cries, admitting she may be stupid, but she knows the other students at school don't like her. Sung-hyun looks surprised, realizing her deeper feelings as she mentions Mo Dan and Jeon Woojin are good kids who made things a bit better. So-hyun cries, admitting she avoids him because she doesn't want to be a burden. Sung-hyun's face is flushed as he questions if she truly believes this is everyone's job. So-hyun screams in frustration, demanding to know how she's supposed to understand if he doesn't tell her anything. Sung-hyun looks away, realizing he should have shared his worries instead of facing them alone. So-hyun sobs, wishing he had simply allowed her to worry with him. The two siblings kneel, acknowledging their bond as family. A profound question appears. What truly defines a strong hunter? The narrator explains that dungeons are ultimately cleared by entire guilds, not individuals. No hunter can clear all dungeons alone, a stark truth. Sung-hyun kneels alone, realizing that no human truly lives alone. Sung-hyun, understanding her pain, asks his sister to lend him her power. He confidently declares he has a new strategy to overcome this impossible test. Our boy then begins meticulously searching every corner of the room, as if looking for a hidden clue. He measures the room's dimensions and records observations on his phone, analyzing every detail. About 3 minutes pass as he continues his precise, almost frantic examination. The newspaper giant recalls Sung-hyun's earlier words, a hint of suspicion in its gaze. It warns that any interference with the test will be stopped, then directly addresses So-hyun. Sung-hyun instructs his sister to use her phone to precisely time the duration of round 9. Both So-hyun and the giant stare in utter confusion, baffled by his unusual demand. Sung-hyun reminds his bewildered sister of her incredible reflexes, capable of catching the ball in 0.1 seconds. So-hyun, teary-eyed, confirms her understanding of the crucial task, knowing only she can accomplish it. Seung-hyun's face is set with grim determination, his focus absolute. A memory of Mo-dan's kind words echoes in So-hyun's mind, a gentle reminder to return home sometimes. Sung-hyun promises his sister he will come back for dinner from now on, eager to talk things over. So-hyun smiles, a sense of peace washing over her as she agrees. Sung-hyun proposes a new strategy to the giant, ensuring no one touches the ball or each other, asking if this is acceptable. The newspaper giant, intrigued, questions Sung-hyun's plan to measure time in round 9, wondering if he's preparing for round 10. It agrees to the unusual request, despite already revealing the time at the end of each round. So-hyun looks on, completely bewildered, questioning the purpose of this strange timing request. The giant, flexing its muscles, announces a new rule to counter Sung-hyun's previous trick, stating they will now start further from the center, and reminds him he only has 2 attempts left. Sung-hyun's face is etched with grim determination. As the countdown reaches 2, he lunges forward, unleashing his spectral chains with a fierce yell. The newspaper giant is completely engulfed by the glowing chains, stunned by the sudden assault. Sung-hyun stands firm as the countdown hits 0, his chains still binding the colossal figure. The giant realizes Sung-hyun used the chains to block its sight and hearing, acknowledging his clever tactic. But the giant reveals a critical counter, explaining that body technique users possess highly sensitive hearing. Sung-hyun is caught off guard as the giant, despite being bound, lunges forward with unexpected force. The giant, still wrapped in chains, boasts about its sensitive hearing, which allowed it to locate the ball. It declares the ball appeared on its side, predicting the chains will soon be destroyed by the impact. So-hyun watches in stunned disbelief as the giant triumphantly claims victory once more. The newspaper giant, still bound by Sung-hyun's chains, looks utterly bewildered by an unexpected development. Suddenly, the blue-haired dorm maid appears inside the room, exclaiming in utter shock amidst the glowing chains. Her wide eyes reflect disbelief, questioning the unexpected arrival of this person in the test room. The newspaper giant's eyes glow with intense surprise, reacting to the sudden intrusion. It faces a dilemma. Slowing down means failure, but charging forward risks colliding with the unexpected guest. The giant screams in frustration, accusing the blue-haired student of interfering and calling it a foul. Sung-hyun, still holding his spectral chains, quickly counters, denying the giant's claim of a foul. His determined gaze reminds the giant of its own words, a crucial detail from their earlier exchange. So-hyun, teary-eyed, recalls the giant's earlier concession, allowing her to be present during the test. The giant's past words echo, confirming it will permit her presence, as Sung-hyun and So-hyun stand ready. Seong-hyun, with a subtle smirk, reminds the giant that his sister is merely counting time, and any collision would be the giant's fault. The newspaper giant's face is shown, its eyes glowing with surprise as it processes Sung-hyun's words. The giant, radiating blue energy, declares that a journalist must also be good at quick thinking. So-hyun is seen being pushed back by a blue energy wave, her eyes wide with surprise. So-hyun's face is flushed with effort and surprise as the giant's arm stretches out with incredible speed. The newspaper giant boasts of concentrating all its energy on its arm to transform, confident it will touch the ball first and secure its victory. Sung-hyun's eyes narrow with a grim expression, anticipating the giant's move. He warns the giant that if it sends all its energy to its arms for enhancement, it won't be able to withstand his chains hooking its legs. The newspaper giant's eyes widen in utter disbelief, questioning Sung-hyun's counter-strategy. The giant's hand reaches out towards the blue, toothy ball, but it's clear Sung-hyun's plan is in motion. Sung-hyun unleashes his spectral chains, striking the giant with a powerful punch. The blue-haired dorm maid is utterly stunned, exclaiming that this must be Sung-hyun's ultimate technique. Sung-hyun thinks that this way, his clear is faster. He believes it's better than the giant falling and getting hurt. Sung-hyun stands victorious, having passed the room of body arts test. The newspaper giant is left completely bewildered, questioning how Sung-hyun knew the ball's next position. The blue-haired dorm mate looks on in shock, realizing the phone wasn't a stopwatch. She then understands it was actually a notepad. The blue ball glows ominously as the dorm mate realizes a crucial detail. Seung-hyun, holding his phone, had earlier instructed his sister to accurately time round 9. The blue-haired dorm mate looks confused, realizing the phone was not a stopwatch. Seung-hyun's earlier instructions to So-hyun appear, telling her to stand between the ball and the giant. The message emphasizes that only So-hyun, with her quick reflexes, could accomplish this task. The blue-haired dorm mate understands that the time measurement strategy was a clever ruse. She realizes that before round 9, Seung-hyun covered her eyes, preventing her from seeing the ball's initial position. In that brief moment when the ball's position was determined, he acted. So-hyun then moved to block the giant's path, creating an unexpected obstacle. The newspaper giant screams in fury, accusing them of a foul and calling them garbage. Seung-hyun calmly dismisses the giant's accusations, stating that whether it's a foul or not doesn't matter. He explains that the real issue is the giant being the sole controller of the rules, and as long as it doesn't catch them, it's not a foul. The newspaper giant is furious, refusing to accept Seung-hyun's clever trick. Seung-hyun looks defiant, his hand glowing with energy as the giant calls him a cheater. The giant's head explodes into fragments, sending debris flying as the dorm mates watch in shock. So-hyun, with glowing eyes, screams at those who harm her brother, while the blue-haired dorm mate looks terrified. The giant's fragmented head flies through the air as So-hyun declares they have no right to speak. The blue-haired dorm mate and her friend stand stunned, processing the unexpected turn of events. So-hyun looks surprised while the blue-haired dorm mate laughs nervously, questioning the outcome. The newspaper giant's voice questions who cleared the test in such a way, while Seung-hyun looks shocked, wondering about hidden cameras. The giant admits it thought Seung-hyun wouldn't clear the test normally, as So-hyun looks on with wide eyes. Seung-hyun and So-hyun are seen floating, looking confused by the giant's words. Seung-hyun is sent flying by a powerful kick, his face contorted in pain and surprise. Meanwhile, a figure with light hair sits calmly amidst the rubble, welcoming them. It's John Woo-jin, the newspaper club president, who greets them with a confident smirk. Back in the dilapidated room, a voice from the shadows urges someone to hurry. A terrified student is threatened, demanding he bring the boss or face dire consequences. The student screams in fear, promising to reveal everything as others lie defeated around him. Back in the newspaper club, Seung-hyun's feet are seen, indicating his presence in the room. John Woo-jin observes Seung-hyun and So-hyun, who are now floating in a starry void. He smirks, realizing his elaborate setup was unnecessary for their arrival. Seung-hyun and So-hyun look on in shock, recognizing the voice of the newspaper club president. John Woo-jin, the newspaper club president, searches for something, noting it has been a while since they had guests. He then turns, holding a small box, and casually offers his visitors a choice of tea or coffee. Seung-hyun, visibly frustrated, dismisses the offer, declaring he doesn't care about the drinks. He angrily questions John Woo-jin's sudden appearance, but the president, sitting casually, laughs and explains the test's fake nature and automatic system. John Woo-jin adds that's why he allowed them entry, despite not clearing all 3 rooms, but Seung-hyun furiously demands to know his true intentions for inviting So-hyun. The president feigns ignorance about any scheme, leaving Seung-hyun and So-hyun still baffled by his evasiveness. Suddenly, Mo-dan and Seol-subin appear at the door looking surprised, with Seol-subin questioning their presence. A panicked student screams for the president's help, while John Woo-jin calmly sips his drink and So-hyun, unfazed, asks for strawberry milk. A tray with 2 cups of tea and a carton of strawberry milk appears, suggesting So-hyun's request was granted. John Woo-jin then explains that their newspaper club also handles investigation requests from students, providing them with content. John Woo-jin casually apologizes for a past request to investigate someone, claiming no scheme was involved. Another newspaper club member, Kang Yoo-jin, angrily questions if someone else is causing problems, while Emily Montague looks on. So-hyun, Mo-dan, and Seol-subin observe, with So-hyun questioning the club president's intentions if there was no scheme. John Woo-jin explains he simply called close friends, adding that only S-ranks or returnees would join a non-academic club. He gestures towards the group, implying they fit his description, as Emily and Kang Yoo-jin look on. John Woo-jin then points out So-hyun's free schedule, which she immediately denies with a flustered expression. He questions her activities and she details her plans to hunt monsters, which he dismisses as being free. John Woo-jin then excitedly reminds them that since they cleared the test, they are owed information. He explains the newspaper club's tradition. Successful test takers get to learn one piece of information they desire. Seol-subin questions the nature of this information, while a chibi version of John Woojin dismisses his assumption of trivial school details. John Woojin explains the information is high level, even hard to find on the Blue Cube platform. He details the kind of real information they offer, from rising guilds to secret techniques. Seo Subin questions how the club knows such sensitive information, while a student reveals John Woojin's wide connections. The student then drops a bombshell, revealing John Woojin's father is John In-seok, leaving others stunned. Seo Subin and Mo Dan look shocked, realizing the significance of that name. A flashback shows John Woojin, confirming his father is the current UJ Group chairman. The group is stunned, realizing both major powers, Shinsung and UJ, have successors in the department. A student finds it amusing that even Gishin Baek's son is surprised, while John Woojin dismisses his own status. Another student questions who Gishin Baek's son is, while Mo Dan notes the information source is trustworthy. So Hyun, looking curious, admits she'll believe it even without knowing, then expresses a new question. So Hyun, with wide, teary eyes, demands to know what her father did 7 years ago. Sung Hyun frantically tries to stop her, while Mo Dan looks on in confusion, as So Hyun insists they agreed not to hide things anymore. Sung Hyun, sweating, struggles with his sister's persistence as she questions if he will ignore her again. Sung Hyun's face is drenched in sweat, his expression strained by the emotional confrontation. So Hyun looks up at him, her eyes wide and tear-filled, as Sung Hyun calls her name with a pained expression. A flashback shows a younger So Hyun lying unconscious, as a voice questions who could have told her about her father's actions while she was asleep. The memory continues, showing a figure falling through a fiery, chaotic scene as So Hyun's younger self looks on with wide, terrified eyes. John Woojin, sweating and confused, questions what they are talking about, while So Hyun looks equally bewildered. The white-haired man who previously confronted Gishin Baek stands in a doorway observing the group. Sung Hyun and So Hyun look on with surprised and concerned expressions, recognizing the unexpected visitor. The white-haired man, drenched in sweat, questions the mention of the incident from 7 years ago. He sits at a table, his expression grim, as the dilapidated room around them hints at a troubled past. The blue-haired dorm mate and her friend look on with wide, nervous eyes, clearly unsettled by the tense atmosphere. John Woojin and So Hyun also appear, both looking confused by the sudden shift in the room's mood. An overhead view shows the entire group gathered around a table, wondering about the strange atmosphere. The white-haired man leans in, reminding someone that they had already heard about the incident on the ship. He explains that since they will continue to encounter each other at school, it would be beneficial for everyone to understand the truth. The blue-haired dorm mate and her friend exchange a glance, finding the white-haired man's sudden seriousness annoying. The white-haired man admits his reluctance to share the full details of the 7-year-old incident, but feels he must now that he has brought it up. He then offers a choice, asking if they want to hear version A, which is what others already know, or version B. The white-haired man reveals that version B holds a truth unknown even to the world. Sung Hyun and John Woojin look on in stunned surprise, questioning the existence of such a hidden truth. The white-haired man with a subtle smirk tells So Hyun that the choice of which version to hear is entirely hers. So Hyun, her expression firm, declares her decision to hear version B. The white-haired man looks thoughtful, his hands clasped, as John Woojin watches with an excited grin. He looks down, pondering where to begin his revelation. A text box explains that the public typically only recognizes SA rank hunters. Another text box adds that B ranks, after all, have clear limitations, as a flashback shows a hunter struggling in a dungeon in 2019. The hunter, covered in blood and tears, questions how this could possibly be a B-rank gate. She lies injured on the ground, desperately repeating her plea not to die. The injured hunter screams in terror, desperately wishing to survive the monstrous attack. A blinding flash of purple energy and alien script fills the chaotic scene. The bloodied hunter watches as a devastating explosion of pink energy engulfs the monster. A stark revelation confirms that her father's rank was also B rank. The white-haired man questions the injured hunter, who holds a glowing book about his well-being. Despite his B rank, the hunter's skill was legendary, comparable to an S rank as he demands a status report.